everybody, and welcome to PD Palooza, the first ever PD Palooza and first ever event of its kind. You're here with friends from Flipgrid for 24 hours of professional development, or PD awesomeness. So welcome, PD Palooza. I'm the first speaker up today, but after I'm done, you have 23 more people who are far more awesome than I am to share a really great, super diverse array of topics and awesome things that you can do with Flipgrid, with your family, with your classroom, with your higher ed, with your littles, all kinds of different topics coming at you within the next 24 hours. So here's how it's going to work. All day today, starting right now, every hour on the hour, you will have a different presenter available to you. 24 hours, 24 presenters, 15-minute topics. So each of us will only talk from the top of the hour until 15 minutes or quarter after the hour. And then there will just sort of be a slide and background music as Flipgrid continues to let the film roll just sort of for 45 minutes until the next presenter comes on at the next hour. So look at all the presenters from all over the world. We have so many countries represented, so many fabulous, talented, insightful, brilliant, wonderful, enthusiastic presenters who are here to share different topics with you. And there they are. That schedule, I will give it to you during this presentation. It's also tweeted out a lot on Twitter. I've put it on all the Facebook groups. This is widely available, and I will keep tweeting this out throughout the day and sharing it on social media. On Instagram, I'm Kerszi.com. On Twitter, I'm at Kerszi, K-E-R-S-Z-I. You'll see that in just a second. And in all the Facebook Flipgrid groups, this schedule will be available so you know who's coming up and what's coming at you. This is my topic, which I'll talk about in just a second. So here I am. I'm Kathi Kersznowski. My Twitter handle is down there, lower left-hand corner. I'm at Kerszi on Twitter. That's where you can find me there. And my topic today is 15 minutes, which will be just a little less than 15 minutes by the time I get started. But I'm talking about Flipgrid for family. You know, Flipgrid's tagline or their slogan is, empower student voice, hashtag student voice. But they came out with another hashtag or another slogan a few years later that was empower every voice. I have a t-shirt that says that. Out of all my Flipgrid t-shirts, that's my favorite one, empower every voice, because I have been using it for family and for community outside of the classroom. And I think that it's a really powerful tool for pretty much everybody. So I'm going to talk about family today. Down at the bottom, you'll see we tried to represent a couple of time zones. And I'm sorry if your country or your area is not in there, but we just tried to represent a few different time zones on there. We've got Pacific time, CST, the one in the middle, that's where Flipgrid headquarters is. So that's the one that we put in the center, and UTC, over in Greenwich Mean Time, that kind of thing over in England. So we've got that one on there. Got to do a little time zone conversion because this is global. It's a global event today, and we're so excited for that. We are here to highlight the creative ways to celebrate and elevate student voice and beyond with family, and it's going on, like I said, all day for 24 hours. This is the first session. And I, as the first presenter, I'm here to tell you that I have been given the opportunity, thanks to Flipgrid, to give away 3 Flipgrid swag packs. For my session, here's what you have to do to be eligible. You can see number 1, 2, 3 on there. So 1, post a screenshot from my session to Twitter or to one of the Flipgrid Facebook groups. And if you weren't sure what they are, that little orange banner in the corner shows the names of some of the Flipgrid Facebook groups. There are, I know of at least one other one that is specific to a certain country. Poland has their own one, but these are 3 of the most popular. Now, Student Voice Ambassadors, if you're not yet a Student Voice Ambassador, please become one because it's awesome. I think that that's an exclusive group, so you have to be one to be able to access that. But Flipgrid Educators and Flipgrid Group for Educators are 2 great Flipgrid groups that I'm on Facebook. Super active, lots of people helping each other, so make sure that you join those. You can post a screenshot to either Twitter or any of those groups. Please add both hashtags because that's how I will search for winners. Hashtag PDPalooza, hashtag Flipgrid for Family, which is the name of my session. And lastly, I'm asking that you tag a friend, any friend who you think will enjoy any of the other sessions throughout PD Palooza, because like I said, there are 23 people coming on after me who are way more awesome than I am, who have awesome ideas. And I know that you know somebody in your life who will be glad to see one of those sessions. So be sure to tag somebody in there. Within the next hour after I'm done, I'm going to go through social media and I'm going to find 3 people and I will private message you or DM you to let you know if you are a winner. So that'll be done by, gosh, it's 1 o'clock in the morning my time. So by 2:15 or 2:30 my time, I will be announcing and contacting those winners. So Flipgrid swag packs possible. Every presenter during PD Palooza has this opportunity. So they've all got different criteria. Each time you tune in, they'll be letting you know, or they'll be sharing out on social media what you have to do to win during their session. So lots of Flipgrid swag possible during this PD Palooza event. And lastly, I will share this again at the end, but if you want to take a screenshot of it right now, go ahead, because this is your QR code. It's not a Flipgrid AR, it's a QR code. And also the bit.ly down at the bottom to a Wakelet collection that has everything I'm about to show you today. So it's bit.ly/PD Palooza Kathi. And remember that that is case sensitive. So you need those capitals, capital P, capital D, capital P, capital K, when you type that in, and that'll work for you. So welcome, everybody. Welcome to PD Palooza. Now I have just about 10 minutes left to share some Flipgrid for family ideas with you. So I will escape from this PowerPoint, beautiful PowerPoint slideshow. Whoops, and I'm going to come over here. The first one that I want to show you, and I'm so excited to show this is the first time I've ever shared it publicly. My friends at Flipgrid know about this because when it happened, it was really special. And now I'm sharing it with the world. That lady you see on the screen right there, that's my Aunt Margaret. When she was 78 years old, which was about 2 years ago, 2.5 years ago, she's over 80 now. She was coming to town one day, and I decided that I wanted to make the weekend a little bit fun, and she was just coming to stay here. There wasn't anything particular going on. She was just coming to stay at my house. So I planned a flip hunt for her. She had no idea what Flipgrid was. She doesn't know how to use Flipgrid. She doesn't even have a cell phone with the app on it, but it didn't matter because I do. And so I created a flip hunt. A flip hunt, if you haven't ever seen one, it's a digital scavenger hunt. It's a scavenger hunt using the video power of Flipgrid. And I have blogs on this and I can share those with you, but I'm going to share this one specifically with you right now. I wanted to make things a little bit fun, so I created this flip hunt, and I'll click here to view as a student so that you can see the, oops, I thought I had this open. Wait, I do have it open. It was a Google Doc that I created for this one, and these were just like funny, silly little things that I thought I could get a 78-year-old woman to buy into doing with a little encouragement. So the two of us went about town for the weekend. I had printed out this piece of paper and I told her, I'm like, hey, you're going to get points for doing this. And if you do at least 8 of them, I told her that weekend, you're going to win a flip hunt sticker, which was ridiculous because she had no idea what a flip hunt was. And she didn't really care too much about a sticker, but it was just, a challenge. So we did these around town and they are so much fun. Here's how I created the flip hunt. Each one had a name. So here you'll see the name of this one was Time is Precious. And the challenge was to take time and smell the flowers or whatever else you'd like to smell. Whenever you do a flip hunt, it's something that's going to be a video. And the video should be somewhat entertaining. So you want to make tasks that are not like, you're not just reading words off a sign or you're not just pointing to something. It's got to be something a little silly. And you'll see as you go on, love and kisses, get some love and kisses from a cute puppy. This one was bad at 78 years old, wear some mirrored sunglasses and say something inappropriate. She's hysterical. Any of these that you see a check mark next to are the ones that she actually did that day. And so, this was pretty funny. Lawbreaker, do something illegal. I'm going to show you these. And good signs, find a street sign or any sign that describes you in some way. So like I said, as we drove around, as we went to stores, as we went girl shopping, we found some of these things, and Aunt Margaret was a really good sport and she did these. We laughed our heads off together. We had such a great time. We made great memories, and I will have those forever to cherish. I'm going to hop into this. Oops. And show you, let me go to here. And I'm going to show you how these worked. All right. So she would die if she knew I was going to show you these, but here's one of them that she did. She had to. It has to be flat as a pancake. I'm doing that, but sitting on my ass. You're not taking that. She was so much fun. Here was one where she had to stop and smell the flowers.
Now smell them. You gotta smell them. No, smell them. I don't want anybody to see this, she says. And you get the idea. There are so many of these fun videos that she did. She was a great sport when she was in town. Like I said, we drove around. She did 8 of them that weekend. We laughed and laughed, and there's more laughter than there is talking in those videos. And you know what it's about? It's about somebody that I love, had a good time with me, using Flipgrid to do some things that were a little silly and out of the ordinary and let us make memories together that I will now have forever because they're saved as Flipgrid videos. So that was really special to me. So let me move on to the next idea. Back in March, Flipgrid had a challenge, and it was called Flipgrid Madness, or yes, there's Flipgrid Madness. And they said, hey, everybody come up with an idea and share it with us. And I couldn't stop at one. So I came up with 31 ideas, 31 Flipgrid Madness ideas. And I have them on my blog, which is at kersy.com. You're welcome to go there anytime. The blog is there if you click on Kathy's blog, and you'll be able to find this there too. And it's also in the Wakelet I'm going to share with you. But one of the ideas down here was Flipgrid for family. This entire image was created in Genially. See Genially up here? Genially lets a stagnant image become an interactive image. So I app smashed that with Flipgrid, and this glowing, pulsing green plus sign actually links us out to my blog post here that talks about Flipgrid for family for mom and dad. So I'm just going to explain it. The whole thing is explained here, but what I want to tell you is my dad is 88. My mom is 83, and they live 1,000 miles from me. That's the start of this story. And you can imagine that I don't get to see them as often as I would like to. They're in Florida. I'm in New Jersey in the United States, and being so distant takes its toll. So when we get together, it's really special time. And as they get older, you know, everybody who has parents or elderly relatives knows that you want to capture those memories and capture those stories and capture all those questions and things that you've always wondered about your parents. And I decided to use Flipgrid to do it. And this tells the story of how I set this up. So, you know, I created a group in Flipgrid, we know group, and then I created topic cards. I'll just come down here and I'll let you know that all of these topic cards I actually share with you in this blog post so that you can print this out. You can have these. My parents were having a little trouble navigating Flipgrid just on a phone or a computer. I said, don't worry about it. I will be the person to push the buttons. And so I pushed the buttons, and these were just talking topics that I had with my parents. So these were all topics within a group. And you can see these are things that I wonder, that I've always wanted to ask my parents, and I want them to ramble and tell me their stories. So weekends as a child, when you were a child, what kinds of things did you and your family do on weekends? And I know that my parents did not grow up with a lot of money. So they and their families had to get creative, and hearing those stories and laughing about the kinds of things that they did is really, really special. What kinds of conversations did you have with your parents? Tell me about some of your other relatives. Did you travel? And they didn't travel a lot, but what kinds of things did you do? Where did you travel to? And what memories do you have of that? These were just things that I came up with on my own, things that I was wondering, you know, when were you a rebel? When did you do some things that maybe weren't, you know, that were just sort of not good, you know. And they love telling these stories. My son, my husband, my parents, we sit around and we share these stories, and I've been able to capture them all in these topics in Flipgrid. I'll have them forever. As my parents age, as they get older, as maybe their memories fade, it won't fade for me, right? I have this forever, and I have it captured in Flipgrid. This is the greatest Flipgrid topic group that I've ever created. There's nothing that I cherish more than this one here, Flipgrid for Family, Mom and Dad, because this is my heritage. This is my legacy. These are my parents. And I've got stories that I've never heard before from them. And now I've got them chronicled forever thanks to Flipgrid. I cherish this. I cherish this more than anything else. All right, looks like I have about 1 minute left. So I will share this blog with you again at the end and show you where to find it. I've also created this weeklet for you. And in the weeklet, like I said, I've got the schedule for the day. I've got the title of my session. I have this wakelet within this wakelet collection, so the whole thing. I linked out to that flip hunt document that I showed you about Aunt Margaret. So if you have a relative coming to town, you can take mine, use the same one, or tweak it to meet your needs. You've got that too. Just make those silly, silly memories. My mom and dad flip hunt, I linked out to that blog, so you've got that there. And then I've done something called Flipgrid AR. If you haven't seen this, I've tweeted this out. I've shared this on social media a lot, but I created Flipgrid AR, augmented realities, and I've got a wakelet collection of all of them. They're over 25. And as I go through, you can see I've got book reviews about the author, different ways to use Flipgrid augmented reality. I thought in particular, there were some that lent themselves perfectly to Flipgrid for family, memory making for families. For instance, keychains and keepsakes. And I'm not going to go through all of these because I've listed them on the wakelet and we're running out of time. But keychains and keepsakes, obviously, this is a Mother's Day keychain where your students, your children, you can create a video message in Flipgrid and then immortalize that by putting the QR code, the AR, Flipgrid AR code on a keychain. I have some acrylic ones around here that I've encased it in, but you could kind of make it any way you want. And then that's always a scannable video message for anybody that you love to have. What a great family thing. And you can see that also there I've shown it with bookmarks and Christmas ornaments. It's been huge. People across the world have tried my Christmas ornament idea, and it's gone global, and it's just a beautiful way. So I can open up my Christmas ornaments from 2010 and see, or 2014 or 2020, and go back and be able to view a beautiful memory from that year. Especially important if you have little kids, because you're capturing their little no front teeth smiles and messages from that year. Anyway, these are some of my ideas. I know I'm running out of time and I don't want to keep you, but I do want to share this PD Palooza, my PD Palooza wakelet from the day, and I'll take you back to my PowerPoint. Boom. Here we go. And share that again. Here it is. Here's the Flipgrid for Family wakelet collection. There's the QR code. And the URL is down at the bottom, bit.ly/PDPalooza Kathi. And that is my presentation for today. I know that you have another 23 hours of awesomeness ahead of you. I hope you really, really enjoy PD Palooza. Thank you so much for coming. Share this out. Use hashtag PD Palooza on social media. Share this out with your friends. Let everybody know to attend today. Every time you look at your watch or you look at your clock and you see that it's 5 minutes to the hour, get ready, sit down, because you know somebody else awesome is coming at you from the Flipgrid community. So thank you so much. I hope you have an awesome day and enjoy PD Palooza. Thanks, Flipgrid, for this opportunity. It's been awesome.
Assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuh. Ma'akum. Hi everyone, I am Ahmed Najjar from Egypt. I am a teacher from Egypt, educator, and Flipgrid student voice ambassador and wicket ambassador وسفير لعدة منصات إلكترونية. بداية احنا طبعا في منصة فليبجريد معنا 24 عرض اليوم على مدار ال 24 ساعة، كل ساعة حوالي ربع ساعة تقريبا. كل educator أو كل مقدم من الإدوكيتور بتكون من كلمة يتخللها ربع ساعة. بداية أهلا بكم وبالجميع طبعا. أتمنى أن يكون العرض اليوم يعجب الجميع. بداية شكرا كيسي، قدمت أول عرض عندنا النهاردة. العرض بتاعي تتكون عن تكنولوجي to education. لماذا يجب ربط التكنولوجيا بالتعليم؟ قبل البداية طبعا أتمنى من كل أحد فيكم هنا يكون عنده سداد إن هو يتلقى سويتش أو هدية من فليبجريد. الهدية كل واحد تكون من تيشيرت and بعض الاستيكرات. طبعا كل هدية هنا عبارة عن تيشيرت واستيكرات، يبقى هنا كل واحد هنا من الفائزين هيحصل على تيشيرت وستيكرز. لو بدأنا طبعا بس على شرط، طبعا لازم هنا هنا يكون فيديو. أنا نشرت هنا الرابط ده أو رابط الفيديو على صفحتي على تويتر وصفحة الفيسبوك، ويتم نشر الهاشتاج اللي هو بلوزا وفليجريد فور أول. بداية هنا لازم نتكون أو نتكلم على ليه نربط التكنولوجيا بالتعليم. بداية لها فوائد عديدة. أهمية في كونها تعتبر حلا لمجموعة من المشاكل التي قد تصادف المدرسين أو المعلمين أثناء عملهم، سواء في الفصل الدراسي أو خارج الفصل الدراسي. عندنا 4 مشاكل. المشكلة الأولى مشاكل التعليم التقليدي. المشكلة الثانية الحلول وربط التكنولوجيا بالتعليم. النقطة الثالثة أهمية التكنولوجيا في مجال التعليم. النقطة الرابعة تطبيقات عملية لاستخدام التكنولوجيا في التعليم. لو تكلمنا عن النقطة الأولى اللي هي مشاكل التعليم التقليدي، وعندنا 3 مشكلات. مشكلة ترتبط بالطلاب، ومشكلة ترتبط بالمنهج الدراسي، وثالثا مشكلة ترتبط بالفصل الدراسي وإدارة المدرسة. لو تكلمنا على المشكلات التي ترتبط بالطلاب، أولا كثرة الغياب، ضعف القدرات البصرية والسمعية عند بعض الطلاب فيما يسمى الفروق الفردية. اختلاف مستوى الطلاب ما بين الموهوبين وضعاف الاستيعاب، وكذلك يندرج هذا تحت مسمى الفروق الفردية. والنقطة الرابعة مشكلة السرحان عند الطلاب التي تظهر كثير من المعلومات التي يتلقاها من المعلم على مسامعهم أو يلقيها المعلم على مسامعهم خلال اليوم الدراسي. ثانيا المشكلات المرتبطة بالمنهج الدراسي. المشكلات أول نقطة ممكن مناهج قاصرة على مواكبة الواقع العملي بسبب الانفجار المعرفي الذي نواكبه. نقطة ممكن تتكلم على مناهج طويلة قد لا تكفي سنة دراسية لإكمالها. شق تطبيقي ضعيف بالمقارنة بالجانب النظري. بالنسبة لمشكلة الفصل الدراسي وإدارة المدرسة، ممكن هنا الفصل الدراسي يكون عن طريق هنا ازدحام وكثرة الفصول داخل وكثافة الفصول بالطلاب. نقطة وقت الحصة ضئيل جدا بالنسبة للمنهج الدراسي، وكذلك مشكلة الوقت المهدر داخل الفصل الدراسي. بعد هنا سرد هذه العينة من المشاكل التي تعاني منها الفصول الدراسية في العالم كافة مع فروق قد تختلف من بلد لآخر. تأتي هذه التكنولوجيا في المساهمة مع القضاء أو من هذه المشكلة، أو على الأقل الحد منها. النقطة الثانية سوف نتكلم عنها اللي هي الحلول وربط التكنولوجيا بالتعليم. أولا كيف هنا أولا كيف حل المشكلات المرتبطة بالطلاب. المشكلة اللي هي بتتكلم أو حل المشكلة بالنسبة للطلاب، في عندنا 4 أو كذا نقطة. أولا كيفية حل المشكلات المرتبطة بالطلاب. هنا ممكن نتكلم على حل مشكلة غياب الطلاب في المدرسة الإلكترونية. طبعا يسجل الوكيل أو مدير الجلسة الإلكتروني للطالب المحاضرات، يسلمها أو يضعها مباشرة على الموقع الخاص بالمدرسة، سواء على أو حتى ممكن مواقع التواصل الاجتماعي الخاصة بالمدرسة. كذلك حل ضعف القدرات البصرية والسمعية عند بعض الطلاب فيما يسمى بالفروق الفردية باعتماد المدرسة الإلكترونية. سوف نتخلص من كل ذلك من خلال اعتماد برامج محفزة وجذابة للانتباه وعملية وسريعة وشيقة. هنا بالنسبة حل اختلاف مستوى الطلاب ما بين موهوبين وضعاف الاستيعاب. هنا في مسمى الفروق الفردية. كيف نعالج هذه المشكلة؟ التعليم الإلكتروني أو ربط التكنولوجيا بالتعليم في هذه النقطة يجعل كل طالب يسير على حسب قدراته الخاصة، ويتقدم الموهوبين بإضافة تمارين إسرائيلية، بينما يعاد الدرس بطريقة أبسط للمتعثر حتى يتم استيعاب هذا النقاط. لو تكلمنا عن حل مشكلة السرحان عند الطلاب، لا شك أن ربط التكنولوجيا أيضا بالتعليم سيكون حلا ناجحا نظرا لحب الطلاب للتكنولوجيا وقربها منها واستعمالهم لها بشكل يومي. ثانيا، كيفية حل المشكلات المرتبطة بالمنهج الدراسي. المناهج زي ما قلنا احنا أو مثل ما تكلمنا قصر على مواكبة الانفجار المعرفي. تكنولوجيا الحاسب بإمكانها أن تساهم في مساعدة المعلمين والمتعلمين أيضا في التعامل مع الكم الهائل من هذه المعلومات، والتي قد يكون بحفظها في اسطوانات مدمجة أو اسطوانات عادية أو تخزينها على الحاسب أو شبكة الإنترنت طبعا في مسمى بالتخزين السحابي. كذلك باستخدام تقنية الحاسوب لم يعد المتعلم مضطرا لشراء الكتب أيضا أو المساعدات ذات الأحجام الكبيرة في حين أنها متوفرة على اسطوانات مدمجة وبأسعار رخيصة. النقطة رقم 3 اللي احنا ممكن نتكلم عنها في ربط التكنولوجيا بالتعليم في كيفية حل المشكلات المرتبطة بالفصل الدراسي وإدارة المدرسة. عندنا في هذه النقطة 3 أجزاء. الجزء الأول هو حل مشكلة ازدحام الفصول الدراسية ونقص المعلمين. أيضا حل مشكلة وقت الحصة ضئيل جدا بالنسبة للمنهج الدراسي. والجزء رقم 3 اللي هو حل مشكلة الوقت المهدر. لو تكلمنا على حل مشكلة ازدحام الفصول الدراسية ونقص المعلمين، يتم استخدام التكنولوجيا أو تكنولوجيا الحاسب في مساهمة كبيرة في معالجة هذه المشكلة طبعا باستخدام برامج يتم إعدادها من قبل المتخصصين في المجال التربوي، التي تسمح بالتفاعل بين الطلاب أو الطالب والحاسب أو الحاسب. كما تعطينا التكنولوجيا فرصة للتعلم الفردي حتى يتمكن كل طالب التعامل مع الحاسب والحصول على المعلومات التي يرغبها حسب قدرته واستعداده للتعلم. الجزء الثاني حل مشكلة وقت الحصة. وقت الحصة طبعا في عندنا ممكن ضئيل بالنسبة لبعض الأجزاء في المنهج الدراسي. كيف نعالج هذه المشكلة؟ طبعا في ربط التكنولوجيا بالتعليم التي توفر كثير من الوقت كونها تجمع الكم المطلوب تدريسه في زمن معين. فالمعلومات التي يحتاجها المعلم من وقت طويل لإيصال المتعلم تستطيع التكنولوجيا في تسهيل هذه المعلومات أو إيصال هذه المعلومات من خلال عرض فيديو تعليمي أو صور أو برامج أو مسابقات تعليمية. الجزء رقم 3 اللي هو حل مشكلة الوقت المهدر. كيف نعالج هذه المشكلة؟ التعليم الإلكتروني يتجاوز قيود الزمن طبعا والمكان في العملية التعليمية، ويراعي الفروق الفردية بين المتعلمين، ويسهم في حل مشكلة ازدحام الفصول وقاعات المحاضرات ومواجهة العجز في هيئات المعلمين وهيئات التدريس طبعا. كما أنه ينشر ثقافة التعليم والتدريب ويوفر بيئة تعليمية تسمح للطلاب أو هنا الطلبة والمعلمين وحتى أولياء الأمور وحتى أولياء المدرسة بالتواصل فيما بينهم. الجزء اللي هو رقم 3 في ربط التكنولوجيا بالتعليم في أهمية التكنولوجيا في مجال التعليم. طبعا تلعب التكنولوجيا دور المرشد الذي يساعد المعلم عفوا في توجيه المادة العلمية للطالب. فالتكنولوجيا تستطيع أن تغير شكل تقديم الدروس للطالب على نحو يعطي فرصة أكبر وأسهل في الفهم والتعلم. عفوا كما أن الوسيلة التعليمية أو الوسائل التعليمية كالحاسوب يكون محط أنظار الطلاب لاستخدامه في مجال التعليم واتخاذه كمرشد أو معلم إلكتروني مساعد يرشدهم ببرامج المتنوعة ووظائف المختلفة في مجال التعليم. كما أيضا الإنترنت ساعد في فتح باب جديد للطلاب في الفصل الواحد في الاشتراك فيه من خلال أنشطة تعليمية مختلفة في مجال البحث وتبادل المعلومات من خلال الأنشطة وعمل هذه الأنشطة. كما أنها توفر التكنولوجيا مصدرا غزيرا من المعلومات التي يحتاجها المعلم والطالب على حد سواء في هذا الموضوع. كما أن التكنولوجيا كمصدر للتخاطب فتحت فرعا واسعا أصبح فيه المعلم والمتعلم اللي هو الطالب طبعا على حد سواء هنا اتصال متواصل عن طريق التحدث عبر شبكة الإنترنت. النقطة الأخيرة اللي ممكن هنا نتكلم عنها في ربط التكنولوجيا بالتعليم اللي هي تطبيقات أو كيفية عمل تطبيقات عملية لاستخدام التكنولوجيا في التعليم. في طبعا احنا هنتكلم على 9 أمثلة من هذه التطبيقات فقط، طبعا عندنا أمثلة كثير لا حصر لها. هذه الطرق طبعا تساعد في أنها يعني أو مميزاتها أن هي سهلة وبسيطة، ويمكن اتباعها من طرف المعلمين للعمل على إدخال التكنولوجيا الفصول الدراسية. لو تكلمنا عن التطبيق الأول اللي هي السبورة التفاعلية أو عفوا اللي هي سمارت بورس. التطبيق الرقم 2 اللي هو المدونات الصفية كلاس بلاج، حيث يمكن المعلمين إنشاء مدونات مجانية وخاصة بالفصول الدراسية عن طريق ووردبريس طبعا وبلوجر وغيرها من هذه المدونات، كما أنهم ممكن يضعوا بعض الصور الخاصة بالمفاهيم الجديدة التي يقومون بتدريسها، وإضافة المقالات فيها والشروحات والوساطة الإعلامية التي تدعم الخطط الدراسية. كما تسمح هذه المدونات بإعطاء بعض الأدوار للطلاب فيمكنهم التعليق على التدوينات ويمكن السماح لهم بنشر التدوينات. التطبيق رقم 3 اللي هي الوساطة الاجتماعية السوشيال ميديا، يمكن للمعلم استخدام تويتر كمثال أو فيسبوك أو لينكدين أو غيره طبعا كمثال، ينشر مقالات مثيرة للاهتمام الموجودة في أنحاء الإنترنت المختلفة جنبا إلى جنب مع تحديثات الفصول الدراسية، كما أن التواصل مع أولياء الأمور وتقديم لمحات عما يدرسه الطالب. كما يمكن طبعا زي ما قلنا أو تكلمنا استخدام شبكات اجتماعية أخرى من وسائل الوسائط الاجتماعية السوشيال ميديا. التطبيق رقم 4 طبعا اليوتيوب. يعد موقع اليوتيوب الشهير ثروة لملفات الفيديو التعليمية، ويمكنهم طبعا يمكنكم أيضا تسجيل المحاضرات والدروس الخاصة ورفعها على اليوتيوب. التطبيق رقم 5 طبعا المشاركات السحابية اللي هو كلاود شيرنج، ممكن نحفظ على هذه السحابة الإلكترونية مزيد من الملفات. كما يمكن استخدام خدمات الأرشيف السحابية مثل دروب بوكس وجوجل درايف طبعا مايكروسوفت سكاي درايف أو سحابة أبل كلاود أو أي كلاود لحفظ الملفات. كما تمكن هذه الخدمات للطلاب من مشاركة المذكرات أو مذكرات الفصول الدراسية حتى يتمكن الآخرون من الاطلاع عليها وتعديلها. النقطة رقم 6 اعتماد حل الفصل المطلوب أو المعكوس، هنا اللي هو بنسميه فليبد كلاس روم. تطبيق رقم 7 ممكن نستخدم الآيباد في التعليم. تطبيق رقم 8 الإيميل أو البريد الإلكتروني ورسائل شبكات التواصل الاجتماعي السوشيال ميديا طبعا، حيث يمكن المدرسين باستعمال أو المعلمين باستخدام أو استعمال البريد الإلكتروني ورسائل شبكات التواصل الاجتماعي أن يبقوا على اتصال مع الطلاب خارج الفصول الدراسية لتناول المزيد من المناقشات بعد ساعات العمل وتشجيع الطلاب للمشاركة فعالة. طبعا التطبيق الأخير اللي هي طبعا المنصات التعليمية، وهي طبعا زي ما قلنا لا حصر لها. إحدى هذه المنصات طبعا منصة فليبجريد، ممكن استخدامها في جزء كبير طبعا في العملية التعليمية. وهنا كذا يعني منصة معنا منصة فليبجريد التعليمية أو منصة مايكروسوفت تيمز وهكذا. طبعا في النهاية بقى التذكير أن ربط التكنولوجيا بالتعليم أصبح ضرورة ملحة ولا مناص لها منها طبعا، وتعميمها ليس إلا مسألة وقت. طبعا الموضوع ده انتشر أكثر طبعا بسبب أو تقدم في انتشار بسبب جائحة كورونا، أصبح لا مناص من استخدام هذه المنصات أو ربط التكنولوجيا بالتعليم. طبعا كنت أتمنى أن يكون العرض أفضل من ذلك، لكن حصلت مشكلة في الحاسوب الخاص بي وقررت أني أنا أتعامل مع الموبايل. أتمنى أن يكون العرض أو بعض الكلمات عجبتكم إن شاء الله. شكرا لكم، وأتمنى طبعا زي ما قلنا رابط الفيديو منشور على صفحتي على تويتر وكذلك الفيسبوك. وأتمنى نشر هذا الفيديو أو عمل فيديو وحظ موفق للفائزين إن شاء الله. الفيديو طبعا متاح من اليوم اللي هو 27 حتى يوم 30. ده هنا 27 28 29 و30 4 أيام، متاح للجميع التسجيل، وإن شاء الله الفائزين سوف يتم الإعلان عنهم للحصول على سويج. وسويج ده طبعا سوف يأتي من منصة فليبجريد رأسا. أنا مجرد يعني حبعت للفائز إن شاء الله الرابط فيه كود، برضه سوف أعطيه هذا الكود، وبمجرد هنا هذا الكود والرابط إن شاء الله سوف أعلن الفائزين، وإن شاء الله يحصل على هدية من منصة فليبجريد. شكرا جزيلا.
Hello everyone, myself Mrunal Ganjale, and welcome to the amazing live event PD Palooza, Flipgrid for all, Flipgrid family. So welcome on this wonderful live session. There are 24 presenter and I think I am in the third place. So welcome to the wonderful and fantastic live stream. So, first of all, I introduce myself. I am Mrunal Ganjale, educator working in government school. I love to innovate my teaching with latest ICT tools and implement them in my teaching and learning. So, today my topic is you attained all 2 topics and the whole 24 hours is amazing live stream sessions. Thanks Flipgrid for inviting me. My topic is ownership of learning with technology. My topic is really very amazing because right now our situation in the whole world, the COVID-19 pandemic is it means that it's a very critical situation for all. And right now I am in India and connected with you, all of you. So technology is really a beautiful weapon for all of us to achieve many and more. Every crisis is also an opportunity. So I share my thoughts about ownership of learning with technology. I have to say that used to support both teaching and learning technology influence the classroom with various apps, and one of them is I think Flipgrid and many more. Technology provides a window to the world and access. Technology has the power of to transform teaching. Means I must say that Flipgrid allows teachers to create great topic, to facilitate videos and discussion. I think in my side, Flipgrid is the most child-friendly tool in the teaching and learning process, boosting the confidence of my learners and empower them to share their learnings with others, hence creating an atmosphere of collaboration across the globe. So, technology gives them to wings to my students as they open up without fear and being judged or going wrong and ask questions from around the globe. So, technology is really very good part nowadays in our life. Technology has ability to enhance the relationship between teacher and student, because nowadays we all are in remote learning, and only with the help of technology we connected with our kids, with our schools. We all are in remote learning. With technology there are no limitations having to access other information outside of the books, give students many different ways to learn a concepts. One more thing I will tell you in this session, you have to just you get one more big surprise, that you take a screenshot and tweet it on Twitter and Facebook and just use the hashtag. You got amazing Flipgrid swag. So you just stay away, and every hour there are many and more wonderful sessions happens. You just stay connected with us. So we again back to our topic, that ownership of learning with technology. Technology had changed the learning environment so that learning is more hands-on. Students are able to collaborate with their own classmates through the applications like Microsoft tools like Flipgrid, Bakelite, Sway, OneNote, Minecraft, many more. Kids can learn at their own pace, and kids are the digital native. It has become a easiest way they learn because it is such an integral part of their life. Technology keeps kids engaged. The students of this generation are considered technology learners. I think this we are in 21st. It means the today generation is really very fast, from because we have to express ourselves in really different ways. But our students, the attention span is very little. So when we are presenting that time, we have to very punctual, very focused on our topic. They can better stay focused and learn faster. My next thought is, every mind learns differently, and technology help with this gap as well. As the technology motivates the technology movement has been implemented, and kids would be very behind in the real world without the technology and other things. Technology not only keeps student engaged with exact new features and apps, but also have other ways to teach student materials. Technology is necessary to succeed and had made itself the part of every aspects of our lives today. It also helped the student to build essential 21st century learning skill, that is the critical thinking, communication, collaboration, creativity. And we all are uh, try to combine all the parts in our teaching. The effective use of digital learning tool in the classroom can increase the student engagement, help the teacher improve their lesson plans, and facilitate personalized learning. And in our school, in our classroom, with the digital with the student engagement nowadays, the Flipgrid is like oxygen for us, because the oral work, the other project work, we completed with this app, with the many more open sources available. Just we have to explore some things. I think teacher want to improve students performance, and technology can help them to accomplish the same. Through the use of technology inside and outside the classroom, students can gain 21st century learning skills necessary for future occupations. Children learn more effectively with the directions. It increases collaboration and communication. Not only teachers engage with the students during lessons, but also communicate with each other. It means, if today I'm my lesson is finished about the poem, I just create one topic link and send with my kids. They immediately open that link, share their views, and share their story, share their poems, share their activities with me. Immediately, I saw their feedback about my learning, my teaching. and they love to innovate many things. It means they learn from each other. So that's the really very important part. And nowadays we are exploring so many tools. Not only teachers engage with the students during the lesson, but also communicate with each other. In collaborative activities, students can share their thoughts and ideas to the others. Technology allows 24/7 access to educational resources. The resources is a very important part for the teachers, educators, students. We just read it, we just explore it, and mainly we use it in our classroom. That's the most important part. Improve teacher productively and effectively. Become a leader in enriching classroom through it. I must say that it means that's the last thought. I must say that uh, the learning environment is really very important, and nowadays teaching is to communication and ideas. Learning is more important than teaching, I think, nowadays, because we are in home and our students in their home, so that the gap is really very big. Teaching has, I think, learning is more important than teaching, so that we have to uh, give to the resources to our kids. I just share my screen and show. Okay. Okay, I just share it. So, teacher ownership of learning with technology, and student ownership of learning with technology. And I think with the Flipgrid, that's the great tool for me. I must say that's the oxygen for me. Voice and choice. Technology also motivates students to learn. They look forward to having a time on their device to explore and learn things through the website, videos, apps, and games. Students can learn and have fun at the same time, which help them stay engaged with this material. So, we survive distance learning, engage in class activities and discussions. So that's our activity, that's our student engagement, and this is our school. I think in our side, really ownership of learning with technology, I must say that's our staff. We have to say that engage, interact, and go digital. Constructivism, education, transformation, education with Flipgrid, and that's my Flip classroom. Our kids love to innovate. Change is the end result of all true learning, and the impact of project is visible. You can see the kids are scan the QR codes, get the message, play, and win. Change is the end result of all true learning, and on this pandemic situation, it's possible only because of technology and many more open sources and apps. Enhancing the role of ICT in education is really very important. So not only students, but also we empowered teachers also, and they connected with us and use the technicals and technologies. So that's our online class, and this is our Flipgrid. I think engagement, entry, adoption, and influence and transformations. So, transforming education with the Flipgrid, and I must say that the Flipgrid is most child-friendly app. And thank you very much for this wonderful opportunity to me. Thanks a lot for this wonderful opportunity to me to share my views about ownership of learning with technology. And I must say, you just you join me on this hour, I just share my thoughts about the ownership of learning with technology. You take a screenshot, go to the Twitter, just tweet it, use the hashtag PDPalooza and Flipgrid team, and you get you a surprise gift from Flipgrid. I think I must say you all are joining this 24 series. This is the I am in third. After 1 hour, after some time, the next topic is here, and you just joined it. Thanks a lot. Thank you very much. Bye bye.
Shemai, hello, Jambo, hola, guten Tag, and welcome to my session for PD Palooza with you today. I'm really excited for this 15 minutes, but just in case you don't know who I am, my name is Barri. I'm the lead teacher of languages in a school in South Wales in the UK. It's a bit damp and a bit drizzly here today, but that's nothing new for us. So without any further ado, I'm going to jump in and get going. So what I've got for you today is a bit of a theme. I'm sure you're all used to the music charts. Well, I've got a top 10 countdown of Flipgrid ideas for you today. They are activities that I've done in the classroom. They are activities that employ different aspects of learning languages. So I'm not too concerned today whether you're in the comprehensible input faction, or you're in the extensive processing instruction faction, or the communicative faction, or the grammar faction. It doesn't really matter. However you choose to teach languages is obviously up to you. But I'm hoping to stir some thoughts and ideas as to how you can harness Flipgrid to enhance what you're already doing in the classroom. So I hope you will enjoy this. I'm going to do my best to get it all in 15 minutes. But as those of you that know me, I do tend to like a story or two along the way. So without further ado, let's get into the top 10 countdown. Coming in at 10, because of Flipgrid's versatility, we have questions and answers, the Q&A. Now, the reality is you can set up topics, groups with all sorts of different questions, and the versatility comes in that you can do it in any way that you want. You could video yourself asking that question and then get your students to answer with a response. You could even put those questions on the board in the classroom and ask the learners then to record their answers. What I've enjoyed doing quite a lot with the question and answers is where students interview each other. We've also expanded this to think about quizzes, etc., etc. So asking questions and then getting answers. But basically, this is going to stay at number 10, not because it isn't a powerful, but it is the bread and butter for me in the classroom of using Flipgrid. It's just another way of getting those learners to speak in the target language, to have a bit of interaction and a bit of fun in a new way. So I'd get into that one at number 10. Now, coming in at number 9, we have Flip It. Sorry about my dodgy names, but I was getting excited and carried away in preparing this presentation for you all. So basically, you use a topic in Flipgrid, but instead of it being open-ended, you can use bullet points to give clear guidance for the learners as to what you expect them to do, what you expect them to say, or even the area that you expect them to talk about. So in a way, this is like a guided speaking activity, a scaffolded activity where you could provide some prompts for the learners to get them going in their sentence patterns, or even some words. It's an activity that most of us would use in the language classroom anyway. But what this does is it gives us the opportunity to do that in a different way. Talking about the versatility of Flipgrid, one of the other things is that Flipgrid is safe. Some of our learners don't like talking out loud in front of the class because they're not ready yet. They're not confident enough. And so this provides a lovely way of them having that safety, that scaffolding around them so that they can actually practice their speaking work without worrying about the people listening or saying things wrong. And so it's a really, really cool way of building up their confidence. And not only that, they can re-record it if they're not happy. So just flip their responses, flip it. At number 8, this is a new one that I tried out this year. I still need a bit of work on it, but it's a take on the old Guess Who game, you know. Basically what you would have is either another student or yourself reading out a description of somebody famous, but obviously not saying who that person is. Obviously using the pause button, you could just introduce that information one bit at a time. Or what I've been doing is adding little partial pictures. So if you had a picture on your Flipgrid screen, and then you can put little squares of things across it. And then as you go along, you can uncover. You could have the children to guess answers. You can even get those children to record their answers and to give their reasons why. But basically, it's a fantastic way of improving those listening skills. They can play the video back so they can listen again. So even if they're doing it in their own time, it really does give that opportunity of getting lots and lots and lots of input through their listening skills, but in a fun and engaging way. At number 7, this was a big discovery for me this year, although I should have known already, but using Shorts camera for providing listening input. Now, I didn't realize, but if you go in and edit your Shorts camera, you can actually change the closed captions. You can actually put translations in and correct, because obviously I'm doing Welsh. Welsh isn't brilliant when it comes to the closed captions, but I can go back in and edit those closed captions and organize them in a way that makes it easier for the learner to be able to listen and to read at the same time. So they're getting input through listening and through reading as well, which for me and most other language teachers would agree, that's a very, very powerful thing to do. You can also just put the translations up, so they would be listening, but then seeing the text in their first language. Or if you're clever with the closed captions, you can actually get a bit of both. So it's a really, really cool way of scaffolding, making sure that that input is comprehensible to the learner, but firing it through multiple skills at the same time. And, you know, you can generate those yourselves. You could generate them from work that the children have done, and then share those as resources. So at number 7, we have listen and read. At number 6, we have Flip Pals. Now, you might think, yes, well, we've got Grid Pals already, and I completely agree. But it's a big step sometimes to go from practicing your language in the classroom to then sharing that with people from other schools. So why not bring it back a step and just have the children setting up Flip Pals across classes within the school or even within school, so that they're having conversations back and forth, practicing the target language that they've learned, but doing that, you know, in a less intense environment to begin with. And hopefully then that will build up their confidence and build up their self-esteem enough that they would be willing then to share wider, possibly using the Grid Pals and connecting with other schools, etc., etc. But at 6, we have Flip Pals, and that interaction, making new friends, that opportunity to share the language that they learned, their hobbies, things that they like, you know, and anything that they want to share. So at number 6, we have Flip Pals. At number 5, one of my absolute favorites from this year is basically Read Aloud. Now, you can see in the picture that I've got here that I've created a document in Word. I've created a parallel text, so they've got the text in the target language and they've got the text in their first language, so that there's no issues with them understanding what it is that they're reading. They then get time to practice, to rehearse their reading out loud. And I actually gave them a video that I did in shorts with myself reading out that particular passage, so that if there were any parts that they didn't understand the pronunciation, they would then be able to go over those before having a go themselves. And absolutely blown away. But I think I have to make a shout out here for my older students. The fact that they can use mic only feature within Flipgrid was absolutely fantastic, and a bit of a game changer, if I'm honest, because they're quite happy to record their voices, but they didn't want to come on the screen. And that's absolutely fine. At the end of the day, the purpose of this activity is to get them to read out loud, to practice what is a fundamental skill for any language learner. And so whether it's mic only, some decided to just put a picture and they talked over the picture, and some of them were quite happy to jump on the screen and do the reading as well. But it's absolutely amazing when you see your learners, really trying hard to perfect their reading. There's obviously going to be some mistakes, some mispronunciations, and as you look back over those features, it's excellent feedback to you to see which bits they still need further input or further explanations with. I do encourage them to use the full features of the camera. So obviously they can add pictures, emojis, and that's improving all the time. If anybody's here is familiar with Flipgrid, there's lots and lots and lots of opportunities for bringing in some creative elements to that as well. So time is ticking. At number 4, Flip Stories. Now, I'm a big fan of doing stories in class, story asking, and story retells. And what's great about these is that it encourages creativity. It encourages the learners to tell the story from their point of view. Now, you can provide a story like we did with the reading out loud, but they can also create their own stories. And in creating their own stories, they are able to not only be creative, but to share their particular view with you as the teacher. And in this example, I have a picture of here. This was done during remote learning. There was a young lady who she must have spent ages on this task. And, she said to me since that she really, really enjoyed it, although it was difficult. Great, because that's problem solving, showing resilience. But basically, she made up some characters. We have moron, which is a carrot, and bresych, which is a cabbage. You can see that she's drawn little faces on there. And obviously, in this particular part, they were from Australia. So what she did is she pulled together all the features of the camera and told a story in a completely unique way. And I have to say, I was so moved and touched by this that, I had to give her a big shout out in the school. I sent it to the headmaster. I was like, look at this. He was absolutely blown away, and then gave her some further encouragement. So in telling our stories and in using Flipgrid in this way and sharing some of the output that the children are doing, it was actually feeding into the community, because the headmaster may not have seen or understood how much effort had gone into that. And it gave him the opportunity then to give her praise, because I just put it on a mixtape and shared it with him so that he could see it. Flip those stories. Give them license to be able to tell a story in the way that they want to tell that story, even if it's just with words, even if it's with short phrases, even if it's full sentences, or even if it's paragraphs. There's something there for everyone at their level. At number 3, Fliptate. Now, I'm not going to spend too long on this one because I think it speaks for itself, but basically it is like a dictation or a running dictation activity. For you language teachers, you'll know what I mean. But instead of writing words or going to speak to people, you can set up QR codes in Flipgrid, and then basically they run to that place, they scan it, they keep it in their mind, they run back to their fellow group, their home group, and then they would write that down, and the aim to build up sentences or paragraphs. At number 2 is the language workouts and Eisteddfod. For those of you that don't know what an Eisteddfod is, it's a cultural festival of competition that we have here in Wales, part of our heritage and culture. And during lockdown, we decided to try and set one of those up virtually, and it was a real success. Basically, you can see some of the competitions on the picture there that we ran. We had 10 of them, I think, all based on Lanny Watkins's student games idea, but just adapted into the Eisteddfod situation. And honestly, when I was looking through the responses and sharing that with my colleagues, we were in tears. We were literally in tears seeing these young people making the effort that they were making to do their best and to win the competition. So, you know, getting that competitive edge, but sort of supportive. And with the language workouts, basically what I did was set up five topics within a discussion, each of them then with some sort of, you know, right, you have to say 5 words out loud in the target language. You have to sing a song in the target language. You have to, you know, draw a picture and describe it in the target language. So, you know, it's very much as creative as you want it to be. And I know I'm right on time. So let's get to it. At number 1, we have Flipcraft. So basically, I'm a big fan of Minecraft, and I'm a big fan of Flipgrid. And obviously, my mind started racing around, well, what can I do with both of these? So I set up a thing called Ninja Cymraeg. And you can see a picture of the mountain region there and the banners going up. And as they follow the path, they meet an NPC along the way. And each NPC gives them one piece of information from the lesson that we've done that they then have to note down either in the book and quill, or they can write it by hand. And by the time they get to the end of the journey, they have built up a paragraph that they can then present to somebody introducing themselves. And then right at the final step, I've attached then an assignment to the NPC. They click on it, and then it takes them straight into Flipgrid, where they can record their presentation. Fun and engaging. And, you know, you can even put your link straight into Flipgrid now. So when the children press the escape button, the Flipgrid link appears. And just as a final one on this one, getting the children to build things about the things that you're doing in class, and then getting them to do a walkthrough using the Flipgrid camera to share back to you. And obviously they would be attempting to do that in the target language. So finally, and sorry that I'm rushing, but I do like talking far too much. If you would like to win one of the Flipgrid swag packs, please would you share your top 5 ideas, not necessarily mine, they can be your own and original, your top 5 ideas for using Flipgrid in for languages. Use the hashtag Flipgrid for all and PD Palooza, and tag me at Barry Mock on Twitter, and I will DM 3 lucky winners within the hour. So that's me out. Diolch yn fawr iawn.
Good morning, everyone. Welcome to the 5 o'clock hour of our PD Palooza from Flipgrid. I'm so excited to be here. My name is Monica Alicea, and I am a technology training and integration specialist with the Cobb County School District in Marietta, Georgia, in the USA. Thank you for all of you who have gotten up so early to be with us. I myself have been up since 1 o'clock in the morning. I started with Kathi and have been following everybody who's been on today, and it's just been so fabulous. So yesterday was my district's first day back to school, and today they have a day of professional learning. So I will actually get to share Flipgrid later today with some teachers. And I'm beginning my 31st year of teaching and my 4th year as an instructional technology coach. So several years ago, I became very passionate about global learning and trying to take my classroom and my students outside of our own little classroom so they would get a broader perspective of what other students were like. And they found out that many students were different, but they were also very similar. And I also knew that I was not an expert on things, you know, on everything. So I knew how to find the resources to get experts to come into my classroom. And Flipgrid has actually made that so easy for us, because now there are things in so many, in one place for us, that so many great tools that we can use. So now that I don't have my own classroom, I get to train teachers and share my passion of global learning with them. So the main things that I like to share with them is the Discovery Library, Grid Pals, and then the Flipgrid live events and their virtual field trips. So that's what I'm going to share with you today, and then share a little bit about a project I did last year with some teachers that I work with and some teachers that are in Nova Scotia. So I'm going to start here. So I want to let you know that we have, hopefully after me, you're going to continue watching because it's 24 hours of wonderful topics, and that I will have 3 Flipgrid swag packs to share with you. So all you'll need to do is post a screenshot from my session today to Twitter or a Flipgrid Facebook group, and I have the Facebook groups here for you, and add both hashtags, hashtag PDPalooza and hashtag building global classrooms, and then tag a friend who will enjoy the other sessions today throughout the PD Palooza. And I am at TeachServe, so if you tag me, that would be great, and it'll help me find you quicker to share my the swag packs with you. Okay. All right. So I'm going to go right to Flipgrid and share the Discovery Library with you if you have not seen it before. When you log into Flipgrid as an educator, you can see, you'll see discussions, discovery, activity, mixtapes, and shorts. You want to go to the Discovery Library section. Now, you can search for a topic if there's something that you're interested in, but one of the ways to find those global partners is if you scroll down and you go to the Flipgrid partners, the Discovery partners. There's so many wonderful partners that you can look for guest speakers. And for example, the Buffalo Bill Center is a really great one. So if I click on the Buffalo Bill Center, I can scroll down and I see the different topics that they have. And when I click on one of those, it will actually show me how I can then look at the topic details, and I can see how to register and learn more, and the virtual field trips tours that they have. And it also provides an activity for you to go ahead and start. And then you can add this topic. If I click on add this topic, I can add it to a group, or I can just save it for later. So I can save this for later, and you can create a collection if you already have some, or you can just, you can create a new collection, or if you already have some collections, you can just add it to a collection. That's a great way to, if you're doing a specific topic, like maybe you're doing World War II, you can find some activities for that. Maybe you're doing animals, you can find some activities for that. Okay, so I'm going to go back. And another great one is California State Parks. They have a lot of great guest speakers that you can connect with, and virtual field trips. So again, you can look at what you'd like to, and if you scroll down more, you can see all of the topics that they have. And so if you're studying the gold rush, you can click on that, and you'll see that they have resources for you. You can go to their website. They have a prompt already for you. So again, you can add this topic to a collection, or you can create a new topic if you want. Okay. So that's one of the things that I love is the Discovery Library, and there's so many ways to find connections for you. So then the next thing that I love is Grid Pals. So for Grid Pals, you would click on your profile, and then you'll see Grid Pals under your profile. If you are not signed up, you can sign up, and you have to make your profile active. And then as you can see, the map is huge. So you can use the plus and minus to go outside so that you can find someplace around the world. Okay. And sometimes it takes the map a few seconds to load, but then you can click on a plus sign. And then you can send an invite right through Flipgrid. And then you'll be able to exchange information. Now, of course, you're going to want to look at their subject area, but you can, one thing I love about this is that you can also filter. So you might want to filter through by your subject area or by your community. So for example, I work with elementary teachers, so I might want to just search elementary teachers, so that it will help you narrow down your focus so that you're not like looking all over the map. And then you can click on a plus sign, and you'll have to look at what each person sets up with their profile. Some set it up to where and it's delaying a little bit here. So, okay. So some set it up with Facebook or Instagram, or I like to just send an invite through Flipgrid so I can then get their contact information, and then we can start connecting back and forth. Okay, and then the next thing I'm going to show you is the Flipgrid live events. So Flipgrid live events are amazing. I think I attended almost every single one last year. They always have them on Wednesdays at 1 o'clock Eastern time, so you would have to look at your time. But when you click on the Flipgrid live events, pretty soon they'll have, so this is what they have so far, but eventually they will have all the Wednesdays filled up, but then sometimes they have special days. So here's one that's on Thursday, August 12th, and it will always give it to you in your time. So my time zone is Eastern Standard Time. So it's at 1 o'clock my time on Wednesdays or Thursdays or Fridays. Sometimes they do Fridays. They'll have authors, they have people from museums. It's just so wonderful. So if you're studying flight, here's a great one. If you're studying animals and tide pool, and then World Elephant Day, there's so many great, every week they have a new one on Wednesdays, but then they'll also add in these special event ones. So that's another wonderful way to get some global connections into your classroom. So your students you're taking your classroom outside your own classroom walls. Okay, so one other thing I want to show you is I created a little wakelet of an activity that I did. This is just one example of how you can really make those connections and take them a step further and have those connections continue. So last year I hooked up with a tech coach from Nova Scotia, and we partnered 16 of our teachers together, and I worked with my teachers to coach them on things like a mystery animal connection or global mystery geography connection, and she trained her teachers on that. And then we got the teachers together on Microsoft Teams, and they made, they had wonderful experiences together. And so here's some of the examples of the tweets of us working together and with the classrooms. But one thing that made it even more amazing is some of our teachers took it one step further and created a Word document where each of them created Flipgrids so that they could share with each other back and forth. So they partnered the kids up. So one of my teachers partnered the kids up on a Word doc. They created a Word document. They shared links, and one school did Flipgrid connections and the other schools shared PowerPoint connections. And they just went back and forth and worked together and truly did that 21st century skill of collaboration because they were working together. So it was so amazing to watch that, and others connected to do further investigations with each other, and they did favorite book read alouds. So there's so many things that you can do. Once you build that connection, the world is your oyster. And it's so exciting to make, your kids get to learn so much about the other area or the other students. And that is something that they will remember for the rest of their lives. So if you haven't tried to make those global connections, I really encourage you to do so. And you can definitely reach out to me, and I'd be happy to connect you with some of my teachers. I work with 4 elementary schools, so please feel free to do that. There's the Word document that they started. And it's pretty amazing. So I just want to go back to the PowerPoint to put up this Flipgrid swag so that you remember what to tweet out, and follow me on Twitter and tag me so I can connect with you, and maybe we can start a global connection. But I want to thank Flipgrid for having me here, and I hope that you will continue to watch the rest of the Flipgrid PD Paloozas, and just have a wonderful day.
Good morning, everyone. I'm coming to you from Nova Scotia, Canada. Thank you for joining us wherever in the world that you are joining us from. My name is Sarah Koegler-Clarke, and I have been an international teacher for the last 10 years. Today, we're going to be exploring a variety of different ways in which I have been using Flipgrid in my theater classroom, and the ways in which it has allowed me to maintain some enjoyment and get those kids up and moving as much as possible. So let's jump right in. Throughout the session today, we are going to be going rather quick in order for me to be able to share with you a variety of different things. I have broken it down into 6 different areas. Throughout the session today, please be sure to follow along, both in the comments along the side as well as on Twitter. Don't be afraid to @me and to include the hashtags PD Palooza and Theater Education. There's even an opportunity for you to be able to win some swag at the end of this session. So let's start off first with knowledge and skill development. The basis of theater is that background information, and yet it can be difficult sometimes when we're all sitting around and the students, especially the young ones, wanting to get up and get going. And so one way in which I've been able to do this is create small little snippet lessons and put these into Flipgrid. This allows for some very self-paced learning and allows the students to be able to rewatch these lessons as much as possible. An example of this was in my grade 6 class when we were talking about different body terminology, and each of the students were able to watch the video, go through it, take a look at some of the definitions, explore some of the different ideas, and then also reply back with a short activity that helped them to showcase their development in understanding. We've also done this with skill development, whether it's mime techniques where the students watch a video, a step-by-step instruction that I've linked on YouTube, and then reply back with their interpretation or their use of that technique itself, or whether it's taking a deeper look into practitioner techniques and practitioner activities and being able to explore. This also allowed for us to be able to do a flipped classroom too. So students could do research, share ideas, and be able to bring that back into their peers, into the classroom themselves. This I found was really, really helpful, especially as an international teacher, because it had a variety, Flipgrid has a variety of accessibility options, such as the closed captioning as well as the immersive reader, which really helps students who have a lower English level or just want that extra support in being able to fully understand what it is they're talking about. Also, as a side note for skill development, having that automatic closed captioning can be really helpful for some students when they're working on projection and enunciation of their words. So once we've learned some of the information, the next step is our creation process. So some of the ways in which I have used this is allowing the students to be able to share their own inspiration. So sharing ideas and things that they have seen on the internet when they're doing their research by using screen recordings, sharing images of posters or drawings, storyboards that they have created, and even brainstorms or word webs, and being able to fully explore and explain what their thought process is. One of the great ways that we tried to do this was when we created a cabaret before all of this wonderful COVID happened. And our students did an exploration of musical theater throughout history. Each of the students chose a musical at different points in history, had to do a little bit of research, and then teach their peers a little bit about that musical, as well as give some examples of songs that they thought really were integral into that specific musical. Not only were they able to then share it this way, but we actually printed off all of the QR codes and created a giant timeline that the students were able to go back later and see how all of this grew as it all came together. Another way in which we used this last year was with our grade 9 students when they were doing technical theater designs. Each of the students had explored a specific type of technical theater, and they had to create a variety of different design plates. Now, of course, when the students are creating, we want them to be thinking about the creative choices that they are making. And so by incorporating Flipgrid into this, it gave the students an opportunity to be able to go through their design posters, explain the reasons behind them, the justifications as to why they made the choices that they did, and not only be able to do that digitally, but also, again, printing off the QR code, adding it to their poster, and then putting that out in the hallway for their peers to be able to give feedback to them as well. The rehearsal and performance step is also a place in which I have used Flipgrid. Rehearsal, I find sometimes with students, especially younger students, they're like, but I did it once, I'm fine, I don't need to do it again. But giving them the opportunity to be able to record their performance, watch it over and over again, and then keep all of those progress videos within a specific topic really helped the students to be able to rewatch their videos and see their progress. On top of that, I also explored the ways in which you can use the replies to each of the different responses. So, for example, you could set up a topic of Greek theater, and the student records their first performance as a video, as their first rehearsal, and then in the replies to that initial video, they can respond back to themselves with additional rehearsal videos, feedback for themselves, even peer feedback, which we'll talk about a little bit later, and discussions that they've had throughout their rehearsal process. This helps keep everything really organized and helps them be able to see the process as they're going through it. The final end performances, Flipgrid was really helpful, not only for the students, but also for me as the teacher as well. It allowed for really, really easy viewing. I was able to flip back and forth between videos as opposed to having to have them all downloaded onto my computer and then find the file and then open them up each individually. It kept it really organized, all within a specific topic. And I also found it really easy for the students to be able to share outside of Flipgrid as well. So for example, at my school, we used manage back in order for the students to be able to submit major projects. And so they could use either the QR code or the share link and be able to put that into manage back in order to be able to submit their performance. And it was a really, really easy way for me to be able to keep everything organized. Feedback and reflection. Now, I don't know about you, but one of the biggest complaints that I hear in drama is we have to do journals again. We have to do writing, and some students like to write, but a lot of students don't like to write. And the versatility of Flipgrid really allows the students to be able to have some differentiation in regards to what their strengths are. So the students can reply back to each other's either performances or rehearsals using either a video recording that shows their face, an audio only recording, which is that the new thing that's been one of the newer things that's been added to Flipgrid, or if they really want to, they can use written responses as well. So it really helps the students to kind of focus in on what their strengths are and what they are more comfortable in being able to do. One of the things that really blew my mind this year, and I was super excited when I realized that this was possible, was for feedback and reflection, the incorporation of time codes within written responses. Within written responses and written replies to a video. So incorporating those little time codes when you are typing up a comment automatically creates a jump link within the video itself. So you can click on the little link within the comment and it jumps the video directly to where it is that you are talking about. This was mind-blowing, and it was fantastic to be able to use not only for myself as an educator to be able to give directed feedback, but it was also really, really helpful for my students to be able to do the same thing. Not only were they able to be really specific with each other about things that they enjoyed about each other's performances or rehearsals or areas where they could be improving, but they could also show me that they really understood what it was that they were talking about. This really, really encouraged my students to watch those videos over and over again and be able to give really specific, really strong and in-depth feedback for their peers and allowed them to develop much stronger performances moving forward. Process journals. Throughout my 10 years of being an international drama teacher, I have used both physical process journals as well as digital process journals. And with Flipgrid, I was able to incorporate them in either way. So it doesn't matter if you are using physical process journals and you have the students print out QR codes that they can put within their process journals, whether they're posters or add them to brainstorms even that you can put out in the hallway so they can see the connections between where it started and where it ended. But you can also do it digitally as well. Now, I came from a Microsoft school, so I mainly used Class OneNote. And one of the things I absolutely loved was not only were you able to use, or the students were able to use the share link directly within their Class OneNote, but when they hit enter afterwards, it automatically embedded the video directly within that page. So they were able to go through and see the processes all the way through, and not even the initial video, every single video. So if you have the students doing a process and they're even replying back to the original video, they can use share links for each one of the videos that they have and put it within their process journal. It was amazing and so easy for the students to be able to see what was going on, and also for me as the teacher to be able to go into their process journals and watch the videos, as opposed to having to jump back and forth between different tabs or different applications. Last but not least was the way in which we used it outside the classroom. Now, this is something that I'm just starting to play with, but here are some things that have really worked so far. The biggest one has been our auditions. So not only were we able to, on our audition posters, be able to put QR codes to like a forms or something like that for the students to be able to sign up, but we were actually able to put a QR code to a Flipgrid topic. Now these topics were moderated topics, so the students couldn't see each other's videos, but we could see all of them. And this really helped them to be able to showcase some of their best work without feeling the pressure of seeing some of the other performers. And it allowed us to be able to, as directors and even student directors, when we were able to show them later on, to go through the videos as many times as we needed to be able to give feedback and make those castings the way that we needed to. One of the things that we started to play around with a little bit last year, and we really didn't get into much yet, but I'm excited to get into, is being able to connect some of these Flipgrid topics to digital programs or even physical programs, or even on the back of tickets for performances, major performances that you're having within your school or within your community. Having things like that and having a guest password or opening up that allows the students or audience members, whoever is there to see your performance, be able to give feedback afterwards and responses back to the performance. It's a really great opportunity for the actors, people backstage, the tech crew, in order to be able to see very specifically what their audience thought about their performance. So that's it, and that was very quick, but I'm hoping that I was able to share with you some ideas that got some inspiration for you or got your mind going. So let's keep this conversation going. Please at me on Twitter. Don't be afraid to ask any questions or give any suggestions or thoughts that you had or that you were inspired by. I have a pin on my my profile that you can go to and reply back to, sharing an idea that you have from the presentation today that you think might be interesting for you to bring into your classroom or to work with your theater students. Don't be afraid to use those hashtags, hashtag PD Palooza and hashtag theater education, and tag another educator that you think might be interested or intrigued by exploring the ways in which they can use Flipgrid within their classroom. Thank you again so much for everyone for joining us today, and thank you so much to Flipgrid for all of the hard work that you are doing, not only in putting together this PD Palooza, but also in every day inspiring us to even be better with our students. Bye, everyone.
Hi, good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I won't say good night. It might be night somewhere. Hi, I'm Nalini Srivastava from India, one of the Flipgrid ambassadors. I'm going to speak about the use of Flipgrid as a tool for assessments. Let me introduce myself. I am an English, history and political science teacher. I mainly teach grades 6 to 12, but in recent many years, I have been taking only class 9 to 12. I love teaching. Teaching is my passion, my profession, and it is the thing that I take priority. So now, being an English, history, and political science teacher, I often found it very taxing how to involve the shy and the introvert students. And in this virtual era of digital learning, online classes, big problem is that students would love to keep the cameras off. They would love to keep the audio off too, and they would love or may not be even doing that, that is watching you. Now, I started using Flipgrid quite many years back when this online thing was not there, means online learning wasn't happening everywhere. Sorry, but no thanks to Corona. And it was a face-to-face thing. I often used to teach in a integrated school where special needs students were also there, and many of them were not so willing to participate in the class, to speak publicly. They would be shy, or they might not find it easy, even if willing to speak. So now in that situation, Flipgrid came to me as a, well, as you say, that as a lifesaver. So now Flipgrid I found is a beautiful platform where social, emotional, literal, poetic, historic, political science, name the subject and you have it. The learning was happening over there. And so I started to learn it. And though initially many of the parents would be willing to allow their children to download it, but and I would record the responses of the children in the class. So, but children started getting involved. Then, as and where the parents allowed the students to download, then the students started participating and also doing the recordings at home and sending me. They might not be willing to upload it. So most of the uploading I did myself, sadly, not they did, but still the purpose was being served. And I'm an English teacher to begin with, so English means language and language means expression. Now writing is fine, but that's not the only use of language. You have to use language and in your day-to-day interaction, your professional life, social life, and where not. And English comes as a second language to us in India. It's not the basic language. The first language is, for me, it is Hindi, and as many states, and even more than that, we have languages running into hundreds. So now there, of course, learning English is not an easy thing. And I found it that in most of the backgrounds, the students did not have English speaking parents. Like me, myself, my parents never spoke English and I had to master it by myself. And in my days, quite some time back, it was speaking English in schools was not compulsory. So now, while the learning was happening, I discovered this wonderful thing that Flipgrid can be used even for assessments. In English, I used it for expression, and for this, let me share this wonderful, wonderful page of Kathleen. Yes. The link I would be sharing definitely in the comments a little later in my the YouTube page, of course. This page of Kathleen says, send your students on an academic adventure, and I found it very easy to use it for my students. I would tell them to use this flip hunt. It may be done in many forms. Video scavenger hunt. Now, from English, I linked it to history also, and then to political science. History, I would use it by setting the flip hunt site in a monument related to a historical topic or in a historical city. And they would find it very entertaining, the responses pouring in to me. I would be sharing my links also in the comment section. Now, apart from this, I also used it for formative assessments. Formative assessments, teachers, of course, know that they are used after we finish off a topic and just to gauge the learning level and if any difficulties. I did use and many other methods to involve students, making them share their problems, but often they would not share. But with Flip Hunt, and with Flip Hunt as a tool of formative assessment, I found it quite easy. Now, apart from that, we can even use it yes, it helps digital learning, but we can also use it for intervention workflow, and it is the primary tool of gauging the student performance. The student's performance can be gauged very effectively using Flipgrid. Now let me tell you the flow. Lesson, like I would prepare, first of all, I would prepare shorts. Flipgrid shorts are small video giving instructions. So first of all, when I had to involve my students, I prepared Flipgrid shorts, and I would record a video telling them how to uh, download if they are working on mobiles, how to use it in the browser and everything. And I would tell them the steps. Then, of course, apart from Flip Hunt, there were so many other ways. Like I can even now, with the advancement of features in Flipgrid, I have so many other options to involve them for assessments, giving questions. In my Flipgrid site, you would find links to a page, lesson which I have created, where students can ask their queries online in the video, and I can send them, and other teachers can also pour in their contributions and answer their questions. So that was one way I involved it for all the three subjects. I'm mainly talking of English, history, and political science because these are my subjects, but trust me, there is no subject untouched by Flipgrid. So apart from that, as a history and political science teacher, what I do is that I also make students share their opinion, participate in a debate in the class when it was happening physically and now online, and they listen to a topic, they share their feedback, depending on the topic, or if it is a debate, they send their opinion or the their input to the debate. Then sometimes when I can, and whenever it is possible, I can schedule it. That's the best feature and one of the latest features that I love it, that I can now pre-schedule. I can schedule it to be released on that certain date. So God forbid, in these troubled times, if I'm not available, then it would be scheduled and it would be presented. Then, of course, for the shyest of students, there's this amazing thing I got from Flipgrid as an educator. That was a recording tent. It's foldable. You can put it inside this cover, the beautiful cover that they provide, and the shy students who don't want to speak in front of others, even at home, I lended it to them. They took it home, they recorded inside that tent, and they would send it back. Then, of course, arguments on political science topic. You know that political science topic is a topic where, like, a political science subject is a subject where you can involve students. And living in the world's largest democracy, trust me, we get ample opportunities to make the students participate, and we did that in plenty. So summing up, we still have 4 minutes. Actually, I don't need to sum up. The thing is that English, history, political science, the challenges that mainly I found were not just online. It was for assessments as well as recordings. And you know that still in India, not many households. There are still many households which may not have a mobile to record or for online learning. So now what another use is that I record the lessons on Flipgrid. I share the link. And so they are not time bound. They can check my lessons and then they can send their queries, and then I can solve their problems and then do the assessments. So again, it is helping in assessment by providing problem solving, and you can say reteaching method, and they are doing it. And then I'm doing the assessments. I can prepare assessment form, share the link, and they can do it. One more tip: when I'm giving the lessons, of course I block those lessons to be used while the assessments are happening, so that they can not copy or learn. And I do stop the access to my Flipgrid documents so that they cannot do. But Flipgrid provides countless methods to do the assessments. So let me quickly recap all the methods that are there for assessments. As formative assessment tool, it is there. Then, of course, social learning is happening, and then that social learning it needs lot of language interaction. English as a language comes second to me and my students. So I give them plenty Flipgrid. Why I use Flipgrid? To give them plenty of opportunities to practice till they master. Even my most shy students have participated in this. And you can find me by my name on Flipgrid, on browser or the app, wherever you are using. And you can find my lessons also. You can use Discovery Lessons as a lesson tool, and then you can make assessments of that. So Flipgrid provides excellent learning and assessment tools to do. Flip Hunt, I told you, you can use the feature of Flip Hunt to send your students on an academic adventure. Thank you, Kathleen, for providing this wonderful link. I will be sharing the link. I'm crediting you now. All the picture credits I would be sharing so that you all can find these wonderful sites where you can learn more. I am just one of the Flipgrid ambassadors trying to give all the possible tips in this this short time of 15 minutes. Now, let me tell you that how you can get the you can get the giveaway. Okay, you can get the giveaway by I'm going to share the screen in a little while. Yeah, I'm going to enlarge it so that you can see it. Now I have 3 Flipgrid swag packs to give away to people who attended. Please keep this on for some time and click a screenshot so you know that you can find out. Post a screenshot from my session. I'm still on, so you can click a screenshot just now. Add the hashtags, hashtag PD Palooza and hashtag Flipgrid for family, and post it on Twitter or any of the Flipgrid Facebook accounts. Tag a friend who will enjoy after session through PD Palooza, and I will privately message 3 winners within 1 hour after the end of the live presentation. So I am in, I think my time ends now, and I am approachable. You can find me on Wakelet also by Nalini 2512, and I'm there on Twitter by the name at the rate of Nalini Harish. Reach out to me, reach out to Flipgrid for reaching out to me, and other Flipgrid ambassadors and Flipgrid educators. Teachers, if you're not Flipgrid ambassadors, trust me, you're going to miss out a lot. So please join us in the team. We most welcome you. And I wish you loads and loads of learning. As myself, I have been learning since morning, and I'm going to continue my learning for the remaining hours too. So I hope you enjoyed. Keep enjoying, keep watching PD Palooza, and enjoy Flipgrid.
All right. Good morning, everyone. It's so good to see you. I say good morning. Here I am in near Washington, D.C. So good afternoon, good evening, wherever you may be. My name's Thresa Hoover, and I am excited to talk to you today about Flipgrid for performances. So as I said, I'm Thresa Hoover. I'm actually a music education specialist, most recently teaching middle school band in the Washington, D.C. area, Northern Virginia. I'm a Flipgrid student voice ambassador and grid guide, also Google certified trainer and innovator, Note Flight Learn ambassador, and the co-author of the book, Pass the Baton, Empowering All Music Students. So again, really excited to be here today and to talk to you about this awesome thing called Flipgrid. So I'm a music teacher, but for today, when I talk about performance, it's going to really be any task that's demonstrating understanding. So performance doesn't just have to mean a musical performance. There's a lot of different things that we can think of performance as. And with that, I also want to talk about how you can use Flipgrid to showcase both that final product and the process, because as educators, we know just how important both aspects are. Some might even say the process is more important. So for Flipgrid, using Flipgrid for the final product is a lot of fun, especially in music, but that's because I'm a little biased in that area. So for a final product, you can think about using Flipgrid for a virtual recital, having students each prepare, again in music, a piece of music to share, something that they've been working on, and they're showing that final product. But really think about the other subjects too. Students could share a book report through Flipgrid. They could give a science fair presentation. They could give a speech. Really anything that you can imagine that students might present to a class in person can also be presented on Flipgrid. The nice thing about doing it through Flipgrid is it gives the students a bigger audience. You're not limited to just those who are sitting in the classroom with you. And it also gives students a little bit of extra time to prepare. They can take multiple takes to record their video. The students can break it up and record into small sections and really just use all of the different editing tools available in Flipgrid. One thing my students had a lot of fun with about a year ago during the pandemic was what we called a front porch concert. When things first shut down, music concerts weren't happening. There weren't recitals. We didn't get to share our music with the world in the ways that we were used to. So many musicians around the world started doing front porch concerts where they would simply go out onto their front porch and they would share their music with their community. So the students did a lot of front porch concerts during the beginning parts of the pandemic, and we would encourage them to record it on Flipgrid, and that way we could all be a part and we could see what they were doing. It was a really fun way to share our music. Another thing to think about is that process, right? The process is what really shows the understanding. When students are sharing, for example, a how-to video, they're teaching someone else a skill. Right now, that's very, very relevant to students. They are much quicker than I am sometimes to go onto YouTube and learn something new. They have no problem just looking up how to do a new skill. So they're used to watching these kind of tutorial or how-to videos. So if you encourage students to make their own, you get just like this window into what they're thinking and how they are processing a skill. So with a how-to video, again, the students are teaching someone else that skill. They have to demonstrate and explain the steps in the process. You could even do it to have students explain how to solve a problem. I'll use this in music a lot, and I'll have students basically teach somebody how to do something on their instrument, maybe how to play a certain note, how to hold the instrument, things like that. And again, as the students are making the video, they have to think through every single step. So what that does is it encourages the student to use some of those higher order thinking skills as they're going through step by step. And it's also showing me as the teacher, do they really understand what they're doing? Or are they just trying to replicate something, but not completely understanding it? So I can get a little formative assessment, figure out, oh, maybe this student needs help in this area, or maybe this entire class needs a little bit more help. Maybe I didn't explain this process well enough. but it's going to really give me a nice, just a view into what they're thinking and what they understand. It's not, again, not just for music, where I have students using these how-to videos to show their performance on an instrument. You could also have them explaining how to solve a math problem, right? So how many times do you look at a student's final answer on a math problem and go, oh, how did they get there? How did that happen? Well, if you have a student explain that process in Flipgrid video, they're saying, okay, here's where I do this step and here's where I do this step. You're going to understand exactly what the student's thinking and exactly where any shortcomings may be or things that they're confused about. You could also use this in science, having students walk you through a science experiment or walk you through how they're going through that scientific process. So it's just a really nice way to think about the process leading up towards the performance. So here's an example. I used this with a beginning orchestra class. The students needed to show me how they would hold the bow, but not just show me how they hold it. They would need to teach it to someone else. So the kids made their videos, and it was actually very cute. Many of them would adopt that, I call it that YouTube persona, when they'd say, hi guys, here I am to teach you how to hold your bow. And they really got into it and had a lot of fun with that. Another way to think about the process is something that music we will call a dress rehearsal, but you can also think of it as an almost ready performance. When the students are sharing something that's not quite performance ready, not quite ready to go out into a wide audience, but something that they're almost ready. The benefit of doing this is it really gives the kids an idea of how prepared are they? And they can figure out where are things that I'm struggling with? What areas of my final performance do I not feel really good about? Or where maybe am I lacking some information or something like that? So what we'll do is we'll have the kids record this almost ready performance. It's usually a week or two before the final performance. And then the students have to not only watch their own video, but that of their classmates as well, and then give themselves feedback and give their classmates feedback. So you're enabling students to watch themselves, perform or whatever it is they're doing. And they can also kind of think critically. Usually when working with students on feedback, I encourage them to give one compliment and one piece of advice. The compliment saying something that went well. And the piece of advice is like a suggestion. By calling it a piece of advice instead of a critique or criticism, it puts a little bit of a more positive spin on it, right? Sometimes it's hard to receive critique, or it's hard to receive something that may feel negative. But if we can frame it as the kids are giving advice, it seems to work pretty well. So again, you could call it a dress rehearsal. You could just call it an almost ready performance, but you're giving the kids that chance to give and receive feedback before their final performance. So an example of that. This was, let's see, a couple years ago, we had a TED Ed club at school, which was a really neat experience. TED Ed actually works through an entire curriculum teaching the students how to put together a TED Talk. It starts off by just thinking about how to select a topic that you're passionate about, doing the research, putting together your talk, and then in the end, they actually give their TED Talk. And they're short. They're not supposed to be anything really long. But we encourage the students to do an almost ready presentation of their TED Talk. And this was such a valuable experience for the kids because, again, they're standing up in front of their camera. They're having to record this speech, which a lot of them haven't done something like that before. And it was eye-opening. They were able to determine, were they memorized? How well did they know their speech? They could really look at their facial expressions, their body language. They could evaluate their inflection, how they were speaking. So they could really look at those things. And I remember having to laugh. One student, he gave himself his critique and he said, "Dear future Hudson, this is present day Hudson. I wanted to tell you," and he went on and on to talk about what he thought he did well and the things that he thought that he should work on for that final product. So when talking to the students about it afterwards, we asked them, what things were really helpful in preparation, what things, would you like to see more of next time? And a lot of them commented that doing this almost ready presentation was very helpful for them because, again, it showed them what they understood and what they still needed to work on. So when we're thinking about performance, remember that a lot of it is about that process. It's not just the final product. Yes, we can totally use Flipgrid to showcase final products, and it's wonderful in that way. We can expand the audience. We can give kids the ability to be creative and do all of that, but encouraging them to also think about the process, whether it's just the artistic process, the learning process, or anything that goes with that. When we can encourage them to think about the process, their learning is going to be deeper, their understanding deeper, and it really just makes the experience more meaningful. So now I want to ask you, how do you use Flipgrid to showcase either a performance process or a performance product? I'm sure there are a bunch of other ways that I haven't thought of yet that I would love to hear from for you. So let's continue this conversation. We'll go on to Twitter, go on to social media, continue this conversation talking about performance process, performance product. Use the hashtags Flipgrid for all and PD Palooza. Tag me, Musical Thresa, and I do have some swag to give away. So let's get that conversation going, talking about this really, really important concept of how we can use Flipgrid in these ways. As I said, do you use it in math class to showcase how your students are going to go through the process of solving a math problem? Do you use it in the arts? I've talked about music, but think about there's theater, dance, even art. Oh my goodness, there's so many ways that a visual artist can also use Flipgrid to showcase their process. You can picture what do you call it when it goes fast, like the time release videos where it's going through that entire process, or maybe it's just the student showing the final piece of artwork and explaining exactly what he or she did as they were making that piece. So again, it's not limited to music, not limited to the arts, but there's so many things. So I'd love for you to please continue this conversation with me. And thank you so much. Please follow me on social media. My name's @musicalthresa. You can also check out my website, musicalthresa.com. I love Flipgrid. I love everything that it does, and it does for my students. I think as a tool, even before pandemic, it was wonderful, but it also really helped us to connect, stay connected, and share our art throughout the time that we were not together in school. So thanks, everybody. Enjoy the rest of your day.
Hello and welcome to PD Palooza. My name's James Bennett, and today I'm presenting on science fairs on Flipgrid. A little bit about me. Love skiing, love running, I DJ, I love science and I love sushi, and I live on a really small island in the Channel Islands called Jersey. It's just about 30 miles off the coast of France, and we have about 110,000 people in our population, and about 8,000 to 9,000 of those are students. And this is about how we introduce them as part of our transition process to science fairs. Now, why science fairs? For a long time, I was head of science at Granville School, where I've been teaching for 23 years, the same school. I wanted to promote science to our primary students. I wanted to give them an opportunity during the pandemic to increase their presentation skills. And I wanted to support the curriculum of our primary colleagues. I teach at 11 to 16 school, so we have 7 feeder schools that come in. Now, I haven't reinvented the wheel. If you look at the Discovery Library on Flipgrid, there are loads and loads of different versions of science fairs on there. But I wanted to make sure I had goals for my science fair before we started. Now, our primary purpose was to support our primary transition and develop a sense of community. And when the students came up for their transition days, it was really nice to see some of the same faces, all who came up and said, "Hello, Mr. Bennett, good to see you. You did the science fair, brilliant." And it really gave them an in. They already knew something about the school because they'd all taken part in the science fair. I wanted to collaborate with Island colleagues and introduce them to Flipgrid. I became an MIEE last year, and I was introduced to Flipgrid about 2 years ago. And I love it as a tool. And I really wanted to be able to share that with our primary colleagues. I wanted to promote Grainville science in a creative way. And I wanted the students to be able to develop communication skills during the pandemic, which for some of them may be the only opportunity they had to converse with their colleagues due to isolation rules, etc. I wanted to develop critical thinking skills for the students, give them a chance to experience a science project from start to finish, making sure that they showed all the scientific skills they needed to. And I wanted to change the way the staff within my school really thought about the Microsoft tools that we use and how we could use them to best serve our students. Here's a short 40-second musical clip to show you how I set things up. Made with Adobe Spark, and I love Adobe Spark, and I'll come back to that in a minute. The way we started this process was I got in touch with the primary teachers as part of the transition process, and I invited them to join a Teams group where we discussed the opportunities of doing a science fair. I then set up a Teams meeting with each of the primary schools so I could introduce them not only to the science fair, but also Flipgrid as a tool. If I just come out of my PowerPoint for a second and come to... So I set up the science fairs in 2 ways. At first, I set it up with one whole science fair, but then I realized that I wouldn't be able to add individual schools as co-pilots. So I set up a topic for a discussion group for each primary school. And within that, I set up 2 topics. The first topic was an introduce yourself topic, which gave the students an opportunity to really practice using Flipgrid. They could do as much as they liked or as little as they liked with Flipgrid, get to grips with it, and then really enjoy the tool as it is. I also set up a topic which was the actual science fair. So after they'd introduced themselves, after they'd practiced, after they'd done their experiment and got all the information, they could then put together their presentation. Now for the actual science fair, as the topic media, I set up an Adobe Spark. The good thing about Adobe Spark is it integrates really nicely with Flipgrid, and it's a really visual and exciting way that students can get all the information they need to do their science fair, all the rules, all the regulations, some ideas, and dates, etc. On top of that, I also added for the students a wakelet which had links to a number of videos or project sites which would give them ideas on what they could do and how they could set up their project. So if they struggle to think of an idea, they could go on here and have a look. And finally, I gave them a Grainville Science Fair presentation guide, which let them understand what they needed to do and how they should try and section off their presentation. So we introduced everything to the students, and then we gave them about 3 weeks to get to grips with their presentation. And then we did a check-in over Teams. At this time during the pandemic, we weren't allowed to go into the primary schools. The schools were still meeting and everyone was coming into school still, but that did change as we went through the process. And I checked in to make sure that they were good with what they had to do scientifically, but also what they had to do with Flipgrid, and we covered any problems that they may have had. And we continued support for the teachers in the primary schools via a Teams chat. So any ongoing issues were covered by using Teams. Now, different schools use different approaches. We had 5 primary schools that took part. Some of those primary schools did it as an in-school project. And this really runs best with the support of the primary teachers and the school being there to support the students. And we found that during this project, the schools that did the project in school tended to have more students involved. There was parental support from these for these students, and we could also support with any technological issues. Some of the other schools set it as a home project. The information was sent home, they had parental support, but we did find that doing it this way, there were fewer students involved. And I do know that the teachers who did it this way next year will be doing it in school because they saw the excellent results that the other schools had. Now, one teacher, Mr. Delahunty from Gronvo, actually created a support document for his students to go through each of the sections. And this will actually become part of our next year's project because the results from the Gronvo school were absolutely fantastic. They really hit each of the areas well because they knew what they had to do, and it gave them some sentence starters that really helped their presentation as they went. Now, we did face some issues. For example, one of the schools was using tablets that were slightly older than current technology, and so we had some issues getting the app on. We are a whole island education authority, and so each school has to individually ask for Flipgrid to be turned on. Even though we've got the whole Microsoft package, each school has to ask individually for Flipgrid to be turned on. So we had to deal with some technical issues. Obviously, as we were going, isolation rules changed. Whether students were in school or out of school changed each week. So we were really up against it with the coronavirus. And of course, some students ran out of time due to this. So we did extend the time frame a little bit for some and others, and we tried to accommodate where we could. Now, as far as the judging goes, I really wanted as many judges as possible to take part. So all the judges were given a link to a mixtape on Flipgrid for each school. Each team was judged 3 times, and I used a Microsoft form to allow the teachers to the judges to identify which school they were looking at, identify which students they were marking, and then give their information to the put the scores in for the students. At the bottom, all the judges had the opportunity to write a comment and feedback to the students. And we then fed back that when we went to the prize giving at the end. Oh, here's just a little video of the results. So as you can see, some of the students really got to grips with Flipgrid. They were using the screen record options in Flipgrid. They're presenting with PowerPoint. Some students used programs outside Flipgrid and imported their clips up to Flipgrid. So they really got a lot of use out of Flipgrid as a tool, and it was a real success. Now, the thing that I'm most pleased about is that by the end of this project, once everything had been judged, we managed to get into the schools and see the students personally and present each school with their trophy for the winners, certificates for everyone who took part, and medals, along with some scientific toys to go keep them interested. And as you can see, we had loads and loads of students who took part. It was a real pleasure to see the work that they'd done and to see the excitement that they had with this project, and it worked really, really well. It's a great part of our transition process. It's a great tool to use with these students who hopefully will next year come up to Grainville and will be using Flipgrid more and more often. So I would highly recommend doing something like this. I know that later on, Lani is going to be talking about the transition process and things you can do to support students through transition. And this is just one idea of what you can do. Now, I do have 3 sets of Flipgrid swag to give away. And so what I'd like you to do is answer a question on Twitter and tag me in your answer. Use the hashtags PDPalooza and Flipgrid for all. My Twitter is @JBennettJersey. And I'd like to know, if you got a chance to do a science fair project again, what would you complete and why? I'll DM the winners in the next hour or so after reading your answers. I'd like to thank you for your time on PD Palooza today and for joining me, and I look forward to seeing you all again in the future.
Hi everyone, welcome. Thanks so much for coming along. I'm Michael, I'm from Devon in the UK, and I lead STEM across my small group of primary schools. It's so great to be here. I'm so excited. I hope you've been enjoying all of the shows and the different talks so far. There's lots more to come, of course, as well. And I'm really pleased to be following up after James, who was talking about science fairs, because that kind of fits in with what I want to touch on a little bit today as well. So I hope this is a helpful little occasion for you, and please make sure you reflect on it, come back with your comments, and stay in touch with me. There on Twitter, you've got my handle. I'd be pleased to pick up the conversation with you. I think STEM, for lots of people, particularly if you're not a STEM specialist, can be quite a daunting thing, can't it? There's so much there, and we almost all feel like we need to be that nuclear physicist. We all feel like we need to be the experts, and actually that can be quite daunting for lots of educators, lots of teachers, lots of parents potentially who might be supporting their learners. And well, that really got me thinking about a year or so ago, just before the pandemic struck, because I was thinking, well, hang on a minute, if we're all a little bit nervous about this, and there are certain parts of STEM where I feel a bit uncomfortable as well, if we're feeling like that, how are we making our learners, our students feel? If we're showing that we're not too happy and not too confident about it, how does that make them feel and pick up the subject? And that really got me thinking. And that's when I looked at Flipgrid and I thought, actually, Flipgrid can really unlock STEM, because STEM can be so daunting, and yet Flipgrid is such an amazing way to get into it. So without further ado, let's get started, shall we? I wanted to, just before starting, get this little slide up here. This little question for you. How will you use Flipgrid to unlock an aspect of teaching or learning? It doesn't need to be STEM, but maybe it will be in a new way this coming year. What are you going to do with Flipgrid that's new, that's going to transform learning for your students? If you can tweet me about it, hashtag all of those things you can see there on the screen, tag in Flipgrid as well. I do have, like the other people today, I've got 3 bags of swag that I can give you. So send me your ideas, share what you think. I'm sure you'll inspire me to change what I'm doing as well. So let me know what you think. What are you going to be doing with Flipgrid this year that's going to make a real difference to your learners? So the first thing I wanted to really address was, Well, what's so important about STEM? Why is it so big on our agenda? And here in the UK, it's massive at the moment. I'm sure around the world, that's probably not much different. And for us, a big key word that we're often talking about is this idea of science capital. It's that stuff that you put in your book bag, in your handbag, those things that you can quickly access that make you familiar with science or STEM. Maybe the people that you know are involved in STEM. Maybe the experiences you've had inspire you in some way in STEM. Maybe you've got lots of knowledge and enjoy STEM. That's your science capital. That kind of defines your identity within that STEM context. And STEM is so important for a load of reasons. There's obviously huge numbers of careers and things that people put lots of emphasis on at the moment that are so important to all of us. I think when I look at STEM, I think there's really something for everyone, isn't there? If you take your science lesson, there's great practical activities that lots of the students love to get involved with. There's lots of written things as well that maybe some other students like to get involved with. There's the maths. There's everything in STEM. And when you think about STEM, it's understanding our world, isn't it? And so it's so amazing. I mean, I love our world. It's brilliant, isn't it? Let's do everything we can to protect it. But when we bring that to our students, let's really get across how valuable, how important it is to really enjoy and grapple with STEM. There's so many opportunities in STEM as well to look at your 21st century learning design. And if you're not too familiar with that, and I don't have time to talk much about that today, go on to the Microsoft Educator Center and you can find lots of development opportunities around that as well. And that's about integrating things like collaboration, skilled communication, knowledge construction, use of IT in learning, and how we build that into our teaching, our educating today. And so have a little think about that. Well, STEM's so brilliant for that, isn't it? We have to communicate, we have to construct knowledge together. There's also aspirations, getting our learners to aspire to be something. There's so much in the news at the moment about rockets going into or near space and all sorts of things, isn't there? And then there's all of these transferable skills around problem solving and that determination, that resilience that's so central to STEM. And so STEM isn't just about knowing loads about electricity or being brilliant at maths. It's so much more than that, and it feeds into our futures so much, not only as people and countries, but also in our own sort of development. Now let's flip that a little bit for a second. What's so great about Flipgrid? Well, we're all here. I'm sure we all love Flipgrid. I hope you do. I certainly do. When I think about Flipgrid, I see a place that is a bit like STEM. It's got something for everyone, really, hasn't it? There's incredible resources. There's opportunities for everyone to share their voice. And there's an opportunity to build connections as well, whether that's with other educators or with other students, even just people within your own cohort, people in your class or in your school or wherever it is that you're working. Let's have a think about these resources. There's the Discovery Library. Look at that. I mean, I just took this screenshot this morning. There's Flipgrid live field trips and events, and you can take your learners, hear from inspiring people outside of a STEM context. There was Dav Pilkey was doing a talk about his Captain Underpants and things like that earlier this year. And I had one of my primary school learners who, well, it's the UK. It wasn't quite the right time for us, but that kid loved that author so much that he went and watched it after school with his family. And so there's little opportunities, there's brilliant opportunities to engage with resources. You can see there's some science resources there on the Discovery Library. Your learners can get so much from these, and you can take those resources, put them into your own topics and groups and make brilliant use of them in your own way. There's also an opportunity for every learner, as I said, to share their voice. Here is my science group. I took one very quick little screenshot of it. And over the past year and a half, my learners have been able to engage with it, whether they're at home or in school or isolating, whatever's happened. I've been able to post various little bits, little experiments for them to do that they can engage with. And you'll see that there's been 46,000 views because they've been able to watch and learn from each other. It's not about watching me, it's about watching their friends, their peers engage in science. They've been able to comment on each other, they've been able to share their own responses. And I'll show you a little bit more about how I've gone and done that a little bit later. But also we can build connections, and that might be the learners, as I've just said, connecting with each other within a topic or a group. But also we can build connections as well with our grid pals. This is us in the UK, loads of people wanting to be connected to one another. So it's worth having a little look there. If you're not familiar with the Discovery Library, if you're not familiar with grid pals, take a look on Flipgrid and connect with resources and people. So the big question, if we look at STEM, that daunting subject that's oh so important, when we look at Flipgrid, this brilliant resource that's got something for everyone, well, how can we use those things to make a real difference to our learners? Let's take those great resources that are there from that discovery area. Let's use them. Let's come up with our own as well. Let's make sure everyone's got a chance to share their voice. And there's no sound on these videos, but I just asked some children, well, can you make a bridge for me? And one child was able to just do some stop motion and show me, well, there's a bridge, the car's going along it, and now I can stack some books. Nice and simple. There's a child showing us capillary action with a little rainbow, where all the colours are soaking up through the little rainbow made of tissue there. You don't have to do anything too complicated. You can ask them just to do a simple little experiment. And that simple little experiment can take them so far, inspire them so much, and keep them engaged, whether or not you're in the classroom. They can build connections with each other, because now those videos are on the topics that I've set up, and children can watch, they can respond to one another, and you build this amazing community, not only as a school or a university or a college, whatever you are, but also just building this community of learners, people that can inspire one another, and you build a culture around STEM. Suddenly it doesn't become so daunting for them anymore because they're used to it. They've seen each other doing STEM, and I mean that's so powerful. That breaks down so many barriers. Also think about guest contributors as well. You've got the Discovery Library, but actually I've asked a couple of STEM ambassadors, we have them here in this country, which are people in industry who come and volunteer and support, and they've recorded a few videos for me. So they've seen real life people, which is brilliant for that idea of science capital. What do I know? Who do I know? Using Flipgrid for STEM in whatever means you are using it is so powerful as well. If I teach a lesson, if I pre-record or use that resource on Flipgrid, it means that I can be really flexible about how I'm teaching. I might put a pre-recorded video there so that children who aren't there or learners who aren't there can do that at any time. I might record my input so that those who might miss it or not quite catch what they need to do can go back and watch it at any time. And at any time, synchronously or asynchronously, they can record their work. It's such an amazing way of getting evidence of what they're doing without just writing all of the time. Suddenly they can do practical work, and it's really easy for us to gather and understand, where are my learners? How have they understood this work? So during our lockdowns here in the UK, I started a little series of lessons called Mr. Kimber's Fun Science that the children were able to engage with. I did a couple a week, and they just had a fun little experiment that got them wondering, got them inspired. Here's my little intro that I used.
Hello everyone, and welcome back to another week of Mr. Kimber's Fun Science. Today is a super simple one, but it should really get you those brain cells working, because we're doing a flight test.
It's just building some paper aeroplanes, really. But they could do that whenever they wanted, whether they're at home or in school. They could make a competition of it or just have fun, but it broke down barriers. Suddenly STEM isn't a daunting subject. Teachers enjoy it, students enjoy it. And this question, what do I have to do again? I didn't quite catch that. What's expected of me as a student? There's a lot of times when you might say something, do something, demo something. Demonstrations can take a lot of time, can't they? And if I've captured that on Flipgrid, then I can just direct students who might not have quite been listening or hadn't been able to be there, and they can really quickly catch up and then send their ideas through. My favorite, most important thing about Flipgrid, though, is this. I think there's absolutely so much power in the ability to talk, to take an idea, whether it's something complicated or something simple, and talk it through. When I was doing the science or the STEM little activities, I had a club running as well this way. And what I did was I just showed them something. They could have a go, but I wanted them just to talk about it and discuss. And often I'd release these to children that were aged from 2 to 11, and each of them might have their own view. And I didn't really go in and correct all the time or give them loads and loads of feedback all the time, because the value was being able to go, Mr. Kimber's just asked me a question. What do I think about that? And I'll share my view, and others might share their view, and I can watch and I can learn from the other people around in school. And being able to talk about something transforms something. It transforms my view of it. It transforms the culture around it. And so when you're thinking about STEM, don't get worried about how big it is. Concern yourself with how inspiring, how powerful it is. And when you look at a tool like Flipgrid that has so much there, for me, it's been an incredible vehicle to enable learners to take a journey, change their perception, and hopefully grow their aspiration as well. So when you think about what you're going to be doing this next year, for me, I've just started my summer holidays. I'm not quite sure where all of you will be. But think about an area, maybe in your school or at your college or wherever you work. Where is there a culture that maybe needs a little bit of a shift? Is there something that we can start to talk about, demonstrate, show people, and give them more opportunity to break down barriers? So my quick 3 tips as I draw to a close. Try and make sure you remove every possible barrier. Don't make things complicated, make it really simple, and then those that really latch onto it can take it further and show you in their responses. Easy access, high reward at the end. Secondly, variety. STEM is so varied, there's something for everyone, and so latching onto that, doing something really practical, doing something a lot more theoretical another time. Variety is the spice of life, and every child wants to know, well, what's in it for me? What am I going to get out of this? And latching onto that will really support you. And then finally, my little videos were not complicated. I am not a video editor. I'm not great at that sort of thing. But have you seen the Flipgrid camera? Have you seen the amazing things that are coming just around the corner? If you haven't, go and watch your Flipgrid Live video. I never got to wear these before. So watch Flipgrid Live. Please go and have a little look, because the camera on Flipgrid is astounding, and you do not have to be a video editing genius to use it and make something brilliant. So thank you so much for coming along. I hope you enjoy the rest of your day, and if you're watching the rest, let us know how they go. But finally, please stay in touch. Share your ideas with me, share your responses with me, and remember there are 3 bags of swag that I have to give out, so share your thoughts and I will get back to you. But that's it. I've been Michael Kimber. Please stay in touch, and I hope you enjoy the rest of your day. Thank you.
Hello, everyone. My name is Donna Schies, and I teach at Reynolds Middle School in the school district of Lancaster in the state of Pennsylvania. I teach 6th grade math, so I am super excited to be here with you today to share something that I feel very passionate about. I absolutely love Flipgrid, and I love that we can provide choice to our students. So let's get started with this Flipgrid choice word presentation. So my mission here today is to help you Empower every learner on the planet to share their voice by providing them with a choice. When you provide a student with a choice, you actually get to see their best. They can bring to the table what they do very well. And this creates a culture of excellence in your classroom. So what exactly is a Flipgrid choice board? Well, you've probably seen choice boards in the past. And a Flipgrid choice board is something a little bit different than what you've seen in the past. Most choice boards are given on a graphic organizer where they give multiple prompts around the same concept. And that's still what we're doing with a Flipgrid choice board. However, all of the activity and all of the learning is done on Flipgrid. So by providing a Flipgrid choice board, you are creating flexible learning paths for your students while maintaining that same focus. Why are we using Flipgrid? This is a question that I find very fun to answer because I absolutely love Flipgrid. It is the most flexible, practical platform out there. It has accessibility. You can do closed captioning. You've got the immersive reader built right in. It has partners. It has resources. You can add attachments. It works very well with any other educational technology, which a lot of technologies don't do that. And it allows for the highest level of bloom, which is creativity. So this is why we're using Flipgrid for our choice boards. In the past, I've done choice boards and I've done them well and students did okay with it, but not all students did well with the choice boards I've done in the past. So I've learned from my mistakes and I kind of want to share that with you because I think that is valuable. In the past, the one on the left I gave to students and I thought I was doing really well. I thought I'm going to give them ideas on how they could do this. I said, you could use iMovie and Clips and Keynote and they are wonderful products. But as I gave this Flipgrid, as I gave this choice board to students, they had so many different platforms that they had to be an expert at in order to answer the choice board prompt. So I was giving them too many platforms and it was overwhelming to my students. So the one on the left, as good as it was great and students liked it, but not all students can do it because it was very hard and difficult to manage some of those softwares if they were not familiar with them. The one on the right, I thought I was doing so much better with that choice board because I gave them links and I gave them codes and it was more simplistic. You just pick 5 and do them. And I thought I was being a great teacher here. And it wasn't bad. All students could participate. But the problem with this one was the taxonomy level. They were not all performing at the highest level of Bloom. In fact, the students knew what Bloom was, even though they didn't know Bloom and they didn't know taxonomy. They knew which ones were easier for them to do. So if they wanted to get an A, they would choose the ones that were easier and not working up to their full potential. And we want all students to excel, and I want all students to be creative and work at their best. So in order to do that, I'm going to get to my next slide, which is my favorite slide. This is the top 10 reasons to love Flipgrid choice boards. And this is what I really want to share. This is the meat of my session. I think this is so valuable. So when we talk about the top 10 reasons to love Flipgrid choice boards, the top reason is kind of a teacher reason. When you have to grade, okay, and you have 80 students and you give them 8 different apps and they're trying to do the choices and you don't know which assignment Johnny chose and you have to go through 8 different assignments to find out the one that he selected to do, to go through and give him credit for his assignment, it becomes a grading nightmare. So with a Flipgrid choice board, all the grading is located in one place. Everybody knows they're going to have to upload to Flipgrid, and that's where their work is going to be. So it makes it, life is nice for a teacher. And that's what you want. You want something that's practical for actual working in the classroom. So the second thing here is that the focus is not on the technology, it's on the concepts. Once they know how to work Flipgrid, all they have to do then is focus strictly on the concepts that you're trying to teach. So they're not bombarded and overwhelmed by all the different types of technology out there. And I love tech, but not everybody is like that. So, and sometimes that can be draining, and I talked about that a little bit. So focusing, and I didn't really want them to focus on technology because I was teaching math and I wanted them to know about fractions. So that's the concept. That was the concept we were working on. So it was impossible if I was trying to get them to be tech savvy and also be doing fractions. It was almost overwhelming and too much. So with a Flipgrid choice board, the focus is strictly on the concepts, not the technology. There's no codes to reactivate. This is a really weird thing to think about for a teacher, but this makes it practical in the classroom because you have those procrastinators who wait till the end of the marking period and they want to make up all their work that they're missing. So they're like, Mrs. Schies, I need to make up my work. And they don't have the code anymore. The code's no longer reactive. So I would have to go back in and reactivate all those codes so they could complete those same assignments. Well, that was problematic and not practical for the classroom. So in a Flipgrid choice board, you can set it up so that never happens. With the Flipgrid choice board, I talked about taxonomy, and it is a consistent taxonomy level. Every time the student gets on Flipgrid, they're creating, which means they're using internal questioning on how am I going to show my work? How am I going to explain this? And that is higher level thinking skills. So they are tapping into a different part of their brain than if they were just answering a multiple choice question. Feedback. Most apps don't allow for feedback. You would have to pull a student aside and talk to them about what was going on or what they did, or maybe their feedback shows up in their grades with a comment there, and that's kind of too late. So this is nice because I can give them feedback right in the Flipgrid. And the one thing that they really, really crave, students crave to be valued by other classmates. They love their peers. They want to connect there. So there's this built-in audience that they can actually complement each other. And that, again, creates a culture of excellence in your classroom and creates a classroom where there's empathy and love and caring. And that's what you want in school today. So that's phenomenal. And that's one of the reasons I really love this. Also, all the built-in accessibility features I talked about. And I did just talk about that culture of excellence. But there is something super routine about knowing what's coming. So when you get in the habit of using a choice board, the students know what a choice board is then. And they know what the expectation is. So there is comfort in knowing what to expect. But there's also autonomy where they can choose how they're going to show you their learning. And there is differentiation in that. So, and once they complete this choice board, I will have an incredible resource to share with them. And they can see the topic from multiple perspectives in the classroom. So if you have 80 students and they do 3 activities, you're going to have 240 videos all about fractions. And you're going to have a wealth of a resource there for your students to utilize anytime they have a question. They can go to that video and see how somebody else did it. It's so valuable. So these are my top 10 reasons to love Flipgrid choice boards and to start using them. If you're not using them, you should do it this year. I think it's wonderful. I'm so on it. And we're going to go to the next slide because I want to show you something really cool. Not only can you use a choice board for regular practice in class, you can also use it for an assessment. And this might be something that some people might think is a little weird, but I don't, because here's the thing. Why should every student in my class answer the exact same question on a test? They're all different. Why can't that student choose what question they want to answer so that they can give me their best work? So with a Flipgrid choice board assessment, you can moderate it and they can choose the questions that they want to answer to show that they have knowledge. This assessment right here was on inequalities. So all I really wanted them to do is graph an inequality. So they were showing how to graph an inequality on a number line. If you look at the test, there's 8 little questions, and in each of these scenarios, they had to show how to graph an inequality on a number line. Letter A says your speedboat holds less than 10 passengers. The problem with this is maybe somebody doesn't know the word passenger. And that would confuse them. And they have never been on a speedboat. They don't even know what that is. But maybe you have a student that has played football and they want to answer B because it says you need to be equal to or less than 150 pounds to play midget football. Well, that student has a connection to that test question. And really, all I'm looking for them to do is graph an inequality on a number line. I don't care if they graph the one about the boat. or if they graph the one about the football player. But that's what I was testing them on. So I think we can give choices in assessments as well. And this could be for projects as well. It's not just a math thing. On the next slide, I'm going to show you one of my students' responses to this test. So this is Lucas, and Lucas did this response to the test, and it was so great. Students loved it. It could be a mixtape. It can be your answer key. So when the students start to answer and you use that in class, your classroom goes from teacher-centered to student-centered. The students are sharing the answers. The students are able to explain. And sometimes, this is hard for us to understand, sometimes the kids do it better than we do. So I want you to watch Lucas because I absolutely love this. He did such a fantastic job. And here's his response. At one point, the video gets a little quiet with his audio. I can't help that. It's still a cool response. So I'm sharing because it made me smile.
Okay, so for number A, letter A speedboat that holds less than 10 passengers. Here is a number line with 0 to 10, 10 being the starting point. We have an open circle because there's no equals, and it goes left because it's less than. Okay, this is letter B. It is, you need to be equal to or less than 150 pounds to play midget football. Yes, that is what it's called in the U.S. We have a number line starting from 150 to 100. The screen wasn't big enough for 150 to 0, so this is what we have. It starts at 150 and goes left because it's equal to or less than, but it's a closed circle because there is equals to.
Okay, I don't know if you could hear all of Lucas's explanation, but he did a phenomenal job. And if the students can lead the class, I think we should let them. It's their classroom. So here's what I have for you all to check out. If you go into the Discovery Library, I have this topic, Getting to Know You Choice Board. And if you go to that, I have all sorts of, there's a link right down here on the bottom where I have a list of different templates that you can use. There's even a blank choice board template that you can make your own and create your own choice board. And I think that would be phenomenal for your class. And why not kick off the year with something new? If you haven't tried it, give it a try. I think you will really, really like it. So it's in the Discovery Library now. You can get it if you want it. The last thing I want to go over is my swag. So I have to give out some swag. So you have to follow me on Twitter, and that way I can give you the link if you win. But share a highlight or something that you have seen in this presentation that you really like, and use the hashtag PDPalooza or Flipgrid Choice Boards, or you can even use the Flipgrid for All hashtag. I'd like all of those. But I also have something special for us to do because I know it's only a 15-minute session and I want you to get a little bit more bang for your buck. So I made a PD Palooza choice board for you, and you can use the code 1F4DF932. Use this password, choice board, with capital C, capital B, enter as a guest, and makes it public so that you can participate and we can all share in our learning, because I am not the only teacher here. You guys are too, and I want to learn from you. So if you go in there, there is this special PD Palooza choice board where you can do one of these things here. I'll be looking at it and checking it out, and I'll respond back to you, and you can respond to other people too, because that would be phenomenal, because we're a global learning community right now. So I would love to see you participate in this and share out, and I'll probably give swag to somebody who does this. So please share out if you can. I would love to see what you have to share. And last but not least, super, super big thank you. And thank you so much to Kathi and Paul and Joyce. I mean, Jess, I'm so sorry. I put the Jess and the boys together. I got Joyce. Sometimes my brain just thinks too fast. But anyway, I love you all. You are all rock stars, and they did a lot of work to plan this and get this together for everybody. And everybody at Team Flipgrid, you rock my world so much. I just love you. So keep doing what you're doing. You help all the educators out there. Thank you.
Hello, PD Palooza. My name is Ashley Stevens, and I am stoked to be here with you this afternoon here in Ireland into the evening. But wherever you are in the world, it's an absolute pleasure to join you all to talk about reflection with Flipgrid. And for me, there's a nice little hashtag or word I like to use to describe that, and that is backflips. So buckle up, let's get ready. I have an awful lot to get through in the 15 minutes at the top of the hour here with you. But I'm really excited, and hopefully we can continue the conversation later on Twitter. Okie doke. So I'm going to keep this short and sweet. I'm not here to talk about me, but back last April 2020, I moved from my online remote classroom where I'd been teaching for a little over 13 years, mainly with students who are of high school age and working with them in the classroom every day. But I moved to my remote home office where I'm now the professional development and research projects coordinator for my district. So that's enough about me. But you'll see my Twitter handle there. It's at @ashid_PD. And like with all of the other sessions, I am so excited to say that I have 3 swag packs to give away during this session. So continue the conversation there and we'll get started. Okay, so first off, I'd like you to share your ideas for backflipping, aka reflection with Flipgrid. You can tag me in, use the hashtag backflips, PD Palooza, and of course Flipgrid for all, because I'm going to share some ideas with you here today for how you can use Flipgrid for reflective activities or for building those reflection skills with your students. Okay, so let's go. So in this 15-minute session, I'm going to try to really concisely walk you through the what, the why, the who, and the how for reflecting with the Flipgrid app. I think it's really important when we're looking at anything as educators just to ground ourselves sometimes and go back to basics. So we'll take a quick look at what is reflection and just at some of the models that are available to guide us. Why? It's always important to ask the why. So why reflect, and then why use Flipgrid for reflection? Look at the who then, but basically reflection can help everyone to learn. We all have that voice in our head that talks to us and that we talk back to. But for me, it's really about how we can guide that voice to help us and to help us to learn and to really consolidate the learning so that the experiences are deeper and of benefit to all of our students. And then, of course, the how, the most important part. How can you use Flipgrid for reflection and for learning for your students? Okie doke. So on with the basics. So reflection is a type of thinking, and it's aimed at achieving a better understanding or making good decisions, good judgment, and most of all, new learning. How can we consolidate our learning through reflection? So reflection helps us to think through and make sense of our experiences. It can bring greater clarity, like seeing events reflected in a mirror. This can help at any stage, whether it be planning, carrying out, or reviewing learning activities or assessments. And that's really where I suppose we can really look at developing that language, that skill, and that ability in our learners all the way through learning opportunities. So reflection is really about elements of drawing conclusions in order to move on, to change, or to develop an approach, a strategy, or a learning activity. Reflection provides us with the time and space to think and consolidate our learning. And I love this famous quote from John Dewey: "We don't learn from experience, we learn from reflecting on the experience." So straight off here, I've just picked 3 models of reflection. There's loads of them out there, but they can be really helpful to guide how we design opportunities for reflection for our learners. And the first one there, Borden's model of reflection, I've picked it because it's so easy, it's so simple, and it's basically framed around 3 questions: what, so what, and now what. And it's great for students who are developing the reflective skills. Those 3 simple questions, useful for reflection on learning and development over a period of time. And this can be a really good way of looking back at learning over the term with students. Smith's model of reflection then, and it focuses around 4 key steps: describe, inform, confront, and reconstruct. In the describe stage, what did you do? In the inform stage, we're really moving into the analysis piece. What does it mean? In the confront stage, this is where we can build our self-awareness. We can consider how past experiences have shaped how we've dealt with situations or how we've learned through situations. And that finishes off then in the reconstruction stage. And that's where you're really getting down into the evaluation and synthesis. Where do these ideas come from? And the final model I've picked for today is John's reflective framework. And I really like that because it really, I suppose the first stage encourages us to ground the mind, to take time out, to prepare to reflect, and to choose a quiet space or a space that is comfortable for us in order to walk through that reflective thinking space. Move into summarizing the experience, and this can be absolutely short and sweet, but it just prepares us to think about the actual reflection. What are the key issues that we need to reflect on? What were we trying to achieve? What did we learn, and how we can bring that forward to help us in the future? So they're the 3 that I've picked for today, but later on you'll see when we move on to the how, I've modeled some other reflective cycles into some Flipgrid topics. So the why then, reflection is like training for a marathon. And really, it's the marathon of life. It's that voice that we have inside of our heads. It's practice for our inner voice, practice for learning. Regular reflection, thinking things through, mulling things over, develops the language of reflection within us. Guy Claxton neatly coined the term, the idea of speaking learnish, to encompass the language of learning used in the classroom. Just like learning any language, it takes time to build up a range of vocabulary and fluency. And it takes time to build really good reflective skills. And we need to continue to flex those muscles and to build on every opportunity when we think back on our learning. And provide opportunities for students to practice reflection helps to build the language of learning for them, awareness of how they learn, and awareness of how they can work towards achieving their goals. And also, and what's really key here, is it gives them an opportunity to share their voice, to encourage each other and collaborate on those reflective pieces, because they can ask each other questions, come in on their videos and respond to each other. And this in turn not only helps to build relationships, but it encourages learners or students to be more compassionate and to be curious as they encourage each other's thoughts and reflections in that process as well. Okay. So it's part of our job as educators to engage in reflective practice, but it's just as important to provide those opportunities for our students to reflect as well. We want our students to feel confident to ask questions, confident and empowered to share their voice, to think about how they really feel about situations and their learning, and to review the actions that they take and how their interactions or behaviors, causes and effects influence both their learning but also other people. We need to find ways to reflect with our students and to encourage them to share their voices, their unique perspectives on their learning, but also their unique perspectives on the world and how it can be a better place, rather than just relying on our own reflections or our observations or our analysis of their learning. This in turn can really help to underpin and inform forward planning, and also quality improvement within our planning and our lessons for our learners. Okay. So I'm just going to touch on this, but choosing Flipgrid to act as a learning space for reflection for our students really provides us with the one-stop shop for embedding the principles of universal design for learning. You know, immersive reader is built in there, the subtitles, the captions, the opportunities in that Flipgrid camera alone for creativity, but also for multiple means of engagement, representation, action, and expression. You know, you can really, if you're clever, build in opportunities for student choice whilst promoting student voice. So for me, there's only one choice for really providing that equitable learning space for students for reflection, and that is within Flipgrid. Okay, so who does it work with? What age of kid? What year group of students? It works with everybody. It's not just a suitable platform and space for our learners. It also works exceptionally well for reflective practice for educators. But for today, I'm going to stick with the students, but it works for all students. You know, it's such a fun space. And really, if you can make learning fun, I'm all in. And that's what Flipgrid does. Okay, so how can we go about doing this? So here's one topic prompt, and all the topic prompts that I share today are available on the Discovery Library, and I'll share out some links and a link to my presentation at the end on my Twitter. But in this first one, it's just basically a list of prompts all in one topic that provides some thought-provoking or reflective-provoking questions for students. You know, and at a very basic level, did anyone help you today? Is there anything you wish you had have done differently today? What are you proud of today? What is one thing you're grateful for today? They're just some topic prompts and some questions, but they're all built into the one prompt. So students can choose one prompt and then answer and share their voice in 90 seconds or less. So that's one idea. Then I have a learning with backflips. And again, it's just a collection of prompts. You know, were you curious today? Do you think learning feels different when you're curious, and why? How were you creative today, and why do you think that is? Did anything surprise you today? Tell us what it was and why did it surprise you? So really the prompts are just to get your students thinking about their learning or their experiences in order to provide opportunities for deeper learning, but also for becoming more self-aware and consolidating that learning and how they learn best. So this one is reflection on a learning experience, and this uses the Gibbs model of reflection, and it just encourages students to describe their learning experience, their feelings and their thoughts, an evaluation, both good and bad, analysis of the situation, what happened, and then a conclusion. What have you learned? What could you have done differently? And how can you bring that learning into future experiences? So it just has some question prompts at the end then as well. So this one then is a learning activity backflip, and it just gives some questions. But for this, what do you feel that you were learning during the activity? What parts did you find tricky? What did you enjoy the most? What might you choose to do differently next time? And what do you think you need to learn next? And again, it just encourages learners to think back on their learning. This one then is for reflecting on assessments. How did you prepare? How long did you study? What techniques did you use? What was most challenging? How did you feel that you understood the assessment? And how can you improve your preparations for the next assessment piece? And this can really be used to inform what we as educators can do to support learners in preparing for assessment. And then backflips, present and reflect. So in this one, students are asked to present their piece of work using the Flipgrid camera, and they can be creative if they like. And then also just to reflect on their learning, and they can do that podcast style or overlay it. Students are always very creative when it comes to reimagining how to present their work with Flipgrid. Okay, and then a 3-2-1 reflection. There's tons of ways that you can frame this, and there's lots of different ideas on the Discovery Library, but it's just 3 things you learned this term, 2 things that you found challenging, and then 1 learning goal that you aim to achieve during the next term. Okay, so this morning I had a quick look on the Discovery Library and I just typed in reflect, and not surprised because our educator community in Flipgrid, in the Flipgrid world, is so generous with sharing their work, but there's over 2,000 pre-made topics in there. Just on reflect, and when I actually typed in reflection, it gave me another 2,000 and something, but they're different ones. So who knows, there could be almost 4,000 different reflection topic prompts in there in the Discovery Library for you to explore. But this is what I love about the Flipgrid community. Educators are so willing to share ideas, and inspire others. And I'm always inspired when I go to the Discovery Library, so definitely check that out. Okay, and I just wanted to finish on this one. So the ability to reflect is crucial for understanding and processing. And it's also essential to our ability to move forward and create something from what we have learned. And they are the words of George Couros from Innovate Inside the Box. And I think for me, we have an opportunity to empower our learners to share their voice, but most of all, to create something and empower them from their learning. So that is it from me for today. But again, I have 3 swag packs to share out on Twitter. So share your key takeaway and let's continue the conversation over there. EduTwitter is a fantastic space for professional development and learning. There isn't a day that goes by that I don't find some ideas or inspiration on there. But I can't wait to hear your ideas for backflips or reflection with Flipgrid. Don't forget to tag me in and use the hashtag PDPalooza and Flipgrid for all. I can't finish without saying a massive, massive thank you to Kathi, Paul, Jess, and Team Flipgrid. You know, you really help to support us and to inspire us and bring our educator community together. And it's an absolute honor to be a part of that. Thank you all so much. Thanks, everybody. And I hope you have a wonderful summer break wherever you are in the world. And I look forward to catching up with you on Twitter.
Hi, everybody. Welcome to my session using Flipgrid to encourage scientific inquiry. So first, I want to respectfully acknowledge the land where I am here in Moncton, New Brunswick is part of the unceded traditional territory of the Mi'kmaq people. In the spirit of peace and friendship, I express gratitude for the history, culture, rights, and traditions of the Mi'kmaq people, and I'm committed to reconciliation through education and honoring those who were here before us. So my name is Céline Gallien. I'm an education support teacher from Moncton, New Brunswick, Canada, and I'm so very excited to be here today to share about 2 of my most favorite things, Flipgrid and sparking curiosity in our students. So let's get started. First of all, what is scientific inquiry? For me, scientific inquiry means allowing questioning to happen. We want to make sense of the world around us by asking great questions, making observations, allowing students and even ourselves to explore and test, collect some data to come up with our own explanations about different phenomena happening around us. Scientific inquiry is a great way for students to develop global competencies as well as scientific literacy skills. These are very closely connected. We want our students to be great communicators and collaborators. We want them to develop critical thinking skills, and we find these all in both the global competencies as well as within scientific literacy skills. But how can we do this? So today, this afternoon, this morning, this evening, wherever you are, I'm going to go through a few activities that I've tried myself or that I think can be easily adapted to incorporate Flipgrid within them. So the first activity that I'd like to kind of showcase or talk about is used as a warm-up activity. So we call this Wonder Pictures, and some of you may have already used this in your own classrooms. So a Wonder Picture is a great opportunity for our students to start to question and make observations in a safe place. There are no right or wrong answers with a Wonder Picture, and that is a really important piece. We just kind of allow students to notice and wonder. So you'll see here on my screen on the left, we have a floor that's been covered in coins. And we would put that up on the screen and ask students, what do you notice? What do you wonder? In this specific case, we had students who started wondering how many coins would cover a book, how many coins would cover a certain table in the classroom. And the teacher seized the opportunity to allow the students to investigate a little bit further. But of course, they didn't have enough coins to cover a full table. So each group of students was given 20 coins to use as a reference point and had to go from there. Through discussion with this teacher, they and I thought that it would be a great way to allow students to, showcase their thought process by using Flipgrid, because as we know, in our classrooms, virtually and in person, we can't be everywhere at all the time. So Flipgrid gives us a tool, a very powerful tool that allows us as teachers and educators to kind of hear the thought process for all the students. So that's one way it could be used. Wonder Pictures are a tool that I would use as a warm-up for at least every day for at least 2 weeks. And I think as a teacher, you could create a Flipgrid topic board showcasing a wonder picture where students could video their notices and wonders weekly, which would give you the opportunity to see growth over time, be able to see, are they asking better questions? Are they able to make better observations the longer that we go through? And finally, if we're scaffolding this activity, we would want students to then create their own wonder pictures and be the owners of their own learning. So here I have a Flipgrid topic where we have 3 student-created wonder pictures that are showcased. You could collect all the wonder pictures this way and then allow this to showcase one at a time to the whole class in person, or you can leave it open for students to give each other feedback and to comment on each other's wonder pictures. I think this is a really rich activity, and to add Flipgrid to it will just make it that much better. Now that you are able to ask questions and make simple observations, we are going to work on using better descriptions, using all of our senses to make some better observations. Doing this, we could use an activity that I like to call mystery box. Typically in person, you would actually have a box and have an item inside. Again, it's another type of warm-up or spark for your students, and you would ask the students to describe the object without saying what it is or what it does. So I have an image of an everyday object on the screen, and while I'm talking, if you could think about how would you describe this object without saying what it is or what it is used for. It's not as easy as it seems. This is a great opportunity for students to work on those observation skills. And I think adding Flipgrid to this activity, when we're doing it in front of the class live, you can only have one student working on it at a time. But I think in a classroom, if you had stations going, this could be a really interesting way to get everybody involved. You could have a few different objects on the table, maybe like 10 to 12 objects. The students could come up, if we're doing it as a station, students could come up, choose an object, create their Flipgrid video, upload it to the discussion page. And once you have a few videos, you could start showing them to the class, or even allowing students to comment back and forth, again, creating that feedback and that sense of community within your own classroom that you, of course, will monitor, but that the students will become their own community of learning. So STEM is all over the place. I watched a session from this morning about STEM. It's such a great session. And I just kind of want to talk about how I see STEM as being not an activity that we do, but an environment that we create, an environment that really is connected, cross-curricular, interdisciplinary, what have you, that it truly allows our students to dive in and to make and to be creative and innovative and inventive. So here in our school district, the Anglophone East, we have created a newsletter, an interdisciplinary newsletter from K to 12. And as part of our newsletter, we have something called missions. So each of our missions is an activity, a hands-on activity that needs very minimal materials that students can dive into. They can do it at home, you can do it in class. Some teachers have created their own Flipgrid pages for their own classrooms and have given it as a type of homework so that students can do this at home with parents. And so some of the activities would be like, the one on the screen is called Fling It. So that was like creating a catapult that will launch an object as far as possible. We had one that was creating something that floats, holding the most weight. There was also a marble roller coaster. So a lot of those typical activities that we would do in class, we created and then put the QR code up there for students to access. When they access our Flipgrid page, we have varying characters introducing each topic, and then students could upload their videos from there. It was a great way for our whole district to come together. And again, it's open from K to 12. So we needed activities that were really flexible in their entry point. So being a low floor, high ceiling type activity. And Flipgrid was a great addition to making these activities successful. So we've scaffolded through asking questions, making observations, then kind of putting our making and our interdisciplinary hats on. And now we're going to testable questions. So we want students to be able to create their own science experiments, right? So two activities that I will present for this one worked through getting students to create their own testable questions. So again, we start with what do you notice, what do you wonder, what could you test? I had a video. It is simply a plot of me doing this experiment. It is simply a little plastic zipper bag filled with water and a pencil, and you push the pencil through it and it does not leak. So we asked the students what they noticed, what they wondered, and what they wanted to test. Then we sent them home to do their own tests. So some tested whether they wanted to change the temperature of the water, if the water was, in the freezer for an hour, if it was hot water, if they changed the liquid, did that make a difference? If they changed the writing utensil that they pushed through. And you'll see the picture of the student on the screen wanted to test the various types of sharpness of a pencil to see how that affected whether or not the bag leaked. So that was a really fun way for us to kind of introduce students to doing their own science experiments in an interesting way. And then they created their videos and everybody had access to watching the videos. And I think that some of the students, once the videos started being posted, some of the students were then inspired to try a second or a third or a fourth thing that they wanted to test. Another activity that I've used in classrooms that I've worked in is this one called Bouncy Ball. So in the intro video, my colleague here has a simple little bouncy ball and a meter stick, and we let the ball go and it bounces. And we ask the students, what do you notice? What do you wonder? What could you measure? And what could you test? And in this activity, it has a little bit more of a math spin to it, a little bit more data collection. It's a little bit more involved on that end. And we had students testing out different sized balls that they wanted to try: basketball, soccer ball, bouncy ball, tennis ball. And was the ratio of the heights of the bounces the same? Are they correlated? We had students measure the distance from the wall when they started and to where the ball finished bouncing. Really, the possibilities are endless with this activity. And my final activity is one that I did not use Flipgrid with. However, the teacher that I worked with to do this activity, we discussed it, and we think that Flipgrid would add such a richness to it. So it's Wonderwall. So what the teacher did was have students, hand out students sticky notes, and we asked them what they wondered and what they wanted to explore. Like the possibilities were endless. Then the students had to choose two that they wanted to investigate, and through conferencing with the teacher, they came up with one that they wanted to investigate. They created a visual component, and then we did a gallery walk where the students presented their projects. The teacher and I think that there are two ways that we would incorporate Flipgrid into this project, and we're hopeful that we'll be able to do that this upcoming year. One way is that for the conferencing, that she would provide the questions ahead of time and have the groups create a Flipgrid video of their reflections so that she could come better prepared with some critical feedback to give them. And the second way would be with the visual components, to have that QR code from the shorts and allow the students to create their visual or video or audio to go along with their poster or their visual components, so that they didn't have to stand there the entire time. And this would allow for more people to access it. We could have kept made the gallery walk much longer, kept the posters and the visual components out and available for everybody to access over an extended period of time instead of a few hours within the day. So I think that would be a great addition and make this already great activity that much richer. So again, scientific inquiry is observations, it's questioning, it's being curious about the world around you and thinking critically in order to come up with a way to explain phenomena that we see. So let's connect. Like every other session today, I have 3 Flipgrid swag packs to hand out. And in order to hand them out, I'm going to ask you to answer the following questions. So how do you or would you use Flipgrid to encourage inquiry in your classrooms? Doesn't have to be scientific. It can be inquiry of any kind. I'll ask that you follow me so that I can send you a DM with the code so that you can notify you that you are a winner. And if you could use the hashtags PDPalooza and hashtag Sparking Curiosity. So I'd like to thank you so very much for spending 15 minutes with me today. I am honored to be part of this great day and part of all of the amazing sessions that have already taken place and that will take place. So feel free to add me on Twitter. I love to grow my professional learning network, and I love to connect with all of you and learn from all of you. So I hope you all have a great day, and I look forward to seeing you all on Twitter. Thank you so much.
Hello there. Hello, everyone. I am Jim Hambel. Thank you so much for joining me and the Flipgrid PD Palooza. I am so excited to be here today. I'm sorry, I got my own Flipgrid swag, and because I just love it. I'm really in a great mood. Let me introduce myself first before I get all scattered. I have 10 years combined experience. Yes, you are in the right place for Flipgrid for PE and everything A to Z. As you'll see, then I have a master's in childhood and special education with years of experience in that, and a bachelor's in phys ed. Other cool fun things about me, I am from New York City. I don't know why I said that, I'm just very excited. I'm in the Bowling Hall of Fame, a professional bowling member. You also might know me from being the 2020 A4M Elementary Section Amazing Person. I won the Shape Dr. R. Doris Corbett Johnson Leaders. You also might know me as a Flipgrid Level 3 ambassador, a very heavily involved in the Flipgrid community. I'm also in the discovery section, but I'm so very excited because it's been a while since I've been able to teach PE in person, and Flipgrid honestly made that amazingly possible. And you're probably thinking to yourself, wait, we were remote. How could you teach PE? How could you do that? Well, let me explain to you what PE means to me and what PE really is. It's really about physical literacy. And I'm also going to be kind of talking about how they kind of like, even if you're not a phys ed teacher, you really could do a lot of these things in your own classroom, your own program. Flipgrid is great because you can honestly, it's free. It works on pretty much like every device. That's what makes it so great. And actually, I'm holding this bowl. We're going to be using that later. But it's really about the competency to move. Do you have the skills to be able to move? Do you feel confident because of that? And from confidence, that's going to breed motivation. That's why you're going to want to be able to move. So you also might know me as the creator and the host of the Wednesday Wellness Series, which was also by Wakelet, which is also really great with Flipgrid. But this was a series that I designed and created that I had guests that you can also check out, which also grows really great with Flipgrid. Based on just movement and exercise. It's not just, here's a video, let's watch it and try to keep up. A lot of this and a lot of things you will see are designed so that they can be done for at least every student, every child can actually have some kind of entry point. And from there, you can kind of scaffold and differentiate it. And it's almost like having the students do an exercise or like having them read a book and not having following up, but just having reading it. And that's fun, but this is the educational part of it where we are engaging the brain just so much. Because there have been times where, and Flipgrid is a great tool, because there have been times where students may not be able to physically master the skill that we're working. When I say the word skill, it's no longer, for me especially, it's, let me say that I'm speaking especially from my program, my experience is that it's not that we're doing basketball and this is all the things, it's going to be like we're really bouncing, and how can they relate to other skills? And literacy is also a component that's also seen in ELA. And like I said, I know this is being broadcast worldwide, so I'm going to try to use terminology that is kind of, terminology that's common over the world. So I want to show you a couple of the ones that I've done that you can see in the discovery that, give you an idea where you really could do a lot of it, because what's great about phys ed is that a lot of the top athletes use video recording to help them out. And a lot of times I was teaching summer school today, students were playing tennis. They were shorthand striking. They were using their hand to get the ball. And we can't just easily capture that. So you can use this in person, a hybrid. You can really use this anywhere. Anywhere that you have access to anywhere you can access Flipgrid, where this is one of my favorites where it's Tabata. And I know it's blank, but this is a fresh one that I made to protect the anonymity of my students. So you can see Tabata, if you've never heard of it, is a great workout because it's 6 exercises. Well, this one's 5, but you could do 5, 4, whatever you want to do. You can repeat it. It is a great workout where it's 20 seconds on, not doing 20 of that exercise, but 20 seconds on, and then I guarantee 10 seconds of rest. What's great about Flipgrid is that you can do this. You can share it out. Students can make their own. They can record themselves doing it so that then they can say, oh my goodness, I did that. Or they can even make their own. My students, I'm telling you, I teach elementary, which is pre-K to 5th grade, which is to about 10-year-olds, so about 3-year-olds now to about 10, 11-year-olds. And this was perfect because it's something that they can do. It involves a lot of choice. A lot of these things, it's not the, we're all going to stand around doing the one thing. It's all about choice. And that's what makes this so successful. And I'm telling you, like, a student, they love this. This one, I wish it had like 80 responses. I'm telling you. What's great about Tabata is then you could show video. I love making my own video. What's great about this is that you don't even have to be, it likes having commercials. But you can have your own, make your own videos, which I became a master of, and I made my YouTube channel, Hambel at Home. So, and then you could show the videos so the students could watch it. You can even make your own, and it's just really fun. So even just using Flipgrid, you could just record your own doing it, and you don't have to be great at it. Just, you know, trying it out. And there are really three things and 3 rules that students or anybody should have at home that honestly anybody could do Tabata. Adults, children, families, these are all great things. I would just recommend having a safe space to be able to move about, going at your own pace. If you get tired, it's okay to stop. What's great about Tabata is that you really get to know your own body, and it's really about choice. It's all about differentiation, and because students get to know and they get to feel like what's great for them, what's right for them. I always like to think Goldilocks, finding that balance, not too much, not too hot, not too cold, not too much, not too little. And then they could do it, and the students they really enjoy seeing it together. Like, this is perfect. Flipgrid is amazing, and it's one of my go-tos for like everything. This one is actually new. It's called Which One Doesn't Belong, and it's the PE edition, because this year actually I was teaching math and reading and all the academic subjects, but like over here you can pick this one, and this is a great brain stimuli. This gets the brain going, you should say, because you could just, there's really no right or wrong answer. You just say which one doesn't belong. And you can easily, I actually took this from math, you could actually easily do it in a math situation by patterns. And, you know, students don't just have to be sitting down, they could be standing up, they could be moving, you know, they could have lots of fun. And there's lots of different features with Flipgrid that you can do that with. And as you can see over here, you know, we use in mentor text where you look at an author and how they do it, it's the same kind of thing. Take a professional athlete, take an athlete. You know, this kind of opens it up to so much, not just here's a sport or try this or do that. They could also speak to the concept of it. Students will love doing this. I'm telling you, because I've done it. It's been great remote, and I'm looking forward to continuing these strategies in person. Like I said, it's super easy. I have extremely old iPads. I'm very fortunate. They work. So you could watch an athlete, same kind of thing. I mean, you have the students watching, or over here, you could use it as an exit slip. You could have them use a Flipgrid as an exit slip. You can make the exit slip part of the Flipgrid where they can write it, and they could also speak it. There's also the audio, which is amazing. So if you have students talking about health-related fitness, which is cardiovascular endurance, muscular fitness, muscular strength endurance, flexibility, and body composition, you could embed all kind of phys ed techniques, and you could even do it, and you could have the students, you know, not just having to sit down. They can stand up. They can do a brief stationary exercise where they're in one place. Like I said, you could even do math, scorekeeping, daily activity trackers. You could do this all on your Flipgrid because the possibilities are endless. All this is, I added a picture and then I shared it. So you're probably wondering, I love Flipgrid. I've been a big fan and advocate. I wish I discovered it before the pandemic, but I'm telling you, it's one of my like go-to. So if you know me and you've seen other webinars or other things I've done, and thank you Flipgrid for this opportunity, it's one of my favorite because it's free and it just works. And like I said, it just works, and it's like it has the immersive reader, which is great. So students of any background, I could leave videos, I could also leave YouTube videos, I could leave anything, and it just is like one all in one place, and it's fun. This is one, which one doesn't belong. This is one of my other favorite ones. If you're in like LME, like an elementary school, you might do something like field day. And so I just made some videos, and so I put the video of myself making it. Or this is one of my favorite absolute ones. If you ask, especially elementary students, if you ask them to perform something or ask them to do something, they will love doing it. And you're like, wait, 3-year-olds, 4-year-olds? Yes. That's a great thing they could do with their families. I've had pre-K kids, and I'm actually going to show you why I have this ball in just a second and bring that back. So let's circle back for now. But something like this is great. And you can see all kinds of things I have in the discovery section, because if you go down, you'll see, well, I do have a lot of phys ed ones. There's a whole big phys ed, and you can honestly tweak it. So, because really, you can pepper it in. You could add it into your own. If you're a phys ed teacher, you could use some of these. If you're looking to add into some activity, physical activity into it, you could easily add this, and then make the thing through. Why'd you choose that? Was hard? Or, you know, what would you do differently? There's so many types of like create your activity. One I also did where it's not here, but I also asked, so I actually asked the students, can you tell me what activity you think I should try? Like why? And that was really awesome, especially for my older students. They were like, you know, they gave me some really great, like, you should do jumping jacks because X, Y, and Z. And it really helps them immerse because they can go back to they can go back to it. I've had students who said they really wanted to they wanted me to make an extra thing because they really wanted to try other things like singing and dancing. And I was great. So And like I said, I know this was primarily phys ed, but honestly, I feel like, you know what, there's a lot of duality, and like honestly, that there's a lot of continuity, there's a lot you could do with something like this. Like for example, like an emoji tracker from Shapes Health Whose Minds. I do this every single day. You could have students explain why. You could have them mark it up, or they can do it when they're recording their response. Like I said, there's so many things you can do with Flipgrid. This is just a simple, how am I feeling, making a picture of it. One thing that we even do, I even like to do in phys ed is have a student, there's a rubric, students can record themselves, and then, or you can ask them a concept, or while you're doing remote learning, or you're doing flip learning, where you're having them think about it, reflect on their learning. What do they understand? 1, 2, 3, 4. Can they do this well? I understand. And it's right there. It's also visual. It also, while using visuals, while using learning, while using kinesthetics. And the great thing about it is the replayability. The students want to replay and they want to do it. And it's great because you can put things like this, and it helps because students will see it and they can refer to it again and again. And something like this is great. This is also a talk ladder. So it also helps expand. And these are not just skills that could be used in a gym or in the phys ed curriculum. They could use anywhere. So that's why I'm excited to use it, because like even when I was teaching reading, math, and writing, you know, these were some things I could use. So as you can see, I'm so very proud to be a Flipgrid ambassador. I want to share some facts. So this is actually one that I want to share with everyone else. It's the PD Palooza Toss and Catch. What's great about this one is, and we're going to have a little fun because I know you're watching 24 hours in, and you know what, I'd be remiss if I said, you know, we could do something. But wait, I don't have a ball. You know what's great about this is I have 2 young daughters, one that's 3. I use a stuffed animal. I'm telling you, she uses the towel. She loves doing it. Anything. This is really great because it inspires creativity. You could pretend to catch something even if you don't have anything. You could use a pillow. You could use anything light. I wouldn't recommend a pencil. You use a ball of socks. You can use anything. So I want to give away some swag, but I wanna. The object of this is any soft pair, any soft object, a pair of socks or wallpaper. How many times can you toss it yourself without dropping it? And if you drop it, that's okay. Like I said, this is, you know, we're focusing on the skill, not the. We're focusing on the process, not just the. So I'm going to share this topic. I want to see what will come up with, because if you have any, I don't have a social media, but if you do have any questions or comments, I would love to hear from you. Or, you know, want to pick my brain, or if you want to continue the conversation, because I always like this as a kind of conversation starter. I'd love, you know, while this has been working for me, I always appreciate, and I always love hearing about from different people, especially all over the world, because good teaching and good phys ed, good teaching is just good teaching. So if you always want to do that, but I want to see, let's have a little challenge. Get your, I know for me, especially this time of day, I'm on my feet all day, and getting up is super duper important. Thank you. So I want to, hold on. Oh, thank you. And if you can't sign in, the password is Hambel 2021. Oh, I got some from Scotland. I feel so cool. That's so awesome. See, this is why I love doing things like this, because thank you. Good vibes. That's honestly, I teach elementary, so this is me. So you know, you know what? Participate for a chance to win swag. You know what? I'm going to pick some people that do their best. And you know what's saying? It's not about how many times you do it. It's more about having fun. It's all about it. I guess that's the 4th important one. Have fun, because no matter what, this is supposed to be fun. Yes, it's learning. Yes, it's educational, but it should be fun. Like I said, this makes for. Thank you. Appreciate that. Like I said, thank you so much. Oh, and look at that. I was looking forward to this all day. I was super excited. I was teaching summer school today, and I was like, I can't wait to do this. So this is honestly, thank you so much, Flipgrid. Yeah, feel free to use these days. Feel free to, and if you see them, you'll see them on you'll see me on the Discovery. A lot of these go really well. They work well for social and emotional learning. You can kind of tweak them to really pretty much anything. That's what's also great about Flipgrid. You can take I can go and find any LA lesson and use it and tweak it and use it for my classes. Thank you so much, Anne. You know what? I can't be you know what? I have to be more thankful, and this is great because I am so happy I get to share this, my experiences, my knowledge, and just so many cool, fun things with others. So thank you so much for joining, and I hope to see some great videos soon.
Hola a todos, ¿cómo se encuentran? Bienvenidos a este PD Palooza y en este instante que va a ser un espacio dedicado a todos mis amigos y amigas de habla hispana. ¿Cómo se encuentran todos? Vamos a comenzar con algo muy esencial, que es una pregunta generadora para los próximos 15 minutos y me va a encantar ver su participación. Estoy viendo que ya tenemos aquí algunas caritas conocidas, así que bienvenidos y gracias por acompañarme. Bueno, vamos a necesitar esa pantalla adentro para que puedan ver la pregunta y quiero que piensen en los próximos segundos. ¿Qué elementos te han ayudado a que el aprendizaje sea significativo para tus estudiantes? Y ojo, no estoy hablando de una herramienta, no estoy hablando de software, no. Estoy hablando de cualquier elemento que a ustedes como docentes les haya ayudado a que sus estudiantes sintieran una experiencia de aprendizaje significativa. En este instante quiero comenzar a ver ese chat activo ahí, porque estén quienes estén, yo estoy segura que aquí vino la gente más prendida de Latinoamérica y de habla hispana. Así que nos vamos a ir con esa pregunta en mente. Ya ahí comenzaron a entrar algunas respuestas. Y a medida que ustedes me ayudan a contestar, quisiera presentarme. Mi nombre es Betzabé Orenos, me pueden llamar Betsy. Allí les dejo donde me pueden encontrar en Twitter porque lo van a necesitar. Mucho ojo, lo van a necesitar. Sheila, gracias por tu respuesta. Dulce, muy bien, ya participando, excelente. Bueno, ¿y por qué comencé con esa pregunta? Porque a lo largo de estos 15 minutos se van a dar cuenta que lo que les vengo a compartir en este instante les va a servir a darle sentido y significado a lo que sus estudiantes están aprendiendo en su clase. Sigan allí comentando mientras que quiero que se me prendan muchísimo porque Flipgrid trae regalos para ustedes, para quienes están participando en esta sesión de aprendizaje. ¿Qué les parece? ¿Qué mejor premio? ¿Qué mejor motivación? Así que, ¿cómo pueden ganarse ustedes esos regalitos que Flipgrid tiene para ustedes? Bueno, pues yo puedo dar 3 regalitos. ¿Qué tal? ¿Cómo lo van a lograr obtener? Primero, como lo están haciendo hasta ahora, allí participando, interactuando, pensando cuál es ese elemento que ha podido hacer que su aprendizaje, el aprendizaje de sus estudiantes sea significativo. Muy bien, lo están haciendo excelente. Bueno, me gustaría que a lo largo de mi presentación ustedes tomen la captura de pantalla de su parte favorita. Puede ser cualquier parte de mi presentación que les llame la atención y se van a ir al finalizar corriendo a Twitter y van a postear allí esa captura de pantalla. Pero no solo eso, porque al cerrar mi presentación los voy a dejar con un reto. Porque esto no se trata solamente de recibir, aquí también ustedes van a aportar, claro que sí, porque es una sesión muy interactiva y aunque yo no los pueda ver, puedo sentir esa presencia ahí por medio de la participación. Y miren allí, Ana Luisa, Patricia, Rafa, ya están participando, Daniela, muy bien y muy buenas respuestas. Me gustan muchísimo los elementos que están mencionando. Entonces, pongan mucha atención porque va a venir el momento de la presentación de cómo la estrategia que les traigo esta tarde les va a poder ayudar a hacer que el aprendizaje sea más significativo para sus estudiantes. Bien, nos vamos entonces. No se preocupen porque esta diapositiva va a volver para que recuerden la dinámica de cómo poder ser uno de los 3 afortunados ganadores de la sesión de aprendizaje de hoy. Bien, nos vamos entonces con uno de mis elementos favoritos en Flipgrid, que son los mixtapes. Bueno, ¿qué viene a su mente cuando escuchan la palabra mixtape? Cuando yo vi esa palabra por primera vez, pensé en un DJ, como el gato que está ahí mezclando. Bueno, pues vamos a hablar un poquito acerca de qué es un mixtape, de el poder de los mismos, por qué me pueden ayudar en mi clase. Vamos a hablar un poquito acerca del tema de privacidad y seguridad y, por supuesto, lo que les había mencionado va a ser su turno. Allí tenemos a nuestra querida Belén también participando. Miren eso, que se puedan expresar libremente, y definitivamente ese es otro elemento. Bueno, vamos a entrar entonces en materia. ¿Qué es un mixtape? Cuando ustedes han ingresado a Flipgrid, seguramente se dan cuenta que en la barra superior tienen diferentes opciones. Para todos es muy conocida la barra de la discusión, donde ustedes han creado sus grupos, sus temas. La opción de descubrimiento, en donde pueden explorar diferentes ideas de otros profesores y donde incluso ustedes seguramente han aportado. Y después de actividades tenemos el mixtapes. Quise poner esa imagen allí porque también esta fue una de las imágenes que vino a mi mente cuando empecé a explorar los mixtapes, como aquellos casetitos para quienes son de mi época, cuando tenían sus canciones favoritas y las querían poner todas en un solo cassette. Sí, creo que no habrán tan mayores aquí en la audiencia hoy, pero si se recuerdan, una manito levantada me va a indicar de que sí se identifican conmigo. Bueno, pues un mixtape no es nada más que eso, una lista de reproducción de videos de distintos temas y grupos, tal y como lo están anotando allí Dulce, Patricia, y nos dicen es una mezcla, por supuesto es una mezcla, pero en Flipgrid no solamente va a ser una mezcla de sonidos, sino de la participación de sus estudiantes, que es muchísimo más relevante. Bueno, ¿qué les parece? Es tan sencillo como seleccionar los videos. Ustedes mismos los pueden seleccionar. Hay una alternativa que a mí me encanta, que es dejar los videos, dependiendo del tema que sea, en cada uno de los grupos a votación. Y de allí poder hacer una selección de acuerdo a las votaciones más altas. Algo que también me encanta es que son fáciles de compartir y solamente están disponibles para la visualización. Es decir, que al ustedes crear un mixtape ya no podrán entrar respuestas ni comentarios adicionales. Bueno, ya vimos entonces en dónde encontramos los mixtapes, ya vimos cuál es su función y lo fácil que puede ser crearlos. Pero muchos se estarán preguntando, ¿y esto para qué me puede servir? ¿Cómo puede contribuir esto para hacer que el aprendizaje de mis estudiantes sea más significativo? Y llegamos entonces al corazón de mi presentación, el poder de los mixtapes. Ustedes se han preguntado, ¿qué le da sentido a ese momento de aprendizaje cuando están los chicos creando un producto, tomando un contenido para crear algo, hacer visible su proceso de aprendizaje? Bueno, les digo algo que le da mucho sentido y que le ha dado sentido a mis estudiantes es tener una audiencia real, un público real. Por supuesto, hay factores que debemos de considerar, que no a todos les gusta necesariamente tener un público o una audiencia y, bueno, pues que no necesariamente todos los productos van a estar en exhibición. Así que la solución son los mixtapes. Y en la diapositiva que tienen ustedes en pantalla, me encantaría mucho que presten mucha atención a ese botón azul, porque es tan sencillo como presionarlo en la sección de mixtapes, como crear y decidir qué tema, en torno a qué tema va a ser su mezcla. Bueno, les traigo algunas ideas útiles. ¿Qué les parece si tienen una mezcla de videos de consejos para el bienestar y la salud? De repente, en sus diferentes grupos, ustedes le brindaron la oportunidad a sus estudiantes de dar diferentes consejos, de modelar estrategias. Seguramente algunos estuvieron ejercitándose, tal vez otros estuvieron buscando alternativas como pasatiempos en casa y los están compartiendo. Bueno, pues, ¿qué tal si para la comunidad ustedes crean una mezcla con todos esos consejos para el bienestar y la salud de la comunidad? Tiene un propósito y le están brindando a sus estudiantes una audiencia real. Esa es una idea. Veamos esta otra. ¿Qué tal un show de talentos? Muchos de nosotros extrañamos muchísimo estar en esos escenarios en nuestras instituciones educativas. Lamentablemente, ya tenemos muchísimo tiempo sin poner un pie. Muchos de nosotros hemos estado solo en la modalidad virtual. Bueno, ¿y qué tal convertir a Flipgrid en ese escenario virtual y buscar allí o nominar a los mejores talentos. Hay una actividad que extraño muchísimo que Flipgrid participaba, que era el ET Karaoke, y lo hacían por este mismo medio. Miren, para lo que se llama talentos, esta es una de las mejores alternativas. Así que piénsenlo, si tú eres un profesor de arte, de música, de teatro, no tienes idea de lo espectacular que puede ser convertir Flipgrid en el escenario para ver todos esos maravillosos talentos. Bueno, nos vamos entonces con algo sencillo, le bajamos un poquito. ¿Y qué tal las presentaciones de tus proyectos? Pero no todas las presentaciones. Imagina que tienes varias secciones de la misma materia o la misma área y vas a elegir qué presentaciones van a resaltar y quieres enviárselas a los padres, las quieres enviar en un boletín mensual. ¿Ah? ¿Se les había ocurrido esa idea? ¿Qué tal? Lo pueden hacer de esa forma para que los padres pues tengan acceso a ver qué es lo que están haciendo sus hijos, qué es lo que están creando. Esta es otra alternativa, una idea muy sencilla. Me pregunto quiénes ya lo habían implementado. Me gustaría muchísimo ahí que también empiecen a comentar, porque ese era uno de los tratos para poder ser uno de los afortunados ganadores. Comentar, interactuar. Bien, veo ahí que hay gente bastante activa saludándose, eso es muy bueno. Bueno, pues vamos a ver otra idea que a mí me fascina. ¿Por qué? Porque no solamente da significado al aprendizaje, sino que empodera a nuestros estudiantes. Y se trata de aprender de los expertos. Sí, ¿qué tal? A ver, una idea para el profe de matemática por ahí. A ver, ¿cuántos de matemática hay por ahí? Puede ser de matemática, puede ser de historia, qué sé yo. Imaginen que les han pedido a sus estudiantes enseñar un tema, explicar un proceso y se graban. Luego ustedes pueden hacer esta selección de las mejores ponencias, las mejores explicaciones, las más prácticas, y crear ese repositorio de tutoriales de sus mismos estudiantes. Imagínense de dónde está saliendo el recurso. Esto es fabuloso porque, uno, los estamos empoderando, ellos pueden liderar ese proceso de enseñanza. Imagínense, ya no solamente están aprendiendo, sino están enseñándole a otros y están siendo incluidos en un espacio exclusivo, siendo nominados como los expertos donde otros estudiantes van a poder aprender de ellos. Esta es otra fabulosa idea. Y luego, pues, nada más y nada menos que el favorito de todos como un proceso de evaluación alternativa, los portafolios de evidencia de aprendizaje. Claro, ¿cómo no llevar ese proceso a un espacio donde lo podamos ver, escuchar, donde el estudiante pueda hacer la defensa de todas esas evidencias de aprendizaje que ha coleccionado a lo largo del ciclo escolar? Sí, ya no necesitamos estar en una clase. Bueno, todos lo extrañamos, yo lo extraño. Yo me siento solita aquí en este salón, sin mis estudiantes, pero gracias a esta maravillosa opción podemos brindarles un espacio para, uno, que tengan una audiencia y se recuerden que lo que están haciendo tiene un significado, tiene un valor. Dos, para empoderarlos. Imagínense, ya hasta salimos con otro valor más. Así que, bueno, miren acá. Estas son solo algunas de las ideas que les quería compartir, ¿sí? Ahora, esto tiene muchísimo valor. Amplificar las voces de sus estudiantes en un mixtape es muy sencillo. Ustedes estarán pensando, ay no, Betsy, ¿a qué hora me pongo yo a bajar ese video y volverlo a subir a un espacio de Flipgrid? ¿Quién les dijo que tenían que hacer eso? Es tan sencillo como irse a su lista de respuestas en sus grupos, en sus temas, y van a encontrar ustedes esos 3 puntitos junto a cada respuesta, y lo único que tienen que hacer es agregarlo a su mezcla que ya crearon anteriormente con uno de los temas de su elección. Imagínense. Y ahí nos está contando Patricia que lo usan para comparar preferencias en la elección de libros. Muy bien, Patricia. Ya yo creo que tú vas a ir corriendo a Twitter a compartir esa grandiosa idea. Bueno, pues entonces, ¿se dan cuenta? No requiere tanto esfuerzo ni tanta inversión de tiempo. Y este va a ser su botón favorito. Claro, porque aquí es donde viene la participación de esa audiencia que va a hacer que el aprendizaje sea significativo. Sí, le dan una audiencia a sus estudiantes donde puede ser visto ese contenido por la comunidad educativa, por las familias, por otros docentes. Y queridos amigos, estoy segura que eso va a ser un agente de cambio en todo lo que hacen sus estudiantes, porque no es lo mismo que le presenten al profe, sí, otra vez presentarle al profesor. No, esto los va a llevar un nivel más. Bueno, y finalmente vamos a ir cerrando ya con ese tema tan importante que es la privacidad y la seguridad. Ustedes deciden qué tan abierto quieren dejar este espacio de mezclas de videos de todos sus chicos. Ustedes pueden esconder esa mezcla en cualquier instante, pueden agregarle una clave para proteger la mezcla y que solo ciertas personas tengan acceso a la misma, y también la pueden eliminar. Ahora quiero que ustedes me digan, es su turno, ¿cómo van a usar los mixtapes en su clase? Ya aquí a las personas, los amigos que me acompañaron, nos dieron excelentes ideas, fantásticas ideas. ¿Por qué no nos vamos a Twitter y utilizan ese hashtag que está ahí? Ah, no, aquí. Para poder compartir muchas más ideas y que este tema siga resonando y que podamos motivar a más maestros a utilizar los mixtapes en sus instituciones, en su clase, para poder seguir haciendo el aprendizaje significativo. Me voy con esta frase, me voy despidiendo con esta frase, no sin antes agradecerles su compañía por ser parte de estas 24 horas de consejos, de estrategias, de ideas, diciéndoles, Flipgrid es mi herramienta favorita para brindar una audiencia a mis estudiantes y ampliar las oportunidades de aprendizaje significativo. Gracias a todos por estar aquí. No tardará en llegarles un mensajito para aquellos que hayan corrido a poner en Twitter esa captura de pantalla y compartir su idea de hoy. Nos estamos viendo.
Everybody, welcome. Welcome to Flipgrid's PD Palooza. My name is Nadine Levitt, and I am the author of these books over here. My Mama Says, Inside Me Lives a Village, and My Mama Says, Inside Me Lives a Superhero. Both of those are SEL, social and emotional learning. It's about emotions. It's about the consequences of your words, actions, and inactions. We then built a whole SEL curriculum around them, and that is now in schools. And we're super excited to be on Flipgrid as well, where you can access all these tools and resources, videos, and so forth for free. I am also the CEO and founder of Whirly EDU, which is a music education platform that we purposefully build the SEL components into the musical skill development so that you can have a fun and effective music education that's, both social and emotional and musical skill development. So since I really can't decide between my two babies, and I know we only have 15 minutes, so there's some pressure to this, but I couldn't decide between the two, so I just thought we'd do them both. They're both on Flipgrid. Why not show you both? So we have some swag giveaways. So we have 3 packs of swag to give away. So I'm going to be asking a couple of different questions. And I would love for you to answer them ideally on Twitter. So you can find me at Mrs. Whirly. You can also find us at My Mama Says, and at Whirly EDU. But for this, if you could answer either in the comments or in the on Twitter, and we also have put this question out there on Twitter at My Mama Says Book, at My Mama Says Book on Twitter. How are you feeling right now? And we're going to be selecting a few different, 3 different winners for those swag bags. So get on social media and please comment on how you're feeling right now. So the program, the My Mama Says program, was really inspired by my daughter. who is right here. So, and my son, but both my kids were having big feelings, and I really wanted to create something that was both simple and empowering. So simple to understand and empowering for her. So it wasn't telling her to control herself or control her emotions or to put a lid on it or anything like that, because it's just impossible to do. And as wonderful as movies like Inside Out are, which I think they're super cute, but she really walked away with that, with the thought that emotions control your every move. And I thought that was very disempowering. So we created this whole program that was both simple and empowering. The key learnings that I just want to share with you before we delve into some of these activities that make us so different. We teach that emotions live inside us all the time. They do not control us, and we do not control them. But sometimes they get big and loud. And why is that? Well, it's because they're really just messengers, right? They have one job, and that is to deliver a message. And they do so with either a reward or an alarm. So even the challenging emotions like anger or frustration or sadness, they obviously come with an alarm, and they want us to change something. Very nice to feel emotions, so less challenging. Things like being in love or being confident or being calm. And in those instances, often we're being hit with dopamine or oxytocin that tell us that we're on the right track. The problem is that your emotions aren't visiting you one at a time. You're always being, there's a group of emotions that are coming to find you that are getting louder and louder. And so there's a wall of noise as they all compete for your attention. And that is why we have to direct them. We have to learn how to create enough space around those emotions so that you can identify and acknowledge each one. Because if you don't, and you're ignoring them or you don't hear their messages, they take their job seriously. So they have to rethink how they're delivering their message to you. They do so by getting bigger or louder or bringing more friends or going into spy mode and getting really, really quiet and either physicalizing in your body or suddenly exploding seemingly out of nowhere. And in order to build a healthy relationship with them, we need to learn how to identify and acknowledge them. But that requires us to also look past the loudest emotion. So what does this look like? I'm going to share a video, a really short video. I'm not going to do the whole thing. That can also be found. We're going to tweet this out as well. So if you want the full video, go to the My Mama Says book Twitter account. And you can also go to our website where we have it. But we're just going to show what this would look like. Oops, sorry. If I can play it. Did you know emotions live inside us all the time? Sorry, guys. Darn. All right, I'm going to have to do it like this. And did you know? Here we go. Technical difficulties. Here we go. What happens when an angry hippo, a scared penguin, a frustrated parrot, a jealous beetle, an anxious beaver, and an overwhelmed giraffe come to visit? They each carry only one portion of the message. So since anger can often be the loudest emotion, if I only pay attention to that part of the message, this is what I hear. I am so angry because I am being excluded. Then I slam my door and retreat to my room. But when I look further at the other emotions I'm feeling, I notice a different perspective. The scared penguin might say, I'm scared that I'm not good enough, which might signal a warning that you need to rethink your goals. Are you striving for the right thing? And remember, perfection is not attainable. Frustrated parrot might be saying, I'm frustrated because this is always happening to me. That might signal that you are stuck in a pattern of behavior that keeps getting you to the same result, which is not fulfilling. You need to change your approach. The jealous beetle might be saying, I am jealous because I wish I could be more like my friend who everyone likes and is good at everything. Well, this might be the highest form of flattery and signals what you admire in someone that you want to emulate. So let it move you to create goals for yourself so that you can develop whatever attributes you enjoy in your friend. But be specific and approach it logically, one thing at a time. The anxious beaver might be saying, I'm anxious because I'm not good in social settings with so many people. This signals what is important to us. Perhaps it is the connection between two people that you find so fulfilling, and you find it hard to get such a connection with the distraction of all those other people. The overwhelmed giraffe might be saying, I am overwhelmed because there is nothing I can do about this. This is a strong signal that you need to direct your emotions as the messengers are getting a little bit rowdy. Try taking deep breaths, journaling, or going for a walk, or listening to music to direct your emotions so that you can piece together all the messages that you heard. All right, that might be a good place to stop on this one. So if you want the full video, you can go to @MyMamaSaysBook and see the full video, because from here it basically explains that you can create an actionable plan. So with this, you can decide and be goal-oriented in your actions, how you want to react. So what does this mean on Flipgrid? Where can you find us? Here's on the very top right-hand corner, you'll see a featured collection that's tools to identify, acknowledge, and direct emotions. So go to featured collections, click view all, and look at top right is where you will find us in this beautiful little frame. So what type of activities are going to be available? There's lots of lessons which you can peruse on your own, but there are also some new ones that we will be adding, that we are adding. So one of them is these 1-minute check-ins. So I'm a big believer in really short and sweet rituals that you can do daily. It doesn't need to take a long time. It really can be done quickly. And 1-minute check-ins does just that. So take the time, ideally beforehand, to create some emotion characteristics and have the students create their own. You'll see on the right-hand side here, I've got the angry hippo. But you might have created 30, you might have created 20, you might have created 40 characteristics. But every morning when your students come in, first thing, or right after recess is another great time, you can ask your kids to take a moment, either in silence or with music, to check in with themselves as to how they are feeling. Then they should grab the emotions that they are feeling and put them in a cup. And their cup signifies their village. Now, this is a really great way for you to understand immediately what your students are walking in with. And as you're creating your inclusive classroom in this environment where kids can believe that they will succeed, because you have to make them believe that they can and will succeed, then this is a great way to understand what they're walking in with and what you have to deal with. Another great idea is journaling, but taking it a step further and using Flipgrid to make it a video diary. Of course, these are all private between you and them, so it's all perfect. Another idea is yoga, honoring emotions. So we have soon a yoga deck coming out with all 30 emotion characters having their own pose. We will be releasing some videos on Flipgrid to share with you guys, but you can also check them out on our social media at My Mama Says Book. Lots of other activities can be found in the featured collection. Here are some examples. There's from reading the book, for example, to storytelling themselves, reading body language, identifying relationships between different emotions. There's art, there's theater, there's dance, lots of arts-infused activities. But since I only have 15 minutes, I'm going to rush on through this. But I would love to know from you what SEL rituals you have found successful in your classrooms. So again, go to Twitter. We will be tweeting this out as well as a question. Please, at My Mama Says Book, just tag Flipgrid ideally. And if you want, you can tag me too at Mrs. Worley and I'll reshare. But the second question is, what SEL rituals have you found successful in your classroom? So let's move on to music education. So this is my other baby, Whirly EDU. You can find us on Flipgrid also. Since music makes us feel something, it provides a really great opportunity to also teach social and emotional skills. So often in music classrooms, students are innately doing these things, but unless we're signposting them, it sort of goes into the not important right now bucket, right? So basically, we're miscategorizing them in our brains if we're not specifically signposting them as SEL skills in the moment. So an example of this I'll give you is if we're learning a song. If I just say, oh, we're going to learn this song, and you as a student might not really think that you're ever going to be a lifelong musician, well, in your brain, that goes into the silo of music skill development, so therefore not important. And it goes to the back of your brain, and you're never probably going to do anything more with it. However, if I say to you, hey, we're going to learn this song, but this is just problem solving 101. That's now a transferable skill, and it gets categorized in that sense. So if I say, well, what do we do when we problem solve? Okay, we break it down into bite-sized chunks. We recognize patterns. We create a schedule for ourselves as to when we want to complete something by, and we check in with ourselves as to how we are doing and adjust accordingly. So there's lots of moments in music class for us to signpost these moments, whether it's finding the musical expression in something, what emotions are being reflected in that music. Or if you're working on syncopation, it's really impulse control. So signposting them in the moment, we do that in our app, whirlyedu.com. You can find out more information. And we have a ton of activities to share with you. So the third question for the third swag bag, I know you guys are so excited about this, as excited as I am too. I want to know what songs motivate or inspire you. And so this question, if you can please answer them actually from Whirly EDU, and just tag Whirly EDU on Flipgrid. What songs motivate or inspire you? Then that would be great. And we will pick a winner of that swag bag by the end of this. We'll DM you and let you know if you've won. But there are lots of ways that you can bring music into your classroom, even if you're not a music specialist. You don't have to be scared of music. It's not that scary. It won't bite, I promise. One of the ways that we can do that is we can use music to welcome kids into the classroom. So think about this mind-body connection. I talk about it a lot, but it's really, you want to optimize the space and make your students feel as though they can and will succeed, that they're welcome in this space. And if I possibly could, I would replace every school bell with a song. The reason being that I think the school bell induces a ton of anxiety in kids, whereas music makes you feel like you're home and like you're welcomed. Even better, you can take it a step further and let them in on the choice of choosing what song. And so basically you're giving them the responsibility to say, well, what emotions do you want your students to feel? And like the question that I just asked of you, what songs motivate and inspire you, you can ask the same of your students and ask, well, which ones should we play? What do we want our fellow students to feel as they walk in the door? Another example is having your students share their favorite songs. So this is a great way to build community and isn't too personal. So students are very willing to share, but you learn a lot about somebody by the taste of their music. On Flipgrid, we have some great icebreakers. So for example, creating an alter ego. This is particularly powerful for shy students because you can drop the shyness at the door, and now you're stepping into the shoes of somebody different. So whether you're channeling a Beyonce type or a Lady Gaga or Baby Gambino, there's so many people who've got an alter ego. There's a real power, particularly in a classroom, to creating an alter ego. So you can find that on Flipgrid. You can also create a personal playlist honoring emotions. So you can start with, we have some prompts within Flipgrid, but your students can also pick any emotions that they're feeling. And basically they start to give a theme song per emotion or per feeling that they want to reflect. And then they create a personal playlist that they can count on at any point in time. Again, you're using Flipgrid and developing your public speaking skills. You're developing your confidence as you present back what those songs are. You can find us under the partners. So if you click, if you go in the Discovery Library and look at partners, view all partners, we are on the bottom row there in the purple and bright red logo, second icon in Whirly EDU. I hope you come and check us out. And you can find me at Mrs. Whirly on social media. I'd love to hear from you. So please contact me at Mrs. Whirly, or you can contact us at My Mama Says Book or Whirly EDU. I wanted to thank you so much for listening. Thank you, Flipgrid, for having me. We're thrilled with this PD Palooza. We hope you're having a fantastic PD Palooza.
Hello, PD Palooza, and I am thrilled that you are with me now this evening. Well, it's this evening now in Wales, but it could be late night, early hours of the morning where you are. It could be the middle of the afternoon. It could even be the morning. And that's the exciting thing about this global PD event. And I don't know if you've been like me, but I've been catching up with some of these sessions today. And boy, there is some amazing uses of Flipgrid going on across the world. And I'm just going to turn my speaker down because I'm getting some feedback coming through there. And I hope that's okay. So let me share my screen with you. There we go, it's on. And jump on to the next screen. So let me introduce myself first of all, before we dive into what I've got 15 minutes to do. My name's Paul Watkins, but everyone calls me Lani. I'm an ICT teacher from Wales in the United Kingdom. I've been teaching about 15 years, proud to be a student voice ambassador and a grid guide. I'm an MIE fellow for Wales, as well as an MIE expert, and also proud to be a global learner mentor, previously one of the Skype master teachers. Wales is so fortunate to have a huge investment that's been made by Welsh Government over a number of years in a digital learning platform that's accessible to all pupils from the ages of 3 to 18 and all teachers as well. And Flipgrid is part of that platform. So every single teacher and pupil has access to Flipgrid, which puts us in such an easy access, which puts us in such a wonderful, wonderful position. Now, the big problem I have, knowing that it's 15 minutes, is that if I have to speak about something that I'm really passionate about, I just keep going. So I really wish I had some hook here and it would pull me at the end of the 15 minutes off at the side. So every single session we've had today has been different, and what's been amazing about them is that there hasn't been a single talk where someone has sat them down and said, this is how you use Flipgrid. They've had an idea, and what they've presented on is what's been nurtured from that idea, or nurtured from being introduced to Flipgrid. What does Johnny say? If you think it, you can Flipgrid it. And it's been so true today, and I know there are still some sessions to go. But the session that we're looking at today with myself is looking at supporting pupils in school transition. Now, James touched on it earlier with the transition project, and there's been another one on the kind of the well-being and social and emotional learning within the last few hours. So there's going to be a bit of a crossover here, and this is why you need to stick with me, because just like all the other presenters that we've had today, I've got some free swag to give away. So if you want to have a chance of winning one of these fabulous Flipgrid swag packs, this is what you need to do. Any point during this session, and even after the session, because I've got a little something lined up between now and the next speaker, I want you to tweet a screenshot of this session, or it can be responding to something that I'll show you at the end, but it's a nice surprise. And it's a takeaway, something that stood out, something that's given you an idea. And when you tweet it, share it on social media, make sure you add me at Lani_Watkins and at Flipgrid, including the hashtags Flipgrid for All and PD Palooza. But this is what we want to do. We want to inspire others who aren't here right now. So think of 4 teachers, 4 friends, 4 educators, and tag them onto your tweet as well, so that they will also get the benefit from this session. I'll remind you about this towards the end as well, so don't worry about that. Now then, my session starts with this statement. Everything has a starting point. Everything has something that kickstarts something into motion, something you see, something you hear, something you read. This was an 11-year-old child. We had an open evening in our school where we had families of the children who were going to be moving to our school for the next phase of their education. And they were coming around and looking at the classes and looking at the environment that they were in. And I started talking to one of the boys who was there. And I was asking him, how are you feeling about starting in the school? And he told me he was nervous. And this is what he said. He said, my parents have evenings that they can go to where they can ask questions, but I don't have anyone to ask. He didn't have any older brothers or sisters who were in the school. He didn't have any older friends who were in the school. And this bothered him because he was leaving one school where he would only have had like 1 or 2 teachers for the entire year, staying in one classroom for the majority of the time, to move into a school that could potentially be 4 times bigger in the number of pupils, getting anywhere between 10 and 15 different teachers and having to navigate their way around the school. And this got me thinking. As a school, we were very proud about the way in which we supported pupils with transition, in the way that we've got a member of staff who goes out and visits the schools, that the classes come up and spend a day having taster lessons, but they don't answer the questions these children had. And this is where Flipgrid played a big part in it. And at the time in Wales, I may be wrong, but I think we were one of the only schools that were actually using Flipgrid. Flipgrid wasn't available at that point. It wasn't on the national platform called Hoover. And we were one of, well, probably maybe the only one, if not one of the only ones that were using Flipgrid. Now, when we talk about transition in school, moving from one phase of education to another, it's a huge thing. People talk about in life, don't they? You know, there's 3 big things that happen in life. You're buying your first house, getting your first job, and getting married. Actually, I want to add the 4th thing, and it's moving from a primary phase of education to a secondary phase of education. Moving into a high school, a secondary school, comprehensive school. It's a big thing, and it's a scary thing for a lot of pupils. I mean, when we think about it, essentially what they're doing is they're moving from being that big fish in a small pond to being that little fish in a massive pond. Sometimes they hear these horror stories about the things that happen. I think of my own time when I was about to start, and it's like, oh, do you know what happens to you on your birthday? But it's our job to help these children as they are preparing to move and after they move, to help and support them and reduce their worries, reduce their anxiety, and make it as enjoyable as possible for them, and also as exciting. Found this quote online. It says, if you're feeling a little down, remember some of the best days in your life haven't happened yet. We often tell this to our pupils when we are when they're in school with us, and we say, do you know what, when you get older, sometimes you look back and you think, my school days were some of the best days I ever had. That's where I made a lot of my friends. That's where I can remember some of the fun things that happened. So it's a huge thing to help those pupils and support them through their transition, so that when they come to us, they are feeling welcomed, they are feeling supported, and they know that there are people there ready to help and support them. Now, when I say people, I don't just mean teachers. I mean other pupils as well. And it's so important that schools look at establishing peer mentors, and they can play a big part in supporting transitioning through Flipgrid, as we'll see in a moment. So let's get started and have a look at some of the simple things. Now, I don't know if you've got anything that you do. I'm going to show you what we do, and then also just drop in some of the things I've seen shared on social media that other schools are doing, which is absolutely superb. You know, this is a great way to get teachers used to Flipgrid and how it works, and the different ways in which you can use the camera and what you can produce digitally. So quite simply, set up a group for your school, call it Meet the Teachers, and then set up multiple topics with a topic for each department, and then have the teachers to record a welcome video, just a short video introducing themselves, telling the kids who they are, tell them what their role is within the school, where they can find them, what room they can be found in, but also how they will be able to help the child at some point. Now, when we move into the secondary phase of education, move into high school, these pupils may never be taught by some of these teachers, but it's still nice to know who they are and know that there is a teacher there looking out for them and willing to help them. But don't just stop it with the teachers, step up the ladder. Have the senior leadership team in your school record welcoming messages, introducing themselves. The well-being team, those who have the responsibility whole school for a large number of pupils with their pastoral care. And then we've got a pastoral team, those who every day spend time with a small group of pupils, making sure that they're ready for the day and they're helping them, supporting them with any problems that they may have. There's no need to have any interaction on this group. We can, once you've recorded all the videos, freeze it, and then share it with the pupils from the school. So share it to multiple schools, and how lovely could it be for the parents to sit down at home because they've had the link shared with them securely, and they can sit down with their child and they can see the teachers that are going to be with their children. Now, this is what we do with regards to answering those difficult questions. First of all, create a group for each of the schools. And it's really nice to customize a group, a banner for those schools. It gives them that kind of ownership. This is ours. And they know it's only them that's going to be asking questions on it. So get the pupils to record their questions to it. But if they're going to record questions to it, set up topics for each of the different areas that questions could be asked. Pupils often say, we're really worried. What am I going to do if I forget about my homework? What are the school dinners like? I'm really worried. I'm a bit of a fussy eater. How much do things cost? What about uniform? How can I get to school? There may be questions about clubs that are in school, but then also you've got this questions that come up may not fit into a category. So have a category just called Itsy Question, a topic, sorry, called Itsy Question, where pupils can just record any question to it. Have it moderated as well, so that those questions don't go live. But remember, because each school has got its own group, no one outside of that school is going to see these questions. It may also be worth considering the class setting up some classes setting up one to help the transition for pupils who join halfway through the year, so that there's a way they can meet their new classmates before they arrive nervously on that first day. And it's even an opportunity for them to establish some friendship groups before they arrive. Get to know the people they're going to be sitting next to when they arrive in the class. Now, I'm bombing through this, but please, my Twitter's there. Just get in touch with me and I can help you with these things. Now, this is where the important thing is. Get the pupils to respond to these questions. I had this wonderful group of girls who used to come in every single lunchtime and respond to every single question that they had. And the feedback we had from parents was amazing. As a dad myself, if my kids were asking questions and they were getting the responses that these girls give, it would put me at ease like you would not believe. But these pupils came in, we didn't script anything. We just said, just answer them, be honest, be authentic, tell them how you felt with some of your experiences in school. All the teacher does, because it's moderated, is just checks for the quality, make sure that their videos don't stop short. That's all we do. We're not checking out what they say, just about kind of where the quality is. We have this trust in our pupils, and we have the well-being team as co-pilots, so they can also see and identify any questions that seem to keep coming up all the time. And if, as a school, we can be addressing something to make it easily. And this is what I love the most. These girls took responsibility for the schools they came from. They're like, I want to do that school, I'll do this school, I'll do this school. And they took ownership of it. And it was lovely for their teachers from years gone by to see how they had grown and how they were supporting others. And this is where these girls stepped up. Every year in Wales, the Welsh Government used to hold a digital learning event where teachers from all across the country and their pupils would come and present the ways in which EdTech is being used in the schools to support teaching and learning. And we presented Flipgrid. And you can see in the middle picture, two of my amazing peer mentors who are answering these questions were sharing the project, the transition project, with teachers from across Wales. And in this one up here on the in the top left, if I could put the cursor there, there's a familiar face there. That's the wonderful Kelly Goodall, who you would have seen in some of the blogs with her nan using Flipgrid and answering questions about World War II. And this was the moment Kelly heard about Flipgrid for the first time. So you can see she was inspired by pupils to go away and do these things. The feedback we had was amazing. This was 2018 that we did this. 2021, 2020. Schools across Wales were using Flipgrid for this transition because they could not get pupils to come into their school, and they were helping pupils through this time. This is how powerful it is. A student voice inspiring a country. And not only did it inspire a country, I had to throw this in. The Princess Royal, Princess Margaret, the daughter of Queen Elizabeth, came to our school for a visit, and our pupils presented to her the use of Flipgrid. You can see the green pod in the background, the use of Flipgrid for transition and helping them to develop their voice, helping them to develop their confidence in their subject areas. A thrilling moment for us as a school to see this project being shared with royalty. Who could have believed that? And I know that I have actually flown through this. It doesn't take a lot to set this up. It just needs some time to sit down. And trust me, the pupils will benefit from it. The teachers will already start to develop that relationship with the pupils. And the parents will appreciate this like you would not believe. I wanted to remind you, right the way through this, if there was anything that stood out, you're like, wow, I never thought about doing that before. Or it could be something that you've seen and you've thought about it before, but you kind of want to share it with 4 of your friends. Tweet about it. Tweet the screenshot. Add me, add Lanny Watkins, and add Flipgrid. And make sure you include at Flipgrid for all and hashtag PD Palooza and tag 4 educators in it. And what's going to happen is in the next hour, between now and the next speaker, I am going to randomly pick 3 of you. I held up 4 fingers at 3 of you to win one of these amazing Flipgrid swag packs. And there's a bonus there, look, right on the bottom. If you are on the Microsoft Educator community, there's a code that you can redeem for sitting on me. So look at that, you've got a bonus here, not just the chance to win one of the 3 swag packs, but you've also got the code that you can redeem on at education.microsoft.com, where you will find some wonderful courses on helping you to begin with Flipgrid and dive deeper into Flipgrid as well. So here are the questions. The first one's just been launched on Twitter. I launched it from @Lanny_Watkins. Question 1 every 15 minutes. So one of these questions is going to appear every 15 minutes. Let's keep this conversation going. Let's inspire people while we are online here. And that's me, just over the 15 minutes. And I'm going to stop sharing now. And I think I've been pretty good. Anyone who knows me is like, wow, we kept that really nearly down to 15 minutes. Flipgrid is there not just to help people grow in confidence, to find their voice and become fearless in using it, but it's also there to help and support others. Spend some time looking at Flipgrid. It's a ball of clay. Take it, shape it to the way in which it's going to have impact, not just in your school, but across the community, across the country, and even across the whole world. Get onto Twitter. Let's start answering some of those questions, sharing and inspiring with each other. Thank you for joining, and make sure you stay on for the other sessions every hour on the hour. Take care.
Hola a todos, buena tarde, buenos días, buenas noches, depende de dónde están. Es un gran placer estar aquí con todos ustedes. Vamos a hacer esta presentación, muy corta presentación de hecho, en español para todos ustedes. Entonces, Más que nada, es un placer. Gracias por estar aquí con nosotros, por estar aprendiendo en este PD Palooza por parte de Flipgrid. Ha sido un día increíble con sesiones muy inspiradoras o muy buenas. Entonces vamos a seguir y vamos a hablar de sketchnoting y Flipgrid y cómo podemos usar Flipgrid, cómo podemos implementar sketchnoting y Flipgrid. Entonces vamos a comenzar. Mi nombre es Omar López, trabajo en el sur de Texas, en Region 1 Education Service Center. Soy un LRI Specialist o especialista de integración de recursos de aprendizaje. Está muy largo el nombre, entonces dejamos en LRI Specialist. Me pueden seguir en Flipgrid, en Flipgrid estaría bien. Me pueden seguir en Twitter at Omar López 0207 y como dije, estamos en el sur de Texas, entonces desde el sur de Texas, saludos a todos. Gracias por estar aquí. Seguiremos. Entonces, como dije al principio de la sesión, esta sesión vamos a hablar de sketchnoting y Flipgrid. Y por favor, participen en el chat. Estamos en el chat. Si yo no puedo contestar, va a haber personas ahí que va a contestar la pregunta que ustedes tienen, ideas, recomendaciones, algo. Entonces, participen, por favor. Y no olviden también de participar en las redes sociales, más que nada en Twitter, y no vayan a perder la oportunidad de poder ganar algo de Flipgrid. Vamos a comenzar con qué es sketchnoting. Entonces, sketchnoting lo que es, se puede usar también como le decimos nosotros, visual thinking, right? El pensamiento visual. Entonces, sketchnoting es una estrategia de aprendizaje que usamos. Yo la uso muy seguido, mucha gente la usa, muchos docentes, muchos maestros. Entonces, la idea de sketchnoting viene de tener algo en texto o en una plática y convertir eso en un visual donde nosotros podemos hacer, make sense, hacer mejor y entender mejor lo que nos está diciendo. En vez de tener tanto texto escrito, podemos usar dibujitos, flechitas, cualquier cosita para poder captar la idea principal. Es algo bien simple, no hay un patrón que diga se tiene que hacer así, cada quien hace sus sketch notes como a él le guste o como le beneficie para poder aprender más. Y como no tienes que saber dibujar, hay muchas opciones de cómo usar sketch notes en tu salón de clase para aprender con tus alumnos. Ahora vamos a hablar de ¿por qué utilizar sketch notes en nuestra clase? Bueno, primero que nada, lo más importante es que es más fácil recordar la información presentada. Para nuestros alumnos, mucho texto, mucha plática, mucha instrucción, las lecciones puede ser un poco difícil. Entonces, es más fácil recordar cuando hacemos algún visual, cuando tenemos algún dibujo o una ilustración. Eso es lo más importante de por qué usar Flipgrid. Por ejemplo, tenemos 6 palabras, 6 textos, pero si nos vamos, de aquí vamos, las 6 palabras sí están bien porque las estamos viendo, pero si proveemos algún tipo de visual para nuestros alumnos, es muy probable que van a retener y van a poder internalizar, aprender con más profundidad todo lo que están viendo porque es un visual. Vamos, por ejemplo, yo cuando vine a los Estados Unidos a la edad de 10 años, 0 inglés, era muy difícil para mí aprender la materia escolar, lo académico y el segundo idioma. Entonces, ¿qué hacía yo? Yo me ponía a dibujar y cualquier palabra que miraba en inglés, pencil, dibujaba un lápiz, tree, dibujaba un arbolito. Entonces, así, aprendiendo con esos pequeños dibujos, yo fui haciendo mi propio diccionario visual, mi propio, lo que le decimos el bilingual dictionary, ¿verdad? El diccionario bilingüe. Y yo me ayudé y así aprendí mejor lo académico y el segundo idioma también. Ahora, también promueve el pensamiento visual y como acabo de decir, la palabra lápiz, nosotros vamos a ver y se nos va a, no vamos a ver la letra L o la A, la P, la I y la Z, no lo vamos a ver. Entonces, lo que pasa a nosotros ver esa palabra, y es lo mismo que sucede con nuestros alumnos, ven un concepto académico y se recuerdan de lo visual. O sea, ciertas palabras promueven y causan que haya una imagen. La palabra revolución, no vamos a ver las sílabas de la revolución, sino vamos a ver una imagen de cualquier revolución en cualquier país. Ahora, algo que nos gusta, que es muy importante, es el control del aprendizaje al dibujar y grabar. ¿Por qué hacemos esto? Entonces, al dar una lección, al dar la opción que haya sketch notes, los niños, el estudiante puede grabar y al mismo tiempo ellos explicar. Están viéndolo, lo están repasando en su mente, pero también lo están viendo visualmente. Que esto ayuda a los estudiantes que son los alumnos de inglés como segundo idioma. Nosotros lo conocemos como English Learners, pero en cualquier parte del mundo, si están aprendiendo algo, cualquier concepto, no necesariamente otro idioma, pero algún concepto que tengan que ver. Vamos a ver este pequeño video. Por ejemplo, esto es completamente en la cámara de Flipgrid. Recuerden que, bueno, aparte de lo que ya viene, que va a estar súper chido también, lo que ya está disponible ahora es el tablero. Y aquí vamos a ver cómo el tablero, perdón, y luego, aquí lo voy a pausear porque yo tomé esta foto y la compartí con mis estudiantes. Muy fácil, ustedes pueden tomar una foto, un template, un organizador gráfico o graphic organizer y los niños pueden llenarlo. Por aquí yo les doy la foto a mis niños, a mis estudiantes, ellos la suben y lo empiezan a usar la tinta digital para entonces clasificar los artículos o ellos mismos. No van a decirme un sólido tiene masa, tiene una forma específica, entonces ellos mismos nos pueden dar ejemplos. Ahora, esto ayuda también para otros estudiantes a nosotros compartir el video de nuestros niños, de nuestros alumnos. ¿Por qué es importante esto? Al mismo tiempo, estamos nosotros viendo, entre comillas, el proceso que está pasando en las mentes de nuestros alumnos. Es ahí cuando nosotros como docentes podemos ver, aquí fue donde se equivocó, o aquí es donde tengo que clarificar esto, aquí les quedó una duda. Entonces, de esa manera, al momento donde nuestros niños están dibujando, escribiendo y explicando lo que han aprendido de nosotros, como he dicho varias veces, es importante ver el proceso, qué es lo que están pensando. Entonces nosotros podemos intervenir para poder ayudar a nuestros estudiantes. Vamos a adelantarle un poquito más, nada más para que veamos los ejemplos de cómo los niños, como dije, usando todas las herramientas que están dentro de Flipgrid, pueden hacer esto, pueden dibujarlo antes y después grabar, o pueden grabar y dibujar al mismo tiempo. Esa es la opción de nuestros niños. Y es lo que decimos, como dice Feli, es tomar el control del aprendizaje y ayudarles a desarrollar la lengua, el idioma, ¿verdad? Ya sea de escuchar, escribir, hablar y leer. Otra opción, ¿qué si no? Esto es súper fácil, vamos a detenerlo aquí. Ya está el tablero, pero ¿qué si los niños no o están batallando a dibujar porque tienen la computadora, es un poco más difícil, tienes a un niño que batalla con el mouse? Entonces, bueno, vamos a dibujarlo en papel, le tomamos una foto y como dije, esas es otra de las maravillas de Flipgrid, que tomamos una foto, la subimos como un background, ahora que ya vienen unos backgrounds más chidos que está volviendo loco a la gente, pero bueno, entonces se le puede tomar una foto. Tienes un niño que le da pena estar en la cámara, no pasa nada, pon la foto, lo que queremos es escuchar tu voz. Entonces, esa es otra opción de lo que tenemos aquí. Estamos usando la herramienta de Flipgrid, que se puede usar en cualquier materia, pero estamos también acomodándonos para que los estudiantes de nosotros puedan explicar lo que ellos entendieron y, como dije, nosotros podemos intervenir y corregir o extender la lección. Ahora, Porque también es otro punto importante, se puede implementar en cualquier materia, también por los alumnos y por los docentes. O sea, yo como maestro uso sketchnoting, bueno, usaba sketchnoting a casi, o sea, cada de mis lecciones de mis unidades teníamos un sketchnote. ¿Por qué? Porque así aprendo yo. Yo sé que es visual, porque hay niños que hay visuales, hay niños que necesitan estar escribiendo, lo tienen que repetir. Y también los alumnos, a ellos les ayuda porque agarran los puntos más importantes y ellos saben lo que les beneficia, qué es lo que van a aprender. Por ejemplo, esto es algo que tenía yo en mi salón y, bueno, está en inglés, pero les explico en español, no pasa nada. Aquí tenemos una lección, es como un resumen de la tabla periódica. Vamos a hablar de las propiedades físicas de los metaloides, de los metales y de los no metales. Entonces, hacemos una nota, la ponemos en la pared, es un póster, y hay dos cosas que hay aquí. Una, el Flipgrid Shorts de la esquina del lado derecho. Ese código QR, yo estoy explicando este dibujo que subí como les expliqué hace rato. Entonces, si los niños quieren ver, oye, ¿de qué era esto? Los niños escanean en su teléfono con la aplicación, salgo yo mi videíto en AR, bien padre, y me escuchan otra vez explicando lo que ya les expliqué antes, ya sea que no vino un niño, que estuvo enfermo o necesita repasar. En la esquina izquierda de mero abajo lo que tengo es el código QR para que ellos accedan el tópico en Flipgrid y puedan ir a contestar algo ahí. Entonces, de esa manera hago mi sketchnote, le pongo los QR codes, ya sea a un shorts donde doy más instrucción o donde los niños pueden ir a contestar una pregunta acerca del sketchnote que tenemos disponible. Ahora, unos pequeños tips si van a empezar a hacer sketchnote. Yo les recomiendo que, o sea, empiecen algo simple, algo fácil, pero que hagan con sus alumnos una biblioteca una biblioteca de iconos en sketchnote. Y agarrar los más simples, donde ellos puedan practicar. Y usualmente muchos de estos se pueden usar para, como dije antes, para varias materias. Y se pueden usar repetitivamente. Entonces, depende de lo que están haciendo, ya sea de ciencias, de historia, de matemáticas, lectura. Estos son, y es importante tener estos iconos para que ellos se den una idea. Entonces, ustedes ya pueden ir variando los iconos que van a usar cuando hagan sketchnote. Aquí, como dije, lo pueden hacer en papel, tomarle una fotito, subirla y explicarla, o usarlo quizás también en la cámara de Flipgrid. Sé que vamos súper rápido. Me gustaría tener horas y horas para compartir con ustedes Flipgrid y sketchnoting, pero pues, aquí estamos. Es algo simple y ojalá ustedes tengan ideas y empiecen a compartir y platiquen para traer a sketchnoting a sus salones y usarlo con Flipgrid. Recuerden de que compartan una captura de esta sesión, la suban a Flipgrid. Compartan una idea de cómo usar sketchnotes. Etiquétenme a mí, a un amigo, a un colega, y usen los hashtags PD Palooza, Flipgrid for All también. Recuerden, como dice nuestra amiga Ann, juntos somos mejor. Entonces, si compartimos ideas, le vamos a ayudar a alguien. Síganme en las redes sociales. Omar López 0207, y ha sido un tremendo placer. Ojalá les haya gustado y que saquen algo de beneficio de esta sesión. Recuerden, lo que hacemos es por nuestros niños, por nuestros alumnos, para ayudarles a aprender y que lo que hagamos les beneficie a ellos en un futuro. Hasta luego.
Welcome to PD Palooza and my session, Creating with Littles. I'm Debbie Tannenbaum, and I am so excited to be here with you tonight. I've been looking forward to this all day long because I get to share with you what is my passion, which is really making sure all of our littles get to create. So with that in mind, I am sharing with you a bit.ly link with PD Palooza Littles. So feel free, if you want to look back at the links, you can look there. In addition, you can find me on pretty much all social media at Tannenbaum Tech. So to give you a little bit more information about me before we get officially started, I just finished my 21st year in education. I'm getting ready to start 22 now. My 3rd year as a tech coach. I blog on Tannenbaum Tech, so if you haven't checked that out yet, please do. And you can pretty much find me at Tannenbaum Tech anywhere. Twitter, Instagram, LinkedIn, Voxer, Clubhouse. I even have a Facebook group, but Twitter is really where I love to be. And I am super excited that I got a chance to publish a book this past year. And chapter 4 of this book, with Road to Awesome LLC, is all about empowering and nurturing student agency. So definitely, if you're interested, check that out. And we're going to go ahead and get started. So before we begin the official presentation, please, I have some free swag to give away. And I have three swag packs. So take a screenshot of this session, sharing a takeaway at some point. Please make sure you tag me and Flipgrid, and I'll remind you that at the end as well. So I would love in the chat if you could go ahead right now and just type in some words and tell me, or in the comments, and tell me some words that come to your mind when you think about creating with littles. Let's see how it comes in. Any ideas of words that you would think of when you're thinking about creating with littles? I am not seeing any words pop in yet, so I'm going to go ahead and share some of the words that I felt. So 3 years ago, when I became a tech coach, I had never really worked with littles before. In fact, I see words popping in now. Cutting, gluing, messy. Thank you, Heather. And so I had never really worked with littles. I had mostly taught 4th and 5th grade. And so I was now responsible for working with littles in a computer lab. And I had them for 30 minutes. And they had to log in. And then I would usually have a second class right afterwards. I see Feli putting in fun. Absolutely. But for me, when I first started doing it, the word that kept coming up for me was truly and utterly exhausting. I could not keep up. I would help one kid and another one would pop up, and I'd help another kid and another one would pop up. And honestly, I didn't know how kindergarten teachers did it. It was, and I see Jennifer putting in chaos. It was tough for me, and I was really struggling. So a lot of times when you're working in education, you find the best solutions when you're struggling. And so that's kind of what happened to me. And so I'm going to share with you my promoting student agency story, and then we're going to talk about what it has to do with Flipgrid. So with that being said, I was struggling. And it was December at that point, and things weren't really getting any better. I kept trying things, and I was listening to the 10-Minute Teacher podcast, and Pana Asafatana, who I'm going to show you a brief video clip of, there's about 5 minutes total. I'm going to show you about 1.5 minutes. She was having similar problems, and I'm going to tell you how she helped me.
Was that no matter how carefully I thought I had introduced the instructions to a new app or a tool, or how well I might have created an anchor chart with all the steps for the procedure, I always had students constantly asking me, Miss A, what do I do next? And I had iPads being shoved in front of my face. They couldn't really hold the steps in their heads. And at first I thought, well, maybe it's because they're young, they need some time to get used to it. But after a while, I started to notice that nothing was changing. They weren't becoming more independent users of digital tools. So I had to ask myself, what was I missing? And what I started to realize was that I was handing my students digital tools without acknowledging that these tools came with a series of concepts and literacies that I wasn't teaching them. It was like handing my students a book and asking them to read without ever teaching them anything about letters or sounds. You see, our job as educators is to put handles on learning, to make learning easy for them to grab onto and take with them from one scenario to the next. So what types of handles did my students need to become more independent users of digital tools?
So I'm going to stop the video right there. And she continues and she talks about how she realized that just like we need to teach letters and words for students to be able to read, they need to understand the language of the computer or icons. And she talked about how she had started to incorporate this as part of a morning message building onto these icons. I love this idea. I figured, what did I have to lose? And so what I did is I created this messages like this. This is one that's based in Flipgrid, where I explicitly started teaching my students icons, Google Classroom, Google Forms, Flipgrid, understanding what the record button was, where the plus sign was, that kind of stuff, so I could give them handles to hold on to. So I continued to build this in that first year. This is it at the end of the year as we continue to add more and more icons. You can see Flipgrid's up there at the very top. And so as I started to do this, I noticed this not only benefited my littles, but it also started to benefit all my students. And we continue to add very strategically, one at a time as needed. The next year, I do not know if there's emoji. I bet you there is emoji literacy, Gloria. That's an interesting thing. So the next year I was at a school where we had to do learning targets. So I started explicitly including my icons in learning targets. So my students struggled with username and password. And so I made signs for username. It was 7 digits. I made signs for password. I started explicitly teaching my students those things. And you can see that what used to be a morning message suddenly became more of an algorithm step by step. And so my students would come up to me and they might say, well, I'm on step 4. And I'd say, okay, now what's step 5? And we would be able to work on this together. This became something we could do together. And my students knew things like download and upload. And we made it really fun. So it was an interactive experience. One of the things that really influenced me as I did all of this is that I had been learning about the language of initiative from Ron Richart. And he says, who's doing the thinking in your classrooms? Are you asking questions that say you think your students have the answers, or are you rescuing them? We really do need to think about that. In addition, I had also been learning about shapegrams with Tony Vincent. And in that, Jennifer, I agree. We all need it. And he was sharing how to use Google Drawings using videos to show the kids. And I noticed that the kids could control the pace. So with all of these things going on, I started to add more and more of these things in. So now let's talk a little bit about Flipgrid, because Flipgrid is one of the tools I use with my littles. And I use it in lots of different ways. So why do I like using Flipgrid? I love the choice in how they respond. We want to really make sure we have universal design for learning. And let's go through this row. We have mic mode, we have screen recording, we have text, we have boards, we have ink, and we have stickers. We have so many choices there. And so our students can really pick the choice that best fits their needs. We also have the capability of having them respond to each other. So for this reason and more, when I teach icons, if I can teach the kids that when they see these things, that's what it is, it doesn't matter whether they're fluent readers or not. What matters is that they recognize these icons. So really building on that. I love using Flipgrid for more than just that. I love the Discovery Library. The Discovery Library gives you so many possibilities of things that you can take and use. I also love using that shorts camera to make those videos to help my students if they need help. And I love putting their stuff together in mixtapes. In the Discovery Library, you can sort. So right behind here I have it sorted. There's 14,000 things in here without sorting by subject for elementary and preschool and kindergarten. And you can further sort. So there's so many choices there. So I did this presentation not just with Flipgrid, and we were going through what different tools had. And one of the things that really struck me is that Flipgrid has it all. Students can add text, they can draw, they can add video, they can add pictures as stickers, they have audio. They have collaboration, and before we know it, we're going to have music too. Flipgrid really listens to all of us, and that's one of the reasons I'm so proud to be here tonight. So let's talk about some ideas that you could try tomorrow or the next time you have students to kind of finish things up for today. So elections. My students in 2018, we had an election with Curious George, Clifford, and Froggy. Students had to vote for who they wanted to be president or who should win. And then they got to share why they picked that person in Flipgrid. Sometimes it doesn't have to be complicated. When it's something like that, our students are automatically drawn in. Here's another example. We have portfolios in our second grade classes. We have our kids use Flipgrid to make an introduction video. And this way they can add that stuff. They can add their own flavor in. They can make a video that really captures them. Other examples, I am a huge proponent of thinking routines with Project Zero. And this is the one example I'm going to share of this today. Thinking routines take what students are learning, and they really help students make their thinking visible. I did this activity with my kindergartners. One of the things they have to learn about in kindergarten is American symbols. What do you think when you see an American flag? What questions do you have? And how could you find out more? And I even had this, so we had a video in here so they could review this. And yes, sometimes we had to do some prompting, but think about the magic. If we're getting our kindergartners to share their thoughts and use thinking routines that they can use all the way up through their education. Some other really cool things that we've done. My students were learning in first grade about forces. They had to draw. We used another program called Wixie, which is another great program for littles, and they drew pictures of how a force affected an object. We taught our first graders how to download pictures with that, and I showed you that earlier, and how to upload pictures into Flipgrid, and then they explained how their picture showed a force acting on an object. So important for our kids to have those 21st century skills where they can use their critical thinking skills to explain what they're doing. Other really great activities. And this one was by my second grade team. Make a weather report. We have so many amazing stickers and icons that we can use to share that. And, so definitely think about trying that. My second grade team, they had done some work with me and they decided to go for it, and it just turned out amazing. This is one of my favorites, and it's not really a traditional one. I share with my students, we use a curriculum called CS and SF, which is from San Francisco, and they learn about what makes something a computer. They went on a computer safari, and what they did is with their partner, they looked around the lab, taking videos of examples they saw that were computers, kind of a computer safari flip hunt. Each of them had a table tent, and this is part of that table tent, so they had the directions on how to get to Flipgrid. Once again, pulling on those icons. Wow, 15 minutes goes super fast. Another example, my kids made digital citizenship pledges. If you go to the bit.ly link, anything with one of a star is actually in the Discovery Library, and you can take that and use that directly. But this one is in there. They had to explain what do they do when they share with others, respond to others, work with others online, and play with others. And then they took those pictures from either Google Drawings or from Wixie, downloaded them, and put them in just like my first graders did. And then they got to explain why their their pledge idea was a good idea. And this one is one of my favorites. For Hour of Code, there are so many things on that site. It's amazing. So what my students did is they got a chance to do an Hour of Code Flipgrid review. And I gave them a Google Slides paper where they kind of could plan that review out. And then they got to record that review. So much fun. So with that being said, I so appreciate you coming tonight. I've been waiting for this all day long. Please make sure to win some free swag that you take a screenshot sharing a takeaway. Please make sure you tag me and Flipgrid in that. And then just some things for you as we get ready to close in this last minute. Please feel free to contact me. My email is tannenbaumtechedu@gmail.com. Yeah, there's nothing better than free swag. I still have my my swag from the last event, So, so definitely, reach out. And you have a link to my website as well, tannenbaumtech.com, and my Twitter handle. You'll also see I've linked a few blog posts that are specifically addressed to littles. And then my Twitter handle is tannenbaumtech. So it's right there on the screen. And then in addition, if you are interested, on my website is a link to purchase my book. If what I've said today really resonates with you, please feel free to check that out. And I'm continuing to do some work with Creating with Littles and doing a workshop next month. So definitely email me or DM me if you want to learn more. But I just want to thank Flipgrid for this amazing opportunity. And I just hope that all of you enjoy the rest of this amazing night. Thank you so much.
Hello everyone, how are you doing today? We hope you are enjoying this day full of learning, and we are here today to talk about social and emotional learning, right Mario? Yeah, it is one of our very, very favorite topics, and we are super excited to be with all of you here, to talk about social and emotional learning, and then one of our very favorite tools, which is Flipgrid. And then if you put them together, it's just like a great session. Limitless, right? It's just amazing. First of all, before we start, please drop in the chat, where are you joining us from? We want to read where are you joining from, because we've been reading the chat throughout the whole day today, and we've seen people joining from all over the world. So please drop it really fast where you are joining us from. So we are right now presenting from Spain, just to share a little bit about us. We actually teach in Utah, USA, but right now we are in Spain. It is 2 a.m. here, so if you see our faces that are a little we are a little sleepy, so you know why. Because it's 2 a.m. So, but let's start from the very beginning. Most of you may know us, but for those who don't know who we are we, Mario? Who are these two guys that look exactly the same and have this weird accent? So we are from Spain, as I was saying before, and we are teachers. I teach 6th grade, and Alberto teaches 5th grade in a Spanish immersion program. So that means that we teach every single subject in Spanish. And to be able to teach Spanish, we use a lot Flipgrid in our classes. And today we are here to share 5 different ways to use Flipgrid to enhance social and emotional learning. So first of all, analyze the wheel of feelings. What's the wheel of feelings, Mario? So wheel of feelings is a mood meter that we use daily in our classes. It is kind of like we have it inside of our daily routine. The first thing that our students do when they get to our classes is to feel this wheel of feelings. As you can see in a screen, there's a little space for each day of the month. And every day when they get to the school, when they get to our classrooms, they just sit down and they just color how they are feeling that day. So the first thing they do at the beginning of the month is coloring its feelings. They match the feeling with a color. It is called emotionally granularity, which is putting feelings into words. In this case, is putting feelings into colors. So we use this wheel of feelings to monitor the feelings and the emotions of our students. But this looks great, Mario. But how we incorporate feeling like Flipgrid into this strategy? So as we say, every single day, our students color a little space depending on how they are feeling that day. And at the end of the week, on Fridays, what they do is they sit down and they record a Flipgrid of themselves, talking a little bit about the wheel of feelings, talking a little bit about how they have been feeling that week, if they had that roller coaster of emotions, that one day they were sad, next day they were happy, and how those emotions have impacted in their performance. Let's say that on Monday they had a test, right? And they got a very bad grade. Why was that? What's the relation with the emotions? Because sometimes when we are sad, we perform kind of badly. When we are happy, we tend to get a better grade. So what we want is our students to talk about feelings, to recognize those and to know that they are okay, to feel bad, to feel sad, but every single feeling can impact in their performance. And every single feeling is important because it means something. And this is why we just don't ask students to color the wheel of feelings. We ask them to reflect on those feelings and how it impacted their daily routine. And we use Flipgrid for this. Very important. Also, the second way we are sharing today on how to use Flipgrid to enhance social and emotional learning is analyzing the character's feelings. Sometimes, I mean, it's very, very typical, like every teacher around the world has done this before. And it's when you are reading a story, you ask your students, why this character acted in this way? Why do you think that character, decided to do that? But we never ask about how they are feeling. If the main character, breaks up with his or her boyfriend or girlfriend, how does character feel? And what's the impact of that decision, or how that character is feeling in the story? It changes, it doesn't change. We need to talk about feelings. We need to teach our students to recognize how the other person is feeling, empathy, to act accordingly with that. Identifying other people's feelings is really important to develop that social awareness. That is a big part of social and emotional learning. This is really, really important to know. And as Mark was saying before, when we read the story, we are always focused on the scenario of the story of the characters, where the characters were born, what happens in the story. But often we forget about those characters. They have feelings, and we need to work with our students on knowing how to identify those feelings in these fictional characters. In that way, we can take this to the real life, and we are enhancing the social awareness of our students by doing all these things. We have here some examples. You can use forms, you can use Flipgrid, you can use many, many different ways to work on that social awareness, on that empathy. We love to use Flipgrid for that. Very important, on the screen you are seeing some forms, some Microsoft Forms, and you can do it with Flipgrid as well. If you are going to use forms, don't have just a multiple choice questions. We need to have our students talking about those feelings. If they just select an answer, you don't have them talking about how that character is feeling, or how, why that character acted in a certain way. They need to express it with words. It can be just speaking, or it can be writing, but try to not use multi-choice answers, because we need to have them talking about feelings, which is our main goal. The third way that we are going to share with you today is check in and check out. We use this in our school for those students that normally has a poor behavior or have some kind of problems, social or behavioral problems. Every day in the morning, the first thing they do, these students that are in these plans, is to check in. Every student, they have a Flipgrid topic specifically for them. First thing they do in the morning is go and record a video about how they are feeling and what are the expectations for them and for the day. And at the end of the day, those same students, they record another video analyzing and reflecting about their day. This is really important because it is like a diary of what's going on with that student during the whole year. And then if you have a problem with that student in the future, you can reflect back to that diary, to those videos that that student is recording, and you can say, hey, look at what you said this morning. You said that you felt in a certain way, and you knew what the expectations for the day were, and then you acted in a different way. You were a troublemaker, and you decided to do something that were not, allowed in the class, or whatever. You were breaking some rules or not following the procedures, or you had a bad day. Why was that? And you knew the expectations, so you knew that you were doing something wrong. So you can always reflect back to this, or even with the parents. If you have a hard student, you can always show these videos to the parents, or just kind of have that diary where you're keeping everything, keeping track of what you decide to do with him, if you put like a different management system, whatever. And also like keep track of him, and you are collecting data by like collecting these videos of those students analyzing their day or reflecting on their day. It is important. We always ask those students in the title of the video to have the date, morning and the date. For example, morning, August 13th. In that way, we can always go back to that topic and search for those that specific day, and also reflect if it was morning or it was more afternoon. Self-reflection is super important. Number 4, fill your bucket. That's probably one of my favorite ones because it always makes me smile when we talk about this activity, because kind of like remind me of so many good moments that we have had when we carry out these kind of activities. And like in every single session, we always have someone who has done it before, not with Flipgrid, but maybe, with like by themselves or whatever. So pretty much the idea is like fill your bucket activity. We are sure that you've heard about this. It's very, very simple. Every time during the day that something good happens to you, just get a sticky note, write it down, and put it inside of a jar, like you have in the picture. I don't know, like let's say that you woke up and like someone paid for your Starbucks. What a kind person. So you take a sticky notes, write it down, and put it in the jar. And how can we take this to Flipgrid? So instead of having 100 sticky notes, we can have hundreds of videos. So every student, they have their like digital happy bucket, which is a Flipgrid topic. So every time that something good happens to them, they're allowed to go to that digital bucket and record a video. And when they are having a bad day, when they are having a hard moment, a meltdown or whatever, they can always go back to this Flipgrid topic that it is private for them, it's just for them, and watch all the good things that happen in that year. It is normally I think everyone like tends to focus on the bad things, and we forget about all the good things that happens around us and that happens to us. That's why this activity is really, really good to have that reminder that our day is full of good things. And the last one is social emotional learning flip hands. So, but what is a flip hand, Alberto? A flip hand, we are sure that pretty much everyone knows about it. Yeah. But if you want to explain it for... A flip hand is like a scavenger hunt, and it is in Flipgrid. So pretty much you have like a group, I needed to think about the new name, a group of topics, and that group of topics is full of activities. Each of the activities is worth or are worth like a number of points, 20, 30 points. So we give students between 30 and 40, 50 minutes to complete as many activities as they can in the time that we give them. For those activities, they need to record themselves, or they need to record their group, or I don't know, they need to find a specific place in the school, or they need to find a specific object that we have hidden before. It's like a scavenger hunt, and they need to complete all of these challenges. So it is the same idea, but instead of just using like history, science, PE, arts topics, we are going to use social and emotional learning topics. We are going to have our students doing the scavenger hunt based on feelings, emotions, how they manage those emotions, self-management, social awareness, all of those things that are very, very important for social and emotional learning. We have here one great example, and it says frustration. In this specific topic, we ask students to share one strategy that they use when they feel that they are frustrated, which is really good. After we are done, we ask students to go back and watch those videos that other students previously recorded, which is awesome because at the end of the day, students could get so many ideas of how to deal with frustration, how to like deal with problems. So like different strategies that will help them in the future. And we are running out of time. We love to talk, so it was so hard to do this in just 15 minutes, but we really hope you enjoyed our session and you got so many ideas. But before we leave, we have some gifts, right, Mario?
We have Flipgrid swag to give away to all of you, the ones who are watching.
We have 3, right?
We have three packs, I think. I'm not sure. We have 3, let's say, or 2. We're not sure, but how can you get this amazing swag? You can see on the screen a question that we always like to use at the end of
final
reflection.
reflection.
It's like a final reflection, and we always use. What if we lived in a world where the EQ was more important than the EQ?
IQ.
Than the IQ, sorry. So what would happen? So now we want you to go to our to your Twitter account, to your social media account, Instagram, Twitter, whatever, and then answer this question and tag us in that answer.
And Flipgrid. So remember, take a picture of this question and like answer that question, like kind of like give a final reflection to this session. Tag Flipgrid and the E-Twins and like open your DM, because you may get one of those 3 Flipgrid swag packs that we are giving away today. Thank you so much for joining us today. It was a pleasure to spend these 15 minutes with all of you. See you soon.
Bye, everyone. See ya.
All right. Well, howdy, everybody. My name is Seth Fuel. I am joining you tonight in PD Palooza. I've been catching up with these sessions all day. I really hope that that you've done the same. If you haven't, please go back and check out some of the others. They're just absolutely fantastic. Go just in this YouTube video right here. Just hit the rewind, and you can go back to the top of every hour and catch up all day long what's been presented. I started earlier this morning with Kathy's presentation and just kind of made my way through watching some of the fantastic presentations that were there. So this one is You're Hired, using Flipgrid to host a job fair. Just to tell you a little bit about me, my name is Seth Fuel. I am an educational technology specialist in Pearland ISD. A lot of people say Pearland, but it's actually pear, like the fruit, Pearland ISD. And I do a whole bunch of other things as well. One of which is I've been in the Microsoft community for years now. I believe this will be my 7th year as a Microsoft Innovative Educator Expert, and I've been using Flipgrid since 2017, actually. So it's been a fairly long time, I suppose. If you have not gone back and seen these, here's the full schedule of PD Palooza. It has really just been absolutely fantastic. I've enjoyed seeing lots of these, and I'm really looking forward to seeing. I'll probably catch Amanda tonight after my session. Amanda Macias. She's talking about Flipgrid and Minecraft. I'll probably be asleep. I've been up for a very long time, but I'll probably be asleep for the Flip guides and the creative ideas to implement Flipgrid in your education communities from Alberto, presented in Spanish, it looks like. But I hope you will catch them, and I promise that even if I don't, I will catch them tomorrow morning, because this has been, like, honestly fantastic. 15 minutes just out of the box right away. This is awesome, PD. I love it. There's swag. If you've been watching today, you've noticed that everybody's been giving away some swag, and Jess and the Flipgrid team have been very gracious, and they're giving away Flipgrid swag packs. I can't talk this evening. To people who attend each session. So mine, I want you to pay attention to a couple of things. All I want you to do is, if you want to be entered into, I suppose, the contest, if you want to win some swag, just take a screenshot from my session as I'm presenting, post it to social media. I'm most active on Twitter, but I will look at Facebook groups, like if you're in a Flipgrid Facebook group, or if you post it publicly, I can search by hashtag. and find your Facebook post. And I'll also check Instagram. But again, I'm looking for the hashtags. Now, if you can, please tag me. I'm at SethFuel on Twitter. You can see it spelled out there for you on the screen. But don't try to tag me on Facebook or Twitter don't try to tag me on Facebook or Instagram because you'll have a hard time finding me. Anyway, but tag me on Twitter if you're going to post. Include both hashtags, PDPalooza and hashtag Flipgrid Job Fair. I would also say to include hashtag Flipgrid for all, just because that is by far the most shared hashtag on the Flipgrid community. So, and we want more people to see it. You want more people to see it. So if you post it by 8:30, by half past the hour, 8:30 Central Time, my time, I will go through and search for those posts, and randomly I'll just take down names and I will randomly select winners by the top of the hour. So you'll know within the hour if you've won some Flipgrid swag. So again, like I said, this is you're hired. This is using Flipgrid to host a job fair, and basically what we did is I'm gonna walk you through everything, but we got a little bit creative and we used Flipgrid to host and replace our face-to-face job fairs that we used to have. It started out about a year and a half ago, around the time that started sweeping the globe, forcing shutdowns everywhere. And so, I suppose let me just tell you a little bit about our school systems here in Texas, and Pearland ISD in particular, because I know we have a global audience here. So typically in our area, a school year starts around August in Texas, and then we have an autumn holiday around the American Thanksgiving holidays, which is typically around the last week of November. We take another short break in December, and then in March, we have a week off that we call spring break. And then we usually carry on until late May or early June or so, take a few weeks off, or actually a couple of months off, and then come back. And in March of 2020, as we know, actually specifically for us, it was on March 11th, the news reported that COVID had hit Houston, and we were told to prepare to shut down our schools. Our teachers didn't find out until a couple of days later, but we didn't come back for the entire school year. We didn't come back from our spring break in March. Well, we didn't come back face to face. So, but during that time, around March or the mid-March, we were tasked with designing a way to keep the learning going, even through the shutdown. And I'd say we did so rather well, actually. But then once we got online school running and teachers teaching and learners learning, the other things that we do in the district started to come into focus. Like the things that we do to recruit and hire more talent for the next school year. This is not typically something that my department, the technology department, or myself, like an educational technology specialist, this is not typically something that we would get involved in. It's typically a collaboration between our human resources, HR department, and our communications department. But one afternoon, I got a call from one of my friends who is the executive director of communications in our district, and she was asking for ideas of how we could potentially move at that point, our job fair online, because we were not going to be able to have an in-person job fair. And so we talked about a couple of ideas, but the clear winner was Flipgrid. And so I want to show you like what we did. We started by setting up a meeting to determine what was needed, and then kind of working through the logistics of making it happen. So what we really needed, though, was we needed something easily accessible. It had to fit the ease of use profile for all of our typical candidates. We get job candidates that are coming into their first year of teaching, but we also get job candidates that have been teaching for 20-something years. and may not be as familiar with technology. So we needed something that would fit them all. We needed privacy because at a typical job fair, candidates would, at least for a few minutes, have the undivided attention of our HR team. And we needed something similar online without the ability for others to interrupt. And, of course, also happening around this time was all the publicity about Zoom bombing and things like that. And so we didn't want an open link that anyone could join. We also needed a way for outstanding candidates to introduce themselves in the way that they felt most comfortable doing it, showing off their personality and selling themselves, making themselves desirable to our school district. We also needed something asynchronous because everyone's schedules were messed up. I know for my group, we were working late hours, and we were starting super early, starting at like 6 o'clock in the morning and ending at like 10 o'clock at night. Everyone's schedules were messed up. So we needed something really flexible for everyone. We also needed something that worked with our existing systems because along with the next one, a quick solution, we didn't have time to build something brand new from scratch. And the turnaround time for this was going to be just a couple of weeks. So obviously, here I am presenting on PD Palooza, we chose Flipgrid. And Flipgrid was the obvious choice. I want to show you around a little bit. One of the things that we did that made it very successful is we got together, we collaborated with our communications department, and it was communications, HR, and me, and we communicated and we put together this press release. So we marketed it in our newspapers. They took out like ads and things like that. We put it on our website. We sent it out to all of the to anyone who would normally be interested in a job fair, and we just marketed the daylights out of it. So I think a press release was really key to making that work. And then we stepped into the unknown. We put up our website. We created the Flipgrid group. I'm gonna show you that here in just a second. Created the topics. We thought about everything else that we might need, and for us that included some helpful walkthrough video and a walkthrough document so that people could learn Flipgrid if they've never used it before. And then of course we also created the website. So right here I'm going to jump out of my slideshow, and hopefully you should be seeing our actual website here. So we've got pearlandist.org/virtual-job fair. And that was the website, and that is the website that is currently live, although our job fair is not currently live. And so you can see what we did. We thought about what everyone would need. We thought about how we were going to do this. We talked about our procedures, and you can click here if you'd like to read the procedures. I'm not going to just for time's sake, but basically we were going to use everything existing that we already had. If you were going to apply, you were going to apply on our already existing, it's frontline education, but you were going to apply in that system, but we wanted you to create a video that made us look at your application. And so that's what we used Flipgrid for. Then we created, that's the press release, sorry about that. We created a video, or I created a video that walked them through step-by-step how to do this. So if someone had never touched Flipgrid before, they would be able to see. And then I went back after the video and I created a document step-by-step. This is how you get on our Flipgrid virtual job fair. Oh, there's the application procedures. Here we go. So then our virtual job fair, the way that I set it up, and of course I set it up as a public group at that time. I'll talk about that in just one second. But basically, I configured all of the each one of our schools. We have 23 campuses and a couple of departments in our that wanted to be part of our job fair. And so when candidates would go and take a look at it, of course, these were open then. They could click and see all of our topics. They were not frozen. These were scheduled topics. They could see the instructions, the application that took them to Frontline, the Help Center, and our own created video instructions. And then we also set everything to private and moderated. That way, candidates could not see one another's posts. And by doing that, that also created a little bit of a challenge. How on earth do we go through and get this to our administrators without without sharing information or making it publicly viewable? So I created mixtapes for each one, and don't worry about those link codes, just because these are all password protected, and because I didn't want just any administrator to be able to go in and see other schools' candidates. So that was a very interesting way to do a job fair. It was incredibly successful. In 2020, when it was strictly virtual, we had right around 800 applicants. And if you think about that, 800 applicants in a face-to-face job fair, that would take forever. It would take days to go through and talk to all of those people for our HR team. But by doing it virtually through Flipgrid, we were able to we were able to cut down that time and make it an easily accessible, really cool way to do it. We had some fabulous videos. I didn't want to show any of the videos because I'm not reaching out to those folks to get their permission or anything like that. But I wanted to respect their privacy. But I've also put together this Wakelet, and I'm going to share that link with you right now. But this is basically, this is what I just walked you through. This is what we did and how we did it. These are live on our page, on our website, and hopefully they'll come in handy for you. Let's see, there we go. And so here is that Wakelet link. I apologize about the length of that link. It is not something that is super easy to do, but I'll leave it up there for a second. And I will also copy and paste it into the chat in just a couple of minutes, if you don't mind waiting on me there until after I've stopped talking. I can talk a lot, I know, but those resources are there and available. I think it's a fantastic idea. We had a lot of fun. So the first year we had around 800 responses. The second year, this year, we didn't have quite as many responses, but we were in Texas. We were back face to face, but we still held our virtual job fair through Flipgrid, and even that was fantastic. We still had over 400 individual responses. All right, so again, my name is Seth Fuel. Connect with me on Twitter at Seth Fuel, and don't forget, post a screenshot from my session. And if you missed a screenshot, just hit the rewind button on YouTube. Go back. I want you to tag hashtag PD Palooza, hashtag Flipgrid Job Fair, and if you can, please also use the hashtag Flipgrid for all. You can tag me if you want. I will go searching for those posts in just a couple of minutes here, and we've got 3 swag packs to give away and 3 more sessions on the top of the hour following this. So we've got Amanda at the top of next hour, Priscilla at 10 p.m. Central, and Alberto at 11 p.m. Central. Thank y'all so much for everything. Thanks for coming. It has been fantastic to see you all virtually. I'm waving at you through the chat, and enjoy the rest of PD Palooza.
Hey everyone! I am so happy to be here with you guys today. All right. So welcome everyone to my presentation. I'm so excited. Thank you, Flipgrid, for the opportunity to share with you all today. It's been fabulous watching so many sessions. I've been trying to catch them in between my workday and lunch breaks. And, you know, we started off this morning with Kathi and Barri from the UK. I got to see his top 10 playlist and the E-Twins. It's just been phenomenal. So thank you so much for tuning in and just being here. Everyone has just been so great. I can't wait to share so many of the tips and tricks and ideas with my teachers when I get back to the classroom. So thank you so much for being able to share with us. And I hope everyone's enjoyed their sessions and seen everything. And if you haven't, I know there's a few that I've missed. I want to go back and see for sure. So thank you so much. First and foremost, we're all here for the swag, right? That's why everyone showed up today. No, just kidding. But we do have some cool swag to give away. And I want to make sure that those of you out there get that swag back giveaway. So in order to get it for this session, all you need to do is just tweet at me. It's Amanda Macias. It's very simple. And Playcraft Learn for Minecraft Education Edition and at Flipgrid. You can use the hashtags PDPalooza, or I created one just for you, Flip Playcraft Learn, because we're going to flip Playcraft and Learn today. So tell everyone what you learned from this session. Maybe send a screen snip if it's interesting to you. Winners, you'll be notified via direct message on Twitter, because I'm that Twitter person, on Twitter by 8 o'clock Pacific. So about 45 minutes after my session, I'll make sure that I get that for you. So get that swag pack. You want that for sure. So today I'm going to be presenting Flipgrid and Minecraft Education Edition. As you can tell behind me, I'm a little bit into the Minecraft thing. You probably could tell. So a little bit about me before I start. I'm in California, so you'll notice it's a little sunny behind me. I know some of you are probably in the dark right now, but I'm in Southern California, and I am a K-8 veteran educator. I'm currently an instructional support coach in Fontana Unified, which is about 50 miles east of Los Angeles. And I also work for Insight to Execution. I'm a professional learning specialist. This year, I was an IAQ Innovator of the Year, and I'm MIE expert, part of that community as well. My favorites of my top 3 tools that I use all the time are Flipgrid and Minecraft Education. So I'm a student voice ambassador with Flipgrid. I love it, love it, love it, love it. And also global Minecraft mentor. So my favorite pastime of all, though, I have to share this with you guys, is gaming. And it doesn't matter what kind of game it is. It could be a board game, a card game, a Pokemon virtual game, a video game. But I really, really love games. And so that is where my passion comes when I talk about Minecraft and integrating it with Flipgrid. And so when I am thinking about it, we're thinking about this last year. We were 18 months in, and we had 18 months at home with our students. And so thinking about why we would want to use Flipgrid and Minecraft Education Edition, we wanted our learners and educators alike to have a new way to engage our students. We wanted them to have relevant, meaningful ways and harnessing that power of play. And so we wanted our students' voices to shine. We didn't often have enough time in our school day, to be honest, just to hear everyone's voice. And so with Flipgrid, we were able to get them on and have their voices heard. And so last year while coaching with one of my colleagues, my colleague coach, Dino Luna, I'm going to give you a shout out. But last year while coaching educators in our local community, we basically turned to Flipgrid, and we also grabbed Minecraft Education because we noticed that as the months drove on, that our students were kind of losing engagement a little bit. And so we brought Minecraft Education for our elementary students. We focused mostly on that authentic learning asynchronously, but also they were able to have some play together, and I'll be able to show you that today. So it was really, really great. And we had some great success with our students. We had amazing outcomes with our teachers, and our teachers and students both learned together in ways that we never imagined would have been possible. So we merged Flipgrid and we leveraged student voice. We also had that agency where our students took ownership of their own learning when they were using Minecraft. And a lot of people would say, well, why would you use Minecraft, kind of thing. And it's like, the education edition of Minecraft is a little bit different. It's more specific. And we had those meaningful conversations with our students about how to use it in a meaningful, relevant way. And so while empowering those learners, we were able to while empowering our learners, we were able to also empower our teachers. And that during a remote pandemic for 18 months was just phenomenal, so that we could cultivate our strengths with our students. It was great to see also that from this experience, we were able just to cultivate our students in leadership skills. They actually took ownership. And these are elementary students, 3rd grade through 5th grade. I guess you'd say about 9-year-olds through 12-year-olds. And so we were able to develop their strengths and see the power of play. And we could actually visibly see and hear and listen, and they could listen to one another. And so this really helped our community and collaborative efforts throughout the year, even when we returned back to the classroom at the end of last year. So we were able to get those things going. If you are interested in learning more about Minecraft, there is the education.minecraft.net website too. It has tons of information there for you as well. And then Flipgrid, you guys know how to get there, I'm pretty sure. So what did we really do? So we basically started small, but we thought really big. We thought, how are we going to do this? We're remote, everyone's at home. So we kind of got a little voluntary group of elementary educators together. And then we got small groups of students together, about 4 to 6 students from 3rd through 5th grade. And each grade level with whatever teachers were interested, because they were jumping on board. I need something new. I need something new. As a coach, we're always looking for those new tools. And so they basically demonstrated the basics using Minecraft Education Edition and Flipgrid. We gave them video tutorials. We helped the students and the teachers make video tutorials. We helped them make lessons. We created lessons together. We co-facilitated lessons virtually. It was really awesome. We just started them out with something simple. So for our students, we started out with a quick assessment because we wanted to know who knows how to do this in Minecraft. Who knows how to do this Minecraft thing? We had no clue who had experience. We just started from the basics. So we just started them off with building a house. And when we built that house, we had students just screen record using Flipgrid. And so we had them do screen recordings. We had them telling us about the space that they made. Some of them made very tiny houses. Some of them made huge, grandiose houses with multiple floors. They broke out the floor and everything. We had lots of different variations on what a house looks like. And we really, really wanted to just know, what do our students know? And from that, we were able to kind of have some ambassadors. And we kind of created this small group of students. They went out and they taught each other. And it was just this empowering kind of movement we just saw like spread like a wildfire. And it was amazing for our kids and for our teachers. And it was just this wonderful thing to have when we had all this chaos erupting around us. And so we used that as a formative assessment in the beginning to kind of see where their strengths were and play on their strengths, and they could help support one another when we weren't all together. And it was just, like I said, I keep saying the word amazing, but we had that authentic student-centered learning through their voices. And so we had us figure out, who was going to be helping teaching, who could the students go to if they needed it. We also introduced lessons like the Mindful Night in Minecraft, and we had our students just use that for social emotional well-being. It's a great lesson that they could just then respond in a Flipgrid on how did this make them feel, or how did this help them cope with the stresses of daily life. We also had, the Museum of Me. We helped our students figure out a little bit more about themselves. A lot of our students hadn't had that reflection time at home where they were just kind of had that downtime a little bit to reflect on, well, really, who am I as a student? And so we had them do Museum of Me, and they got to represent their identities through actively engaging in play in Minecraft. And they had some screen recordings to do and some questions to answer. And then they could go in and comment on one another. So it was just this great, wonderful experience for our students in an asynchronous environment. Some students and teachers even work collaboratively, especially in our lower grades. They worked together in Flipgrid, and they could make each other's builds better by seeing what they've already recorded. So we just had so many different outlets and so many different ways that teachers wanted to use it based upon what we learned about our students through this time. And it was just this empowering piece that Flipgrid and Minecraft education were truly these two collaborative tools for our educators and our learners at the same time to connect with one another. And it was, I keep saying fabulous, I keep saying amazing, but it was just this thing to see. It was just amazing. And so here is a quick, hopefully you guys can hear this. This is one of our students, and I got permission from him, so we're okay. We're gonna call him Al, and he just has this natural gift and ability, and he was one of our ambassadors, and he was able to just start to show the students how to commentate on videos. So I'm gonna play this video, hopefully you can hear it.
Magnificent mansion, or as some may call it, a house. But I like to call it a survivalist house. Well, because there's lots of trees in the area. This is my buddy Ben right here. He has a friend Frank. This is the crafting table. Son, this is my room, the library, and as you may see, there are some plants starting to grow here. Maybe because I didn't put the floor in. I didn't want that. This is also the kitchen. There's some stove cutting if you want to do some. This is my room, and this is my brother's room if he ever wants to join. This is also another one of those armories. This is floor 3, or as I may call it, a survivalist room. Lots of things are here, like a kitchen, a stone cutting, more crafting tables as you can see. Some storage room, this is a totem undone that you can get if you ever need it, and also an arrow. This is the library, where you could read books and sit down here and start playing. Let's go up to floor 2. As you can see, there's a humongous ladder up here. There's also some pieces of leaves on top of the room. Well, there's an enchantment table on the bottom. There's also the 2 beds and also another 2 beds right here, which makes 4. It's pretty nice view from here, and now let's go back down. The materials I used to make to this house were mostly bedrock, some wood, stone, cobblestone, and many more. I also borrowed some wood from the trees and made it look like if it was a wild one. Well, this is my house, and if you have any comments, share it in the comments section.
And so Al was able to do that and show his classmates exactly what learning targets and success criteria that we had asked them to do. Tell us how you got your resources, how you did this, all of these things. So it was just amazing to hear and watch them do this while we weren't even in the same room together. So it was awesome. The other way that we did collaborate with our students is we had esports collaboration and communication time. And so there are esports worlds that they can play. This happened to be an alien build, and it was in the space race esports world. And they had to help one another out. They had to work collaboratively. They had to talk. They had to think critically. They had to plan like on the spot. They only had 20 minutes to build this, and then they kind of got judged based upon how they did. At the end, we had students respond in Flipgrid sometimes on how did they think each other did in that space. Could they have been a little more communicative? How could they have used the chat a little bit more? Could they have, talked with one another? So it was very interesting to find out how students helped each other make connections, and they even used teamwork and collaboration inside of Flipgrid too. So it was just great. And so really quickly, how did we do it? We really started off by planning with a purpose with our educators. We had that purpose in mind. We wanted to make sure that they knew, that their students knew what the purpose of Minecraft was, why we were doing this, what we were going to do with it. We also had very, very, very eager teachers that went through their teacher training. Some of them got Minecraft certified. Some of them are on our heels getting their mentorship as well. So they did their own kind of training after work hours. They went to the Microsoft Education Center. They got some trainings, and they come and talk to us about questions that they had. And then also we were able to, with Flipgrid, listen to students and provide feedback in Flipgrid. And it was amazing. Not only the students could collaborate themselves, but also it fostered that piece where we could provide feedback to our students. And so teachers were able to listen to students. They were video recording, or they wrote feedback back to students. And then students either participated in the lessons themselves, individual builds, monthly challenges. They had all kinds of things they could do. They also used Flipgrid to communicate and empower themselves. And they just grew so much over this time. And so just by using those two tools, they were able to do so many, 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 many things. And I know I'm running short on time. I'm a little long-winded, but I do have this final thought from Zaretta Hammond, and it's kind of a guiding principle for when you're thinking about maybe starting Minecraft in your classroom. But think about how your students would use it to engage, and think about how they could use Flipgrid to engage, and how you can merge those two together to allow them to play, because really that's what their brain wants to do. And so one more time before the end of my talk, I know I'm a little bit long here. Don't forget, you can go back. You have 45 minutes to get your tweets on. I will DM the 3 people that I see on Twitter. And finally, I just want to say thank you to the community, and thank you for letting me share my voice. Here's to you digging into a whole new world of learning with Flipgrid and Minecraft education. Enjoy the rest of our amazing educator presenters and this PD Palooza event. Bye.
Hi, everyone. I am Priscilla Heredia, and this is Flip Guides for the Global Goals. I am so excited to be here tonight with you. A little bit about me, friends. I teach with tech, love, and iced coffee. A STEM and gifted education teacher for grades 1 through 4. And this is going to be my 22nd year teaching in September, and I'm in Mount Laurel, New Jersey. And I am very excited tonight. On the East Coast here, it is 11 p.m. So I've been hanging on for you all day. Last but not least, well, second to last but not least. So before we get started with the Flip Guides, did someone say swag? Yes, we did. I have 3 Flipgrid swag packs to give away to people who are attending this session. So tweet a screenshot from the session, tag me, and add the hashtags Flip Guides and PD Palooza, and then I will contact you to let you know if you're the lucky winner. Okay, and let's just get into this. What is a Flip Guide? A Flip Guide is a guide created with Flipgrid to engage people in a cause and raise public awareness about an issue. And Flip Guide, this is in the Flipgrid Discovery Library. The link is at the bottom, and I will share this link for the presentation later with you, so you'll have access to that, but you can find it in there. So I came up with the Flip Guide idea because one of my passions is the Sustainable Development Goals. You might have heard them shortened as the SDGs or the Global Goals. And this is what the United Nations came up with. There are 17 goals adopted by all the UN member states in 2015 as part of this 2030 agenda. If you don't know what they are, that's okay. There are so many resources out there. And I didn't know about them myself. I learned about them from our Flipgrid community. Shout out to the one and only amazing, awesome friend, mentor, family, Bronwyn Joyce in Australia. She introduced me to the Sustainable Development Goals, and she really is doing amazing things with this. And so through her and the Flipgrid community, I met so many other educators who were teaching this at all different grade levels, all the way from, preschoolers in Scotland and to the university level. So everyone can teach about the Sustainable Development Goals. And I'm going to explain a little bit more about it, why they're important, and how Flipgrid and Flipgrid is really an easy way to do this, because it's all about awareness. Like I said, I didn't know what these were. And so you want to bring awareness to this, and so that they get taught in schools. And I have to tell you, I'm a very proud member of a New Jersey school, because New Jersey is the first school this year, New Jersey is the first state this year to adopt teaching about climate change, which is part of the goals. And so it's officially part of the curriculum this upcoming year. So I'm very excited for that and hope to see more states make this something important so that we can have a better world, a sustainable future for everyone. And that brings me to this. Something is better than nothing, friends. Something is better than nothing. Bringing it up, exposing your students to it, posting the goals in your classroom, anything is going to get that spark going. Do a project, do a flip guide, but something is better than nothing. And that's what I started with and got that rolling in my school. So that also then brings me to my personal experience in my classroom. I am a STEM teacher, and so I introduced it in one of my classes and realized how interested the students were and how involved and how excited they got to want to take action. And they love Flipgrid, so I knew that that was going to be a perfect, marriage between the two. And so was born our STEMtastic Global Goals classroom. We use in STEM the engineering design process. Some people might be familiar with it, and there are the steps. And we use that to guide whenever we build and do things and solve problems. And so what our purpose then with our flip guide was that we would use our hearts and our gifts, which I already use that when I teach my students about, what can you do with those to help the world? So we're going to help solve a problem in the world by educating others. That was what we chose to do and how we chose to solve a problem related to a global goal. And the goal that we were picking for this particular class in grade level was Global Goal 14, Life Below Water. We were focusing on the goal of 14 because I was talking with my teachers and seeing what in the curriculum matches up. It's a very easy way to do that, whether you're a specialist or a grade level teacher. Look at your curriculum. You are already teaching these topics. They're just framed in a different way, and you can make them make sense together to show how to take action. And so the second grade learns about habitats, and the ocean habitat is always their most favorite one. And so, we went with that. And we were going to, learn about taking action based on what their teacher was teaching them already. And so I put together a resource. I have a link for that, and I will show you what it looks like on Wakelet. That's a whole nother topic, but if you are not using Wakelet, use Wakelet. It was a perfect fit for this project, for the flip guides, and for really focusing your resources in one place for your students. And I'm going to show you what that looks like. Let's see. Yep. So what we did is once we talked about the resources, I'm going to get to that, sorry. But we wanted to talk about what's the flip guide have to have? What should it have? We want to hook our audience, but we don't want to overwhelm them. Again, exposure. We just want to bring it to their attention. That's what a guide is for. So we talked about the power of images, which has to do with the evoking of emotions. We talked about the power of words, using facts. We talked about the power of numbers, data. And those three things were really going to help us hook our audience in. So for instance, the picture on the side here that we found, I put this up and we did a notice a wonder activity that we always do, but I added in the feel. Okay, what do you notice? What do you wonder? What does this make you feel? And it really wasn't anything formal where they wrote it down. We actually did a standing up to get us moving around the room. And I had different photos, but this is one of them. And students went in groups to just look and just talk. I see garbage. I see a beach. I see water, and they just started identifying things. And what does this make you feel? I feel sad about this. This picture, is making me concerned. I feel sad and I'm really wondering what's going on. And so that's what we want the pictures to do. We don't want to scare everyone, but we want to make them aware that this is serious. This is going on in the world around you. Did you know this? Which brings me to the power of words and the did you knows. We were going to research the topic, find out about the problems and focus in, and then take a look at turning these facts into did you know statements to really say to somebody like, are you even aware? I learned so much from this myself, so many facts that I had no idea about, even with this particular goal that I absolutely love. And then numbers, put the big numbers in there, put the stats in there, the percentages that really point out to people. It's because we want them to feel something so that they care. because that's going to make people want to take action. And that can all happen in this small little Flipgrid flip guide. This is a little more information. And again, like we'll save this for a little bit for a longer session another time, but there might be new teachers. And so I wanted to just take a moment to put these on a slide for everybody about creating and curating your resources, which I did do with Wakelet. What it could look like if you did it by yourself. Are you doing it as a team, a whole class, in groups or independent? Because you can do all these things. When I did it with the second grade, I totally underestimated them. I was worried, because of time, that maybe we wouldn't have the time to do all this and to get to the Flipgrid part. They knew Flipgrid, but we can work together and figure it out, and then vote on which pictures should we use, which websites should we use, and then all work together. So your class best, and that's what you need to do. You take a look at what standards do you have to hit? What are you, needing to teach? And then that's where you focus the time. If you don't need to focus the time on the resources in that way, then you can put them together yourself. So I do have some examples, and I will show a quick one here of the life below water, of what it looked like. Sorry about that. Here we go. So this is an example of what the Wakelet looked like that we had with the engineering design process. It has all the steps in it. And so each piece would take them through so they knew what they were doing at that part of the project. And specifically, this was life below water. And so we started off with a video from the Global Game Changers Blue Capes. But I'm going to tell you, I'm so excited that another resource called The World's Largest Lesson, I know there are fans out there, it is now a Discovery Library partner. They have an amazing amount of, here we go, of information for you. This is 23 topics from them. And so next year, I'm going to change my project when I do these flip guides again to incorporate the World's Largest Lesson Flipgrid topics to spark the conversation, to start off and introduce the global goals to the class if they haven't heard of them before. And, there's a lot of them here, and some are specifically for certain topics. For certain goals, but then there's also, one here, global goals, issues you care about. What are the global goals or SDGs? This is a great starting point. Talking about kids can make a change. I'm very excited that these are here. So I'm definitely going to be updating my resources so that I can use this next time. And so, sorry about that. We're going to switch to this one. It's already loaded. And so, yeah, everything's in one place when we used it. The research is there. The links are there. Everything in one place for them to go through to decide what they're going to put in, their flip guide. And I had some pictures down here and then where they're going to actually post. So going back to, let's see, and you can add notes in there, anything you need for your students to be successful and get to that part. Like I said, a lot of this I love doing as a group. I love doing it collaboratively. And so back here, okay, so let's take a look at an example then of what a flip guide, this is what it looked like. This student pieced together these photos, and she chose to just use the pictures that she uploaded. So what great skills that was, to download and re-upload and look at the pictures that we had. And they put in the little sign in there that says, I support goal 14. And then they voiced over and said, did you know? And they told their facts. So here's another example where they just used all the photos that they uploaded that they wanted. And this is an example of photos. And let's see, oh, this one's a little delayed here. We have photos and an emoji from Flipgrid in there, a sticker. And some more like that with the pictures. It's coming along here. So we have pictures and emojis. Okay, some more there. And this is an example of my student Shane who wanted to be in his video. So the other students were behind the pictures. And in this one, Shane wanted to be in there. And let's see, let you hear Shane.
Did you know that by 2050,
99% of all seabirds will have eaten plastic, and there will be more plastic than fish in the oceans.
So that was Shane's quick did you know, and that was the one. So now what do you do with these? How can these be published and live somewhere? They can live right on Flipgrid. That's why I love Flipgrid. Those 3 awesome things that I love about it is that you're creating in it, you're sharing in the same place, and sparking conversation. And so can you print out the main picture and hook on that QR code and make it interactive? Sure. Can you put these in a mixtape to make all the did you knows together? Absolutely. And the last little thing I want to mention is, can you app smash? Of course. You can create in Flipgrid and use all the wonderful features that it has, or you can app smash outside of it and use some of the favorites that I have listed here that a lot of people know about. And these are examples coming up here of students who did it in Adobe Spark. They did one about global goals, a global goal 4, quality education, as part of the goals project with Jennifer Williams. And so they created in Adobe Spark and then uploaded to Flipgrid. So remember, friends, something is better than nothing, okay? Put them out there, use the power of Flipgrid to, you know, do something and in the world that's good. Use your powers and strengths for good, as I like to say, and expose your students to this and use Flipgrid, because like I said, you can create in it and share in it and spark the conversations. Something is better than nothing. And I have all the stuff in there for you. So I will be sharing my presentation with everybody. And I thank you for joining me about Flip Guides, specifically for the global goals.
Hi, everybody. I am Kathi Kersznowski, and I'm coming to you from New Jersey in the United States, where it is midnight. So I was here last night, actually, at midnight prepping, and I'm here again today at midnight, proving that this is, in fact, a 24-hour global, enormous, wonderful event that's been filled with 23 other incredible presenters. And I hope that you've gotten a chance to take advantage of so many of the really unique and wonderful offerings. I was just texting somebody who was really excited about her presentation earlier, and lots of feedback from people all over the world who've enjoyed the breadth and the wealth of knowledge that people have had to share. So with that being said, welcome to the very last session of PD Palooza. I am honored to be here with you again to close this event out with one final session, and I have a little bit to share with you about that. Here is the session schedule. And as you can see, that very last session in the lower right-hand corner was supposed to be presented by our friend, Alberto Valdez. Alberto, this was the title of his session. This was his session promo card, and he was ready to rock and roll with a fabulous session, which he was going to present in Spanish. And it was called, I will try my best here, it was called Ideas Creativas para Implementar Flipgrid en tu Comunidad Educativa. And I'm using what little knowledge of Spanish I have to know that that means creative ideas for implementing Flipgrid in your education community. So Alberto had an emergency come up. He's not able to be here with us today, but in the spirit of Alberto's presentation, I'm going to try to pinch hit for him. So we're going to have 15 minutes together, and I'm doing it, but I have to switch it to English because there's no way I could do this in Spanish. So please join me for my 15-minute session in honor of Alberto, creative ideas for implementing Flipgrid in your education community. My goal is to be very quiet with this intro in just a second, and then hopefully I'd like to get through 14 ideas in the remaining 14 minutes that we have together and share them with you. At the end, I have 3 Flipgrid swag packs. So I'm hoping you'll take advantage. If you're still here, oh yay for you. If you're still here, I have 3 Flipgrid swag packs I'm allowed to give away, and I'll be choosing winners within 1 hour after the end of this session. Here are the rules for being eligible to win, and I'll pick 3 winners randomly. Post a screenshot from my session to either Twitter or any of the Facebook Flipgrid groups. Those are listed over there on that little orange banner graphic. Those are 3 of the Facebook groups. I think that there are others that are specific to other countries. I know Poland has a great one. So check those, and you can post either to Twitter or Facebook. Add both of these hashtags, hashtag PD Palooza and hashtag creative ideas. That's how I will find them when I go through my search. And please tag a friend who will enjoy other sessions throughout PD Palooza or enjoy seeing the recording of PD Palooza. And that's how we'll know. I'll pick winners from those people who were able to do that. So let me get out of this PowerPoint. I'm going to minimize this for just a second. We're going to jump right in to the presentation. Oh my goodness, 14 ideas now in less than 14 minutes. I have a timer already set on my phone so that we can do this together. I'm going to adjust it for 13 minutes. Let's see if we can get through 14 ideas in 13 minutes. Why not? I think we can. Whew. All right. Let's start. I'm here on my blog, which is kersy.com. I will give this to you again at the end. And when I got to my website, I clicked on Kathy's blog, and down there is something called Flipgrid Madness. So here's a chart that I made back in March because I was just really inspired to come up with a bunch of new, original, fun Flipgrid ideas. They were sort of having a contest or a challenge to come up with new ideas. I went a little crazy with it. I came up with 31. I put them in this little graphic that I love making in a cool website called Genially. And so there are 31 ideas. I can't get through 31. I'm hoping to get through 14. So let's see how we can do. And I want to talk about some of the ones I haven't talked about in other presentations. I shared a few of these at ISTE this year and some other things, but there's some hidden gems in here that I haven't talked about before, and I'm going to try to include those in my 14. So I made myself a little list, and let's see what we can get through. And hopefully you'll find some new ideas here. And yes, I will share this resource out with you again at the end. All right, the first one I want to talk about is I'm going to skip over here to new point of view. And if you click on this little, oops, hang on, let me come over here. I will open this. What I did is I just went from my blog, which is a post that explains this entire thing, and I actually opened the Genially Live. So here it is. And now I've got those pulsing plus marks, and I want to start with new point of view. If I click on here, it's going to give me a description of what this activity is. And this is really, really good. I did want to take a moment for this because it's so great for all subjects, all ages. It's usually an English language arts standard that we have to address, but it's basically telling a story from the point of view of someone else or something else. And I've given some ideas on here. So if I start down here with the bullets, thinking of using Flipgrid to speak from the point of view of an inanimate object or a character in a story or something. So here's how you do it. From the effects panel, you would just choose stickers, and students could select any emoji and resize it to cover her face. You can make a sticker and then tell this story, what it's like to be a taco, a sunset, a tornado, a banjo, depending on what you want them to be. There's really something special about putting yourself in the place of an object or somebody else and telling a story from that point of view. It requires really higher level thinking skills. And Flipgrid's a perfect way to do it because it lets kids kind of play with that. It seems like work, but it's not work when they're using Flipgrid to get it done. They can use emojis, they can use stickers, you can tie it to a novel study or any science concept being taught, right? So I did this once where students pretended that they were a drop of water and that they were traveling through the water cycle. Oh no, I'm evaporating, you know, that kind of a thing. So telling a story from a point of view is number one. Whew, I better move faster if we're going to get through this. Number two is group tutorials. And this is really, it's just all about using the power of Flipgrid's screen recorder. We teachers do it all the time, right? I hope you do it all the time, using the screen recorder to record and make little tutorials or make little how-to videos for your students. Let's put that power in the hands of the students and let them make tutorials either for each other or for other grade levels or other classes. You know how special students feel when they're put in the role of the teacher. This is basically letting them access that technology, and then maybe you can chronicle it or organize it in some way to make it accessible to other learners or other people. You know what? I think I even put a bullet on here. Let students make videos, how-to videos for teachers who need some help with technology. Empowering your students, empowering student voice. That's what Flipgrid's all about. So let's get them doing that with group tutorials. The next one I want to show you is Flipmoji scenes. When I click on this, it's going to take me out to YouTube. It's going to launch a video. Hang on, I already have it open. Yeah. Called Flipmoji scenes. So I do have a little 3-minute and 34-second tutorial, which I don't have time to show you here, but what I'm going to just kind of scrub ahead and show you in this. Oh, I look angry there, don't I? Promise I was very happy. I just started adding elements to the screen but left myself in the background. That's what Flipmoji Scenes is. It's using the emojis that you can add to Flipgrid, decorating your screen with it, but leaving yourself in there as a character in that scene, and then to do some digital storytelling. That's what Flipmoji Scenes is all about. So here I was on an ocean, I had an island, there was a boat coming by. Imagine the stories that could be told just with those emojis, right? Was I stranded? Was I on a desert island? Was I on an adventure? Lots of possibilities with Flipmoji Scenes. I've done jungle ones, outer space ones, lots and lots of fun, and kids love them. Takes digital storytelling to a whole new level. All right, the next one we're going to do, and I haven't talked about this one before, but it's so much fun, silly story stems. And this comes from something I used to do when I was a classroom teacher way before I knew all the tech that I know. And you can take an old game that I used to play with some friends. So the teacher starts it by creating a topic, and always set the recording length for 15 seconds. This is the key on this one. And the teacher will begin by starting something like this. It was a dark and stormy night, and Fred the caterpillar was trembling. It wasn't the cold that was making him shiver. The inside of his little cave in the center of an apple was nice and warm. No, it was the sounds. He stayed motionless, as most of us do when we're scared, just trembling and listening. And then, boom, cut off your recording. The next student who listens to that picks up the story there, also has a 15-second cutoff. The next student now has to listen to 2 story parts and continue the story. It's a growing story with kids listening and adding, and they love to go back and listen to what's been happened. So it's just all kinds of fluency and creativity and again, more digital storytelling. That's silly storytelling. Stems. Hope you have fun with that. Woo, gotta move faster. All right, fancy framework. I'll click on here, and I'm just really quickly going to tell you that when I click on this, there are frames, as you know, as an element, a feature in Flipgrid, but you can add your own frames. And I've had a lot of fun with that, especially on mobile, where you can add GIF frames or GIF frames, things that sort of sparkle, and you can really create your own frames doing that. If you get to this resource and you click on here, there's some little video tutorials that I've added that can show you how. And speaking of frames, let's say you've looked and you're doing a unit, or you wanted to make a video about something and you can't find a frame. Flipgrid doesn't have one. There's none in the GIF selection. You don't have a mobile device. You want to make your own. You can do that right here by creating what I call overlays. And it's just overlays. And I'll scrub again through this video just a little bit. And show you, here was one that I made. There wasn't one that existed for St. Patrick's Day. So I found an image and I made the background transparent using the tool that I describe in this video. And there are lots of possibilities and ways to do that. As you can see here, I had a window and I wanted this to be the frame or the overlay where my video would come through here. On this, on this one here, I created an entire beautiful volcano scene, and then I took out that purple background to create a special custom overlay. This video completely shows you how to do that, and there are lots of tools that'll do that for you. All right, next one, math emoji puzzles. It's going to take me out to a tweet that I made when I first discovered this. I had walked into a 3rd grade class. They were studying some math, and it was just when the new stickers came out in Flipgrid. They had these, I call them the squishy stickers, and they were doing this. There was a website called like Emoji Math Stories or something. I had never heard of it. So I walked in, I was observing this, and I just said, oh my gosh, this is a cool website. This is a cool way to think math. We could do this in Flipgrid. Kids could make them on their own. And so, you know, a teacher's idea and a student's idea kind of morphed into a Flipgrid idea for me. And we turned it into some fun things here where students were using Flipgrid to make math stories using the squishy stickers or other emojis and things that you can find in Flipgrid. Okay, we're getting through them. Experiment evidence. You know what? This one's so great. We had at least 2 or 3 speakers speak about STEM and science today. This is literally using Flipgrid to capture that. Capture scientific experiments, capture processes of investigation, and I give some examples here. In kindergarten, and I've used it for this, mixing paint colors. So when you have those cups of water and you're putting food coloring in there, capturing that on video, have the students make predictions. What's going to happen if I drop a yellow and a blue? And you're really getting video evidence that you have in Flipgrid for students to see and make predictions. In 2nd grade, I've done it with shadow drawings, you know, where you stand outside and you trace your shadow on the ground and then pause your video and do it again 10 minutes later, and do it again 10 minutes later, and do it again 10. And that shadow is moving, right, because of the position of the sun. And there's some great inferences that can be made from that. And even surface tension by putting water drops on a penny. So I've given a few ideas there. I'm sure you have better ones, but to capture experiment evidence is a really cool one. This one I can show you quickly. Flipgrid AR keychains and keepsakes. I have shown this one before, but it's just one of my favorites because it's just such a memory maker and it's such a cherished thing. Use that Flipgrid AR. We've got those QR codes that are so cool, but when you scan it with the Flipgrid app, it makes the video pop off the screen and it really looks cool and it's super engaging. Here's a couple special ideas I had. You know, any QR code can fit in these acrylic keychains that I buy on Amazon on the cheap for like 20 bucks for a set of 50 or something. And then you print these out. They make adore. The first time I ever did it, we made Mother's Day keychains, and those mothers saw those videos with their little kids with no two front teeth saying, "I love you, mommy, because you know." Adorable. Bookmarks, great projects for teenagers or for loved ones from family and for gifts. And Christmas ornaments has been a huge global hit, right? Just make a Christmas ornament, capture that period in history with your children or your family or your students. And then, 5, 10, 15 years from now to scan that ornament with the Flipgrid app or in AR or any, photo scanner in regular. It makes a video kind of come to life, and it's really a cool way to capture something special. Use that Flipgrid AR. It's really amazing. All right, the next one. I know I'm going so fast. The next one, this is so cool. I just had to show you. I showed this one at ISTE too, though. Use Flipgrid AR to make a game board. Yes, teachers, do this for your students, but next level it by letting your students then make these game boards. This one, and I'll enlarge it a little bit if I can here, this one's a simple one, and I just made it called Silly Moves Game, and it was just sort of a demo one, but each one of those QR codes or Flipgrid AR codes, if you have a phone right now and you scan it, yep, it's going to come to life, and you'll probably see some Flipgrid friends or even some Microsoft friends that telling stories and giving us some ways that you can do silly moves. So it was just something that I had fun and I had playing with. You add some things like cluck like a chicken or lose a turn, and I did silly moves, but maybe your students could come up with some activities that would have to be done that are sort of more themed to whatever you're doing in your classroom. All right, I am running out of time. I'm not going to make 14, so I'm just going to skip to do one more. I'll just do down here because I never talk about this one. Category challenge. If you need a time filler, this is such a great one. On the fly, create a Flipgrid category and just say things that can spin or things that can fly, and then set a timer for the students, set a time limit for the students, and have them go on with a partner and see how many they can spit out in 30 seconds or 15 seconds or 1 minute, and then just sort of have a little class contest. Okay, how many was your group able to come up with things that fly? And it's just sort of a fun thing, really great skill for categorization, for kids, for language learning, for ESL. All right, there are more in here. I know that, but I'm running out of time. So let me take you back to my slideshow. Oh, where is it? Here it is. All right. Again, here was how you win the Flipgrid swag packs by tweeting our Facebook group with these hashtags, PD Palooza and Creative Ideas, and tagging a friend.